hit someone, they will go flying. It is beautiful.
Extreme! Ugh. Oh yeah.
You got the...
Hell yeah. Okay, guys. I want you guys to tell me, do you want me to play Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3? I think I'm just gonna limit to the base ones, because I don't want to play Reach or 4, or ODST. So, tell me guys in chat.
I feel like 2 or 3, one's pretty old, even though it's been remastered.
Well, I know one better, and people love the classics, alright?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they're all classics at this point with how flippin' big that series is getting.
Uh-huh.
But...
everybody, if you just joined, help me pick. Do I play Halo 1, Halo 2, or Halo 3?
Lots of votes for 1. Some for
3.
That's the same person voting 4 times.
That's true. 3 in that case is winning.
Whoops. Yeah, 3.
That's like 2 people voting twice.
yeah, that's the same person, isn't it?
I'm still seeing, 3 on average more if you mentally skip everyone that's voted multiple times.
Yeah, there's the 2s coming in.
There's no 2s, but now there's been 2.
Yeah.
We'll give it a minute.
Overall, I would say it's 3.
Halo 3's winning.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I think 3 is winning.
Alright, 3 guys, let's go. Quick start. I mean, I'm just gonna assume quick start just gets me.
Yeah, without customizing any settings about like difficulty or whatever, you can just pick.
Okay, guys, tell me what difficulty I'm playing on. Am I playing
no.
on? Am I playing?
Oh my god, no.
No.
Am I playing
no.
on easy, normal, heroic, or?
Please do normal. I can't deal with you getting upset this late in the morning.
Yeah, this late in the morning.
And Ellie, shut up.
Hello, Dad. Pleasure to make it to the stream.
Yeah,
Welcome,
I just
everybody.
saw that too.
And I will be. I hope people aren't. No, I'm not good. Everyone, I'm not good. Oh, everyone's choosing heroic. This is not actually good.
Maybe you should not let people vote on the difficulty level.
Normal?
You're normal.
No, normal's coming in.
Normal.
Quite a few people are saying easy as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the weight is not. Oh, it's normal and heroic, man. But normal's taking it, I think.
And also, we have to deal with the consequences of this.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Normal. Missing content. The following is not installed. Halo 3 campaign. Would you like to customize? Yeah, what? What do you mean it's not installed? I installed the stupid game. How is that not installed? What do you mean it's not installed?
Tim, do the different games come as DLC and you have to install them separately?
I don't know. Why would this be a design decision? Who would design it like this?
So that when you download the game, you don't download 6 games if you don't want 6 games downloaded?
Okay. Okay. Accept selection to up. Yes. What? Halo Reach is installed? Apparently the Halo Reach campaign is installed. Okay, well how do I... You can choose to download, you can always go to... If you uncheck a component, it will be uninstalled next time you play... You will still be playable... This is...
You could just play Reach.
I don't want to play Reach. I want to play Halo 3 now, because...
Do you have an Ethernet cable? Because it should download pretty fast.
Yes, I'm attached via Ethernet, except... Why is it pending? How do I get it to start? Accept selection. Accept selection. There's no accept button, guys.
Do you have to exit the game? I don't know. Accept is down the bottom right, but it's kind of covered up by something, so I can't tell.
No, it's not. There's no... There's no... Download. Oh, cool. Done.
Good job.
Do you want some questions while we're waiting for that?
It's 0%. Okay, it's downloading pretty damn quick. Okay, guys,
Yeah.
we will be getting to go in a second. And hello, Merphy. Thank you for coming back to the chat. You should be sleeping or something.
I feel like Merphy was not asleep for very long at all.
Murphy always wins at these points, either killing children or in the middle of a breakdown.
It's fine.
Did you want some questions while we wait?
Yeah, go. Let's go for questions.
Okay, so this is a long one from Jack. Hey mate, love your stuff. As another white dude from a colonial nation, in brackets, I'm from Australia, and a writery kind of guy, how do you feel would be the most respectful to approach the tragedy of dying First Nations? Australia's culture in the form of, this is a very specific question, in the form of a fantastical allegory for short story I'm planning to write.
You know,
I'm aware that the colonial history in New Zealand and Australia are wildly different, but I don't know, I've been thinking about this, and there's a chance for some outside input from a writer. Thanks, Ellie.
Like, I am a firm believer that I don't believe that, like, any stories should be off limits or anything like that. I mean, I say that with obviously a number of caveats. We were talking about the Save the Pearls story, which was awful. And probably should never have been written. I mean, you always want to go into it informed. You want to go into it with empathy. You want to go into it with a desire to understand it. I'm not sure I'm qualified to necessarily tell you how to do that. It's not something I have any experience in, and it's not
Connecting
something...
with some native Australian authors would probably be the best way to get information on how to handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard for me to say how to do that kind of story right. It's not something I have thought much about, and I wouldn't want to set you wrong talking about it, I guess, in that sense. What I would say is I would probably say read some stories is probably the best advice that I could probably give on that stance. Look for stories which do talk about the dying of indigenous cultures and how that came about. You know, and understand how those stories are done and see if you can incorporate it, you know. But beyond that, it's a bit difficult to say. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not more helpful on that front.
I feel like connecting with people that have direct experience with that in one way or another is usually the best way to get accurate information and handle that
Absolutely agreed.
accurately. In any minority, it's easiest just to talk to people that have experienced it is going to give you the most, realistic input.
It's like, if while, writing is the act of imagining other stories, other people's stories, other stories that you may not necessarily have lived, part of research, if you're researching to tell a story based in medieval period, do research on what that sort of story is like, what castles are like, what battles are like, it's really no different to that, I guess, in my mind. But with the sensitivity difference that telling stories about the dying of First Nations has real consequences in a way that how a castle was built or anything like that doesn't. If someone is misinformed about how a castle is built, that doesn't really matter. If someone is misinformed about kind of indigenous, colonial and indigenous relations, like that's got a lot more real world ramifications, where the relationship between the government and indigenous populations is still very, very difficult in most places.
Surely there's people in Australia that can give feedback on that. Or, I like the idea of reading stories from that perspective as well. It's probably going to give a really good insight into how to tell those stories.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got another, if you're happy with leaving that as it is, because it's not really our place to
Did I ever tell you
expand on
that?
that too deeply. I've got another
yeah,
question.
you go ahead.
Choose whichever Spartan I wanted.
From Star Wars Spartan, if you could write the next
No.
Avatar chapter, where would you
I
go with
did
the
my
story?
research. Watched as you became the
Oh.
soldier we needed you to be. Like the others, you were strong and swift.
If
and
I could write the
brave.
next Avatar chapter, where would
A
I want it to
natural
go?
leader.
It's very open-ended.
But
You can do whatever
had
you want with
something
that.
they didn't.
Yeah, you could give an
Something no
absolute-
one
If I were to
saw
probably
but me.
take a pick, I would probably say I would want the
Can
overarching
you guess?
narrative to be about the Avatar
Luck.
reconnecting with past lives. So Korra lost her connection with past lives, and some people kind of think that that was like a
Was
bad,
I wrong?
was like a terrible decision to make. I disagree with that. I don't think that's inherently bad. I think it's a permanent decision with a lot of consequences that is really interesting to explore. And the game audio is too loud. Here we go. Game audio, wait.
Famous hello. Yeah, we're getting
Yeah.
there.
So I think that severing the connection to the Avatar state and past avatars is a really interesting concept to explore, and it was one with real consequences that is like, you can't dismiss that sort of thing just because it, like, you want it to keep going. That's not a good enough justification in my head to be like, well, I don't want them to get rid of it. You know, for me, it's kind of like, they can get rid of it, but this is fiction. You can always come up with an explanation for how to bring it back. And I don't consider it a retcon when characters have to work for it, you know, like that sort of thing necessarily, especially when it comes to something as mystical and strange as this. So, you know, you can say, well, he attacked Rava's spirit and destroyed each of them one by one, and it's like, well, what if it was simply that their relationship was so damaged that they can't even feel each other? What is, you know, what's the ramifications of that? And so I would love to have an avatar whose kind of journey is a bit more. I'll turn on subtitles, everyone.
Welcome back, Burgerkrieg.
He arrives.
Hello.
I'm not yet here. I'm trying to still listen to what he says about the Avatar.
He's
'cause
telling us the next chapter.
Oh,
Yes.
does he have like an inside scoop with James Cameron?
No, this is if Tim was James Cameron.
If I was James Cameron. Yeah. So I would have the story be about
You know you can't keep it.
an avatar trying to kind of reconnect. Oh, you guys can't see the subtitles because they're under the charity bar.
Your armor's still in partial lockdown.
Guess you have to donate more so the charity bars go away.
Also, who just poured a glass of water? Because I heard that in full HD.
That wasn't. Did you actually? That wasn't a glass of water. That was a glass of Bundaberg spicy ginger brew.
Oh, I'm sorry. That exact detail didn't translate well
Yeah.
over audio.
Yeah. Can you not tell? You got to work on your game.
I do. I need to get better pair of headphones to better distinguish the sounds of liquids being poured.
That's wild though that you could hear that. It was like half a meter away from the actual microphone. What the
A
fuck?
bloody good microphone you have there.
Damn.
But yeah, so outside of kind of that spiritual element, I am a really big fan of what they did in Korra, where they kind of explored the idea that the Avatar shouldn't function the way that it has historically, as this almost unchecked power. Like, it's a really interesting concept that they were like, hang on, is the Avatar perfect? Is the I mean, the Avatar didn't pick up that, like, you know, non-benders were kind of being oppressed, and like didn't really key into that and didn't really do anything about that. And I would love to explore kind of that idea, the role of the Avatar in a newer, modern, more democratized world. because you know we can develop systems of power that don't require an unchecked, incredibly powerful avatar. You know, but I think ultimately I'd probably like to see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know specifically what kind of villain I'd want to see.
Sergeant Major, Phantom inbound.
Yeah. Apart from that, I hope that isn't a good enough answer.
It's really cool. That would be super interesting.
Also, welcome back, Burgerkrieg. I hope you got enough sleep. We're only here not long ago.
He hasn't been that long.
Tim, are you okay?
Oh,
I had like 8 hours of sleep, 8.5 really. A nice
Is that how long it's been?
went to the supermarket, prepared something for my role-playing game campaign tomorrow. Like,
look, time flies when you're having fun, okay? And I've had so much fun banging my head against a wall to...
The midday to midnight flies by. The fucking midnight to 6 a.m. Oh my god, it takes 3 days.
damn. I do love smashing my head against shit though. That does rule.
Time is
So.
weird soup.
It is.
Time is a circle.
Time
is
is
flat stuff.
dimension, technically.
Time is a flat circle.
If we want to get into physics and relativity at 2 o'clock in the morning.
It's a flat circular soup.
Mm.
There.
Mm.
I would love to understand universes that have more than one temporal dimension. That would be really cool.
The thing that stresses me out is that you can't imagine outside the dimensions that we exist in.
Ha! Maybe you can't.
And with its
I
floating
exist
brain.
in 4 dimensions.
Yep. It's like trying to imagine a new color. It bothers me so much that I can't do that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
You know what? At least once a week, I'm like, butterflies can see so many more colors than me. I wonder what they are. Why can't I imagine them?
You know how many
And then
colors mantis strips can see? Mantis strips.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So many more.
And
So
like
many.
birds can see in UV.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't even
Yeah.
appreciate
So
it.
lame.
I
What
can
kind
of-
see. I can see morality as a color. Like I look at someone and I go, man.
Timothy, stop talking
You're
right
evil.
now.
Paladin moment.
We're not gonna link people's color and morality.
I'm not saying their color.
I was talking about color, and you said I can look at people and see their morality. And
No,
it was
like I can see their morality like a freaking aura, not like a.
Tim gets like the little
What color
arrow
does that aura have?
and it's either like a tick if they're good or a cross if they're bad.
That's true.
he gets to cast sense good and evil once a day.
Santa like
Oh, yeah.
arrives in a house and like immediately sees like a bad aura around a child. Like,
You're getting coal for Christmas.
yeah. You know what? Back in Victorian times, not a bad present. Okay, I'm just saying. Like, if you're gonna have coal's not bad. Coal's worth something.
I mean, these days it's just a little bit useless.
Also-
it's not like
Yeah, but like, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Scott Morrison. I've done this joke twice on this live stream now. I'm very proud of myself.
Pelicans are en route, Chief, but I can't.
Like, I'm just saying, how much do you think you could sell that coal for? Like, what's the actual monetary ratio? Like, if you were gonna get, like, okay, a toy train, right? A little wooden train or a little wooden nutcracker soldier. How much is that? Like, I don't know, like 20 pence, okay? And how much do you think a bag of coal could be sold for? 30 pence? I don't know, maybe this is a money-making scheme. Maybe Santa's trying to incentivize a new type of child, you know? A new hard-working industrial child.
Why does it keep
Maybe-
coming back to like child labor and stuff, huh?
I don't know. We've
Look.
had a bit of a theme tonight.
The children yearn for the mines. We sent them to the mines, and then they complained, right? But actually, then we give them the freedom, and then what do? They play Minecraft, okay?
Yeah. Definitely.
What I'm hearing is getting coal is actually a reward. It's fulfilling, you know, deep down what you want.
Okay, everyone in chat, I would like you to say either one of two things. I would like you to say the children yearn for the mines, or I'm a loser and I don't believe in cool things. That's your two options. All right.
I do enjoy the places we go overnight on these streams. Every year it's something new.
Santa does not endorse capitalism. Santa endorses socialism, except he is the state.
Santa's a fucking upsetting, creepy threat that parents use to guilt trip their children into behaving well.
Santa does not make any profit. He just is the state. All right.
Get a hold of her. Negative. We're going down.
Oh dear. Have you played much of the Halo games, Tim? I know you used to play them with Hannah, but I'm not sure how
I've
far through
I've played all of them. Believe it or not, I have played all of the Halo games.
including the newest one?
I haven't played Halo Guardians because that one couldn't be played on like split screen for some reason.
Yeah.
Which is the most bizarre decision. I don't understand why you would make that decision, apart from like you think that you're going to convince people to like buy multiple PS4s.
Also, weirdly, only on Xbox and not on PC, when every other Halo game is on both.
Oh, I died.
So,
First
I
death.
don't know what they've done with that, but...
The minds yearn for the children.
This is the new Halo, right?
Negative. We're going down.
This is Halo the Third.
So it's like Saints Row, basically.
Merphy is criticizing me for talking about the fate of children. Look, I am very concerned with the fate of children, okay?
He's concerned they're moving away from the mines where they belong and into the real world.
Look, I'm just saying that there's a whole freaking portion of the population that could be mobilized here. All right?
Do you wanna mobilize all the old people as well? Make them work.
I mean,
too?
they could probably
They
do
have
like
more
a.
life experience.
They could do like a paper run or something.
Get paid $6 for 4 hours of
Look,
work.
we all know that like old people already run the post offices. Okay, so.
True.
My grandma used to drive people to the airport. That was her job.
Can she drive well? Because my grandmother definitely shouldn't have been driving as long as she did.
My grandma is like approaching 80, and she goes to Pilates every week and blows the 50-year-olds out of the water.
Excellent.
That woman is indestructible. She broke her ribs earlier this year and was out for like 2 months.
And then was back at it immediately.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
That's great.
Yeah, I have a grandma in her 70s who still plays relatively competitive tennis, and I'm like, I can't even play tennis, so good on ya.
Everyone is entitled to sweat of their own brow and those of their possessions, like their children.
That's a comment.
With this.
Tim, I think you may be creating something. Maybe you don't want to poke that bee's nest.
Do we want to answer the next question?
Yeah, that seems like a really good idea.
I mean, this, to be fair, isn't a great segue. Hi, Tim and the gang. Did I miss a lot in the 16 hours? No, we've circled back to child slavery descriptions, etc. So we've really come full circle there 3 times. That was from Rebel.
Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately, child labor is one of those areas of comedy that I have never really explored. I need to brainstorm that stuff. Yeah. I've been preoccupied with way worse shit than child labor, so it's just. But sometimes you need some like more vanilla stuff.
When you say preoccupied, do you mean comedically or personally?
Yeah. My lawyer is telling me not to answer this question.
Wise man.
Yeah.
I forgot what your humor is like. I think we talked last year. We were on the call last year.
I feel really bad killing these little. I feel really bad killing these little ones. By the way, like the little triangles, the grunts.
Weren't
Did you
you
turn
just
on the
talking about
birthday?
child labor a second ago?
Oh yeah,
Excuse you,
and
I
upset
would
about
never
killing
ever,
months.
I would never ever enslave, any people. All right, okay. I feel like I want to fight for the grunt liberation. All right, that is my personal mission. I will not stop fighting until all grunts have been liberated from the Covenant. Okay.
Liberated? Do you
And
mean
and
removed
also their mortal
permanently?
coils.
Yeah,
Well,
removed
okay.
permanently from slavery.
So far, I don't have many options for how I'm meant to liberate them. Okay. So
Yeah, they need to be put back into the Great Wheel of Dharma, and
you know,
be aided in their quest to achieve samsara.
Murphy just asked. Okay, but if you're paid a bit more to kill them, would you still feel bad? Look, I'd feel bad. I'd probably still...
You'd do it though.
Yeah,
Want him?
you know.
Dear. Ellie, you're right, that was the same 5 of us this time last year with the same slightly deranged conversations, which is entertaining because it's only late at night for me and Tim, yet the 3 of you just, like, really carry the momentum of the, you know, the graveyard shift.
Effort to be deranged.
Also, you have,
It's
like,
hard.
had 6 hours sleep in the last 3 days, so there's that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I put in the effort.
You're preloaded.
I planned for this.
Yeah.
You know, when Tim was first being like, oh, I might have it this day, I was like, oh, buddy, I'm not gonna make it. I can't help. And then as the day got narrowed down, I was like, oh, I can probably do it.
Oh, damn it, I keep dying.
I saw you earlier shooting a bunch of fleeing grunts in the back, which, just to inform you of this, that is a war crime.
I think he's gone beyond war crimes.
It's... Oh no, not going well.
The day that someone edits these videos and takes all the clips out of context and then makes a, like, you know, a compilation about Tim, we're gonna be in trouble, is all I'm thinking.
You know, I mean, like, the thing is, I am a pretty wholesome YouTuber online. Like, that's my aim. Family friendly.
The goal should be to not have to make that edit.
What
Well,
is?
Tim's
You know?
his whole internet persona is just How to Train Your Dragon and cats, right? Like, nothing more.
This is Tim After Dark, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, literally,
Yeah.
it is Tim After Dark.
It is after dark. The sun has been down for a wee while now.
It's
true.
summer down there in Australia, right?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Could I have another energy?
Which one do you want?
I would like a plus or a live plus.
A life plus.
Yeah, a live plus.
Let's go have a look. Hang on, I need to untangle myself from the pets that are near me.
Is that a classic Australian energy drink?
I will block you from the server. Don't push me.
Jesus Christ. Hell yeah.
Australians are... Look, hey, Australians are my brothers and sisters. I will not take any slander about the Australian... Okay?
I mean, I am literally drinking an Australian drink right now.
What are you drinking?
Bundaberg. Not the whiskey, not the rum. Ginger
Oh
beer.
gosh, jeez, Christ. God. Nah, go small one. Yeah, I know. Alright. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Yes, cheers.
Gonna go get my ginger cake out of the oven.
A shout out to Andrew Wall. I'm in Tasmania, Australia. And I just want to say, you're in the one good Australian state, okay? No, sorry, you're in the best Australian state. All Australian states are good except roll a dice and pick one. But Tasmania is good, alright? Oh, what is the best state of America? Oh, we have no Americans on the stream. No one's gonna be annoyed whatever I say.
No, but that means we can say whatever we want because no one's gonna like protest or get shitty at us for not knowing the differences between the states.
I can do a state test. Do you want to watch me nail all 57 states?
At this time in the morning? Yeah.
Alright, let's do it. Should we nail... Okay, chat, do you want to see me try and name all of the 59 states of the United States?
Tim, look, you can ask the chat, but we all know that you're going to do it anyway, regardless of what they say.
Yeah, I know, but this way I get validation. And honestly, that's what my entire career is about. It's all about me getting validation for my hobbies. You know, filling in the holes that I never got when I was a child.
It's really important to, like, manipulate people online.
Absolutely. How else would I... How else would I...
Tim, are you okay?
Stop interrupting, Tim.
Okay. Oh, you were hilarious at that last year. Let's see if you got any better. No, hang on. I got it, alright? I've done it before. I've just never done it privately. You should see. You should watch me get all 61 states of the United States, okay?
I will say, though, definitely Puerto Rico. That's the best one. That's the best state of the U.S.
State is helium.
Yeah, I agree.
Hell
Makes
yeah.
it funny.
Oh, guys, I'm constantly out of ammo. I need ammo. I jumped into the water.
Why'd you do that?
You should try diplomacy.
Okay. Okay, guys, we're doing countries in Europe. Tell you what, you guys get me to 16,000. That's only $450. And then I'll do it. I will do the United States and
Yeah, I really want to see this.
Oh man. Okay, I need weapons.
Oh, I have a question that desperately needs to be answered immediately.
What?
It's from Core, and it's how many overworked child laborers can Burgerkrieg defeat in a row of 1v1 duels?
Well, that's a very interesting. It really depends on how the children are armed, I think.
I'm gonna say it's unarmed 1v1.
Unarmed 1v1.
But like,
Well, I'd estimate probably around somewhere between 40 and 50. But only if I see the problem is you'd have to be very quick in like knocking them out, which of course has like a higher. It's more taxing on your own body when you're fighting to be moving quickly. But on the other hand, children probably have more energy than me, so like a war of attrition type thing where I just hold them at a distance also wouldn't work.
I love how strategically you're thinking about this.
specifically, it's overworked child laborers, so we're talking like, 8-year-olds that are malnourished and exhausted.
They've already been in the mines
like
for
100.
16 hours today.
But also, with that kind of lifestyle, I don't want to like underestimate how like wiry and strong they are. These kids have fucking steel if they're still alive, you know?
That is true, yeah. But they are still children.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
So.
This is true.
I could definitely debate them. I would win. Also, shout out to my man Core. Talk about a guy who's overworked. This man works like 16 hours a day. He's a baker.
Oh, that's a hell of a job. That's some very early mornings there.
And he bakes some really cool stuff too.
Oh my gosh. Hey.
Slow down. Just have a thought one at a time.
No, I'm good. I am functional.
Doubt.
That is true, actually. Core actually has been. There's a picture of Core in front of my bookshelf. He's been to my house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that like in a there's an FBI security photo in my bookshelf so I know who I'm looking for because he visited my house unannounced, or
No, he was at a
friendly
meetup. I was about to disclose some information that is public anyway, but that I shouldn't disclose because it is public. I'm gonna.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna put it in. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat on the Discord server, so you'll be funny about it. But yeah, there have been fans of mine who have been to my house.
That's upsetting.
I'm not gonna say that. That would be publicizing information about me.
Good job, Tim.
Catching myself.
Should we just talk about the time that you thought a fan was recognizing you in public, but
No, let's not talk about that time. That was so cringe. Oh, okay. I will tell the story.
a good one.
So we were out at this place, okay, and it was like a lunch thing. The whole group of friends were out. And, we're sitting down to eat our lunch and stuff, and I'm coming over, sit down, and then I sort of get trapped in this like little, you sort of get an impasse with someone, okay, little narrow place between two tables, and I come up against this guy who looks at me, and he looks dead in the eyes. And I read his expression entirely wrong. I think he's recognizing me and is going like, "Oh my gosh, it's you." And so I sort of motion to put out my hand, and then he takes it and like shakes my hand, and I think, "Oh, okay, so it definitely is a fan." And then his face changes, and I very soon realized that we're both very confused, and I thought he was a fan, and I shook hands with him in public, thinking he was a fan when he just didn't know me, and we were at an impasse at a restaurant. And then the look of horror on my face when I figured that out, I cannot explain the shame when I realized that I was shaking hands with someone who I thought recognized me. But did not, at all.
I love that for you.
No, I don't love that for me.
The rest of us love it, and we'll bring it up for the rest of your life.
Sometimes you need humbling.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there is nothing worse than thinking someone is recognizing you, and and like being like, "Oh, don't you know who I am?" type thing.
Clearly, I'm so ridiculously famous that everyone in New Zealand just recognizes me instantly and fawns in my presence.
It would be funny if he had like the same thing. He's like, "Why is this guy look? Does he recognize me from my YouTube channel? Goodbye, past me." I'm a famous New Zealander. I've actually met a fan in public this year for the first time. Like, aside from like meetups.
Or a fan of Tim's?
Well, I have met fans of Tim's. I remember I was in Spain, and I was like flirting with this girl, and it like the conversation
and she was using you to get to me.
It came up that I was a YouTuber, and she told me that was, "Oh yeah, I know this YouTuber like Hello Future Me." I know of him. I don't know him personally. I'm a fan of his. And when I came back from that vacation, I checked my Twitter, and he followed me basically on the same day that conversation happened. But New Zealand Timber Logging Company, Hickson.
What did I follow you over on Twitter? What was?
To invite me to this stream a couple years ago.
Yeah, but what did I don't like. I remember what I most whenever I talk to YouTubers, I tend to remember what I first sort of watched of theirs, and I can't remember what I watched of yours that I must have really, really liked.
I have no idea. Could be anything really. I only put out bangers.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head. I need better weapons than I currently have. This is just... Yeah, no. Look, hey, I'm glad I followed you, because you're awesome and you're fun to talk to.
Thank you, thank you.
He is very fun to... I have another question for you, Burgerkrieg.
Yeah.
It just says, who was Burger's favourite mute?
Oh,
I'm
well
assuming you know the
then...
context for that.
Wynn, I hereby declare that Wynn should be the Empress of the planet of Earth, but in a sort of constitutional monarchy type way, not in an absolute dictatorship type way, because I disagree with that notion politically. But it is definitely Wynn.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
Yeah.
Ironically,
yeah.
the question was from an account called Win.
Yeah, I know. I know her.
Okay, you're aware.
He's gonna be mad at me over this because I didn't.
Someone called So Let's Be Nerdy has a question that they are currently they might get fired for if they keep listening to the stream till it gets answered. So I don't want them to get fired.
Okay,
Pulled up.
I've got it.
So what's the question?
It just starts off with a compliment. Love your content. Honestly, it's what get me through my crappy days. I was curious if you'd be willing to play the PS2 game called Colosseum Road to Freedom. And they said they'd be willing to send you a copy, but I don't know if you have a PS2.
I do have a PS2. I grew up
Do
with
you?
Absolutely, I've still got my old functioning PS2.
Less.
But I've never heard of Colosseum Road. I don't remember what it was called. But
Road to Freedom.
I don't even know. I don't even know what that is. Is it a gladiator game? That would be my guess.
I mean, if he replies in the comments, they reply in the comments.
We can probably look it up pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm sure we could also do that.
Shit, there do be a lot of burger people in chat.
For the record, I would just like to clarify. I do have a general rule, which is never assume anyone recognizes you.
Yes.
That is there was a very particular set of circumstances where I was like, oh, I've just bumped into a fan.
Oh, yeah, this reminds me. I had my own meeting at a fan story, which is kind of the inverse of yours a little bit. I was at a LARP thing this August. Which, can I just complain about the weather in the state where I live, where in the middle of August it gets so fucking cold at night that I need like 5 sleeping bags. I hate this place. Yeah. So I was playing like an NPC, and as the players started arriving, like one of them, I catch his eye, and I notice like I'm being watched. So I turn around, I'm like, is he like flirting with me? Because he was looking at me a lot, and I mean, to be fair, he was very good looking. So
You're like,
this whole
flirting.
weekend,
Fair enough. I'm gonna take it.
yeah, this whole weekend, we're in character the whole time, doing... I actually talked to him quite a few times, to him and his group. And we had a lot of really cool interactions. And then after it's all over and we start, like, tearing everything down, he, like, walks up to me and is like, yeah, by the way, I love your content online. I'm like, what?
I mean, that's really cool. It's so genuinely cool when you meet people in the wild, like that know your stuff.
This is why I want to take you to London Comic Con, Tim, because with the crowd there, and I think it would just be so funny.
Okay, I have a funny story. All right, so one of my friends, we went to, there's kind of like the New Zealand version of Comic Con, which is pitiful, called Armageddon, and we had me and my friend. She was dressed as Diana from Seven Deadly Sins, if you know the character. And
Diana from the royal family.
Sorry, that's just like such an out of left field like thing to dress up as at Comic-Con. And the competition was who would get more recognition, or like, oh wow, that's so cool. Would it be me dressed as me, or my friend dressed as Diana? Now, if you don't know Diana, Diana has a let's say relatively voluptuous outfit, and
Hell yeah.
and she won by a mile. Like she got pulled aside, being like, "Oh wow, your costume is really really cool," and her costume was awesome. She like made a freaking hammer and everything. It was really damn cool. I got pulled aside a few times, but not to the same degree.
It happened in public a couple of times, though, at random occasions.
Oh yeah, I've lost count of the number of times that someone has like said hi to me.
I've lost count of the number of times that people have recognized me because I'm such a famous celebrity.
Sorry. Look,
You're that one chick that talks on Tim's streams from like 1 AM to 5 AM. Like, can I get an autograph?
That is... Give me a break. I've been up for I don't know how many hours now.
We're mocking ourselves at this point, Tim, because it's not something we can relate to.
No, it's really really amazing when people do kind of take their time to be like, "Hi, I appreciate your stuff." It's so cool. The interactions that mean the most to me are when teachers say that they like use my stuff or like know my stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, isn't that awesome? After all of the talks that have happened about children,
like they'd be like, "I really appreciate your educational content. You know, I use it in my classes," and I just go, "Well, that's fantastic, but your children should be in mine."
Children shouldn't be taught anything. This is purely for adults.
They should look. They have Wi-Fi in the mine. They can just listen to it as a podcast.
Oh dear. I've had people, like, when I've offhandedly mentioned doing this live stream, know you and not know that I know you, and then freak out that I know you, which has been wholesome secondhand. My cousin, when he found out, he was like, "Oh my god, you know Hello Future Me?" I'm like, "Yeah, we've been friends since he was like 16. But it's very wholesome.
Sorry, so Let's Be Nerdy's question, by the way, was...
Oh yes, oh my god.
Was that the Would I Play the Colosseum game?
Yes, and you just said you had no idea about it, but you still have a PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to playing any particular game, but I'd probably have to be interested in it, and I don't know if I would be, I'm afraid. But, yeah, like, I do still have a functioning PS2. Yeah, it's funny, like, I've never really heard of it. You tend to have sort of heard of most PS2 games at some degree, because there weren't actually that many of them. Like,
yeah, it looks like it's a Japanese gladiator game type thing. But just based on a very quick Google.
Japanese gladiator type thing?
Oh no, it was released in Japan as Gladiator, never mind. It's a video game, hybrid fighting role-playing video game loosely based on the Roman Empire around the time of Emperor Commodus.
That sounds like some Mandela effect shit. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh,
take on the role of a slave that must partake in gladiatorial games in order to earn money to purchase his freedom. Ah. Bless. If I can murder enough strangers that are also slaves, I might be free one day.
I got a gravity hammer, guys.
Do you still have a functioning PO box, Tim?
I do have a functioning PO box, yes.
If someone was desperate to send you a copy of that game, they could always...
Yes, they are welcome to, though please be warned, shipping to New Zealand is horrendous, and I would never ask anyone to ship things to New Zealand.
Significantly more than the cost of the game.
Yeah, it's crazy how much shipping to New Zealand costs.
Yeah. Or shipping from New Zealand as well. I've looked at shipping some stuff to my friends overseas, and I'm like, $60 to send a small package. Never mind.
What the fuck?
Oh no, honestly, shipping to and from New Zealand is diabolical. Often the shipping costs more than the price of the product. If it exists at all, a lot of places just don't ship here. And then it also takes like 3 months.
Yeah.
I mean, which, you know, I still my question, why does anyone live there?
In New Zealand?
It's for the hobbits and the giant dragons.
True. I do like watching the dragons.
Yeah.
I mean, I do want to go to New Zealand at some point. It's on my list, because I have been told it's, like, very beautiful. But, you know, it is very far away.
It is very far away. Which is why the dragons don't ever reach any other countries.
It's true.
They can't fly that far.
Yeah, they just get too
They'd get
tired.
fucked up if they went to Australia, because Australia is full of deadly creatures.
Short distance flight dragons.
Sprint dragons, not marathon dragons.
I also really, really want to visit New Zealand. However, poor plane tickets. Yikes.
Yeah.
Not in this economy, not for me.
Also reasons why we don't leave.
Yeah.
I'd love to take a train to New Zealand. That would rule.
There is a train between Australia and New Zealand, so if you get to Australia, then that makes it easy.
How long does that take, though?
What?
What? I can't believe, Tim, come on. Oh my god, you could have backed me up on that, and we could have had them for a wee while.
Oh.
Oh.
I should have caught on to that. I caught on to it when I was like halfway.
Common meme. Yeah, it's either there's a road or a train, or we ride the whales back and forth, depending on who you're talking to on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would recommend. Good place to visit.
I really want to do astrophotography there.
I have a few friends that do that. That is absolutely beautiful. I'll send you some photos.
I just, man.
And my partner has a gigantic telescope as well, which is very cool.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I don't have a telescope. I just have my kit. I really want to get a sky tracker, but they're expensive too. One day.
Seriously though, everyone in the chat, I would just like to say that your support means a lot to me, and I would not be where I am without you. It's an immense privilege to be able to do what I do in the way that I do it. I'm incredibly fortunate. It's something I think about a lot, and that I get to do a job I love. I can't explain how much that means. And yes, thank you everybody, and for donating today, and for the stuff that you guys do.
And turning up to like 4 live streams in a row. Some of these like people have come to watch every single live stream, which is amazing.
Yeah, I mean they must have. Something else. I don't really know where I'm meant to go. Yeah, I mean I will continue hopefully to making content that you guys value.
Come on, Chief. Commander Keys is waiting. Don't got no time to sightsee. Let's go.
And I hope I never take it for granted. Much as...
Alright, you're a wholesome dude, as we said before.
Earth isn't gonna save itself, Chief. Step on up.
I've got one more question for you, Tim.
Yeah.
What do you think could fix the core spirit stuff aside from cutting the Mothra battle towards the end? I know most people would say Godzilla, but the way Jinora comes in completely like the Mothra twins. But
what could
I know
fix them?
I know you've done some videos like rewriting each season slightly.
IFF confirmed. Contact is Pelican dropship. Kilo
Fixing the core spiritual stuff without removing the Mothra battle. They did say without removing the Mothra battle, right?
Aside from cutting the Mothra battle towards the end, yeah.
I see why they say that, because that's like my #1 thing
yeah.
that I would cut. If you guys don't know in chat, there is a giant spirit battle at where Korra turns into a giant and Unalaq turns into a giant, and they fight, and it's literal Battle of the Titans type stuff.
Tight squeeze.
It was an interesting creative decision that I disagree with. But okay, keeping the giant spirit battle.
Check it out. No way. A Spartan?
Fixing the spirit stuff.
Where did you find him?
You would need to
It's good to see you.
Likewise, ma'am.
Let's get you up to speed.
I mean, okay, so if you have to keep the Mothra battle, the spirit battle at the end, and I'd be curious to hear your guys' thoughts on how to fix this particular issue. But if you're keeping that, then that means we have to have Unalark and Korra kind of fighting as giant, kind of good versus evil type things. I think what I would probably prefer, okay, is I would probably prefer, if I were to still have to keep that battle, would be that the Avatar fuses with a spirit, like we see Aang does at the end of Season 1, the Ocean Spirit, and and Unalark fuses with a different spirit. And I'd potentially like to see a spirit battle, a series about spirituality and about spirits, where potentially you've got kind of more of the, I guess it's politics of the spirit world, I guess, in some sense. You can see a conflict in the spirit world playing out kind of on the mortal plane, in a sense. And Unalark can take one side, Korra can take another, and we have kind of that sort of struggle, you know. If we're keeping that, so rather than it being good versus evil, which is what we kind of have in the end, we basically have the goddess of good and the goddess and the god of evil pretty much going at each other. We would have a more nuanced spirit on spirit type thing. I would say would probably be what I'd go for there. And Unalark would be someone who's not pure evil and doesn't forsake his belief in basically the spirits should be treated as equal to humanity and should have more say in the real world and stuff like that. Because like that's a cool motivation. I can totally get behind that. Kind of like, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah. So that would probably fix it. I'm sure everyone else who's currently here with me has no idea really what I'm talking about.
I have watched Korra a couple of times, but I do not have, like, I respect what you say and I agree with it. I watch your videos out of interest, but I cannot contribute anything meaningful to the conversation.
Getting all of them out.
I just zoned out. I'm sorry. What?
Also, Laura said, one of my first live streams from one of my favorite YouTubers. Unfortunately, I can't stay. Oh, one of my favorite YouTubers, Burgerkrieg. It's you. No. Well, maybe.
Hell yeah.
Maybe. But have a good stream. That is quite busy. I hope you reach your donation goal. That's very kind. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in for whatever time you're able to give. It's just nice.
Oh, my co-host is pushing me to shout out my extremely niche German language political podcast that I have with him. You'll listen to der Großdeutsche Podcast. Wir sind keine Faschos versprochen. It's very cool.
Stuck in German.
Yeah.
Just say it again.
V does speak German for the record, so.
Yes, that was very strange on my brain suddenly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, one of the other thing is the tagline, because if you call something Der Großdeutsche Podcast, and it's like a socialist podcast, people are gonna be like,
and what does
it's because my co-host is Austrian.
What does Großdeutsche Land podcast mean?
The
Großdeutsche.
Yeah.
The Großdeutsche.
Yeah, so there's like the regular Deutschland and the Großdeutschland historically, which Großdeutschland includes Austria, which the Austrians didn't want at the time when Germany was formed.
Right.
And yeah, the idea of the Großdeutsches Reich is pretty
Chief?
I mean, it's sounding
popular in certain segments of
Yeah, I
society.
was just saying, it sounds like, you know, a nice flashback to the 1930s, maybe, you know?
Oh, that's just because it's German, so.
Or a not very nice flashback, also.
Yeah. But the joke is that one of our hosts is Austrian and and he definitely lives in Vienna. He lives in Vienna.
We were actually talking about what stereotypes there were about Austrians at the beginning of the... Because, like, French people, they're pretentious. German people, they're, like, super hardworking. English people, they have no emotions. What's something about Austrians?
They live in Vienna.
That's the stereotype.
Aside from that they speak some kind of completely unintelligible, I don't even know what it is really. There is actually, I had this conversation with this precise co-host, who is in chat right now.
I love how you're saying this precise co-host, like it's like my unnamed neighbor, like.
Yeah. I cannot speak his name. In northern Germany, when you're just kind of talking to someone, like pretty much small talk, just having a bit of a conversation, the slang term for it is schnacken.
Schnatten.
Yeah, apparently in Austria, this is a slang term for fucking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tis.
And so when he didn't show up to the podcast one day, and he was like, "No, I can't come. There's too many people at work that I have to take care of." And I was like, "Yeah, don't worry. I'm just schnacking with our other co-host." He's like, He doesn't know what it means. He doesn't know what the word means in Austrian. He doesn't know what it means. Yeah.
I am gonna bring up a test. Alright. Just from here. For the foreigners in the room, okay?
Who are the foreigners in the room?
Foreigners compared
You're
to
a
who?
foreigner.
Compared to just you and me?
Yeah, just you and me.
Okay, good.
Alright. Okay, so this is gonna be New Zealand slang, alright? And chat, you guys can be involved in this as well. Alright? And no cheating. I'll know if you're cheating because you'll get all of them right, okay? So, there you go. Yeah. So, this is New Zealand slang, and the question... Actually, I'm just gonna, like, actually... Okay, no, we'll just go with the questions as is. Why not? Let's start with an easy one. What is a chili bin? Is it A, cooler box, B, a special pot for cooking chili, 3, a really cold bin, or 4, a fridge? So put your answer in the
I'm
chat.
gonna go.
And you guys too, tell
you guys
us.
gotta...
Okay, do we have to wait until chat
No,
has said
you
it?
you
it
just
doesn't
go.
matter because
You just go.
yeah.
Your professional thoughts?
Okay.
I'm guessing
I think
one.
it's yeah. Exactly. I think it's whatever the first one was, simply because it is the only one that does not intuitively follow from what the words are.
Right.
I
Okay.
feel like it's if you give them the slang and just make them guess the answer, don't give options because then you can do a process of elimination thing.
I suppose so. Yeah, alright, we can just go with that. We can just go with
Yeah,
that.
a lot of A and D.
Yeah, a lot of A and D. Alright, let's go. Yeah, that was correct. It is a cooler box. Alright?
Like,
There you
yeah.
go.
D depending on where you live.
Okay. Your friend asks to, quote, pass the chuddy. What are they asking for?
Weed. Weed.
What? And if you need, V and Ellie, do you feel you need any help with this one?
With what?
Yes.
Well, the options are A, small beer, B, a piece of chewing gum, C, some cud because your friend is a cow, or D,
See, that's what I guessed. Raw.
or D, a sponge.
I'm gonna guess a small beer.
Everyone's guessing weed.
Once again, I have zoned out extremely. What's the context?
The New Zealand slang.
Yeah.
New
Although,
Zealand slang.
I will admittedly say that this is not one I hear ever very often. Like it's
You googled something. I'm sure we can probably come up with more interesting ones on our own.
yeah, probably. I'm gonna have a look at the other ones.
I was gonna say one that I find people overseas have never fucking heard of is wop wops.
Oh yeah, no one knows what wop wops
What?
means.
If I say, we went out to the wop wops, what does that mean?
Easy. What do you guys think we went out to the wop wops means?
This is the most New Zealand word I've ever heard.
Yeah, the accents really sell it, don't they?
Jesus. Is it like a fast food chain in New Zealand, like a sort of New Zealand Macca's?
We have Macca's,
They
you
do call
idiot.
McDonald's, just Macca's.
Yeah.
No. What are you guys thinking? Wop wops. What about you, V? What about you, Ellie?
I have honestly no idea. I forgot the options again. I'm sorry. I'm like, my brain is just
I don't think
doing
we had any
5 things at once, and it does not
There's no
retain
options,
information.
Just.
There's no
just
options.
take a
We just guess.
Yeah, just take
Yeah.
take a
Let's
stab.
go.
Oh god. I have no idea. Give me a category?
It's a place, like a lazy way of describing a sort of place, I'll say.
Supermarket?
No.
No.
No?
It
I love
means-
the indignation.
No, that was
How dare you wrongly interpret this just 2 syllables that mean nothing?
It means to go out in the middle of nowhere. To
like
Oh,
yeah.
How does what mean that?
that's in the middle.
I don't know.
just what it means.
All right.
How do you use it in a sentence? Can
It's
you
just
please
like,
give
oh,
me an example?
we were just out in the wop wops the other day. We were out hunting in the wop wops. It's just
okay. So it's
misk
like
nowhere.
it's
If
not
somebody
go there.
asked me
It is
this-
the middle of nowhere.
It's a name for the middle of nowhere.
Okay. That
We
makes
have
more
a
sense.
lot of middle of nowhere in New Zealand. There's a lot of
There's
land
a lot of
that's
middle of nowhere.
the wop wops, so it's a
Oh, okay. If I say, can you throw a couple of snags on, can you give us a couple of snags off the Barbie? What would you say that is?
Snags.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be prawns.
So it's gonna be a Bunnings snag, I think.
yeah, the good ones.
Yeah, the
At a
good.
dollar?
Yeah,
dollar on a
the
good
dollar,
day?
the dollar Bunnings snags.
Can't be beat.
Well,
Australians would thrive if they were awake right now.
How about like a baked potato that's wrapped in foil?
That sounds good though,
that's a good.
right now.
I mean,
No.
that's a good guess. That's a good guess.
Yeah.
Solid
Yeah,
guess.
that is.
It is a.
Well, Pet's getting it.
That's getting it.
Oh, I'm not looking at chat. I'm not cheating.
Pet's allowed to play, but I think there's Australians in the chat, so.
Oh, okay.
Australians, it'd be like midnight.
I mean, you are regularly up at midnight, Tim.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
I mean, I was here till like 3 a.m. yesterday. That's very normal for me too.
Hey, Aussie going Bunnings snags. Yeah, hell yeah. It's a sausage off the barbecue.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay, last one.
I've got it. Him?
Yeah, you go ahead. Although some of these definitely, like, they're ones we inherited from the British.
Definitely. We do have British-esque slang. I have a list because I have a friend from Texas who visited me a few years ago,
Yeah.
and there were so many instances where one of us would say something and that person would just go, the
Like-
fuck? And so we wrote them all down.
I'm pretty sure, Ellie, you guys use the term munted, right?
Munted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No?
Okay.
Okay.
Pelicans can't launch until the hangar's clear.
We say week in Scotland and in Ireland, which I know you do. We don't say it in England, really.
What do you say?
I have heard that word before though.
Munted.
Munted?
Yeah.
Munted, I feel like, is a bit self-explanatory.
Yeah, I mean, like, what else could it
It
possibly
really
be?
is not.
Oh, really? It feels...
It's just like a verb.
Yeah, if I say that building is munted.
Like, obviously, what does that mean?
I mean, it has sort of a negative energy, like an aura.
Sad and shilpit.
Yeah.
It means like just beat up.
Yeah, a wee bit fucked. Okay, the last one that really upset my friend from Texas was togs.
Oh, togs.
What
Everyone needs some togs, you know?
Is it not shoes, but like waterproof shoes?
I mean, interesting detail, but no.
Yeah.
Underwear.
No.
You're in the right area though.
Is it like a swimsuit?
Yes, nice.
I'm starting to get the shakes now. I can like feel the.
What, from the total lack of food and excess of caffeine you've had?
I've only had two things. Get back to the
Yeah, I
ops
was about
center.
to say, is this problem made better or worse by having more caffeine? Like, what's the solution?
Yeah, no, there you go. So you all failed your test. But lucky for you, you guys get to see me try and name all of the countries in Europe and the United States when we reach $16,000.
Hold on.
The countries in the United States.
I feel like we did pretty well.
You definitely got in the right ballpark.
That's
I
true.
feel like what was the hardest, but that's also very, very bogan.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't even know what bogan means, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I actually do know what bogan means.
What does bogan mean? Tell us.
It's like some people might say lower class, though of course that offends my socialist sensibilities. But like just the regular blue-collar working people.
No.
From the countryside.
No, I mean,
or
like,
is this the Australian version?
No,
of that?
bogan.
It's a specific type of trashy.
It's trashy, but it's not lower. I mean, you would be lower class. Like, it's hard to imagine an upper class bogan.
They exist. They definitely exist.
Okay, people who come from upper class backgrounds can be bogan, but like.
Yes.
It's almost inherently lower class to describe someone as bogan. It's like it's a negative term we use. Well, we don't use. I don't use.
No.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I know it's a negative term. I just, you know. That is what I meant. It's just I didn't put it that way.
Oh, good. We got there.
Where?
It's New Zealand.
No, shut up.
He means his address specifically because we were talking about. You know how you said you had people come to your house before.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't just show up. It was like a meetup, and they came
Had
to.
to meet up at your house?
No, I had it in Hamburg, but I have a pretty tight knit community, and some people then went to the city where I live 2 days later, and we hung out. And I was like, "Do you want to take like pictures in front of the bookshelf, and then also immediately fuck off out of my apartment again?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure."
That's, man, I don't know. Like, people. I'd be very weirded out if someone came to my house. No.
Yeah, I mean, again, I took them there. So
Yeah.
it's just
They didn't turn up.
Yeah.
I've been very fortunate. That I've never had any negative fan interactions ever. Which I'm glad.
So not even like the occasional death threat over like having a bad take on Avatar?
I actually don't think I've ever gotten a death threat.
Damn. We really do move in very different circles.
Dude, you talk about politics.
Yeah.
Every single time I foray into politics, I regret it, and I generally do not make that the focus of my analyses. Whereas you make a video called "Why Every Millennial is a Communist."
I mean, that wasn't even the title of the video, but it was the the general. To summarize it, is because they can see that capitalism is failing, and they are looking for an alternative.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
as a millennial, you're not wrong with that point.
I'll be back in a second. My goodness. Ugh.
Oh yeah. Also, my co-host apparently years before he was subscribed to my channel and even knew of my existence, walked past my apartment and didn't even know. And I was already living there. So I don't know why he came to this city in the wop wops of Germany.
Hello?
I don't think we can hear you.
Crimson? Potentially. Oh.
Audie.
Oh no, that was
Right,
Ellie
this is
leaving.
it.
Oh. Oh, there. I heard something. Oh. Very quiet. Very, very, very quiet.
Turn your mic sensitivity up.
I don't think we can hear you.
Sure, one moment.
Hello, have I missed any disasters? No?
No, we're doing fairly well.
That's good.
I feel.
Okay, where the hell am I going? Yeah.
It's towards the direction the guys with the guns are facing.
Yeah.
It's usually a safe bet.
I'm at the thing. I'm at the giant machine. I don't know what that is. Here. Get back to the ops center. Am I even in the ops center? I don't know if this is... Oh. Oh, I just killed one of my fellow officers.
Oh no.
And they're like not even... They don't even care. Like, they're just like, oh, wow, man, that was... funny prank.
It's just a joke, bro.
Just a joke, bro.
Get
up off the ground as he's riddled with bullets.
This game really... It does give you like a good feeling of being like with a squad of soldiers as opposed to just one guy.
Where is ops center?
Do you have a map?
I don't.
It looks like you're in an ops center.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like I'm in the ops center, but like there's guys standing in every room, and there's just a room that I need to be in, and then it'll trigger something. Like, not in here. That will tell. Absolute chads. One of the comments, you're a Spartan, that guy was probably a traitor. I love that, like, well, he's an experienced soldier, he must have known well.
He must have deserved it.
He must have deserved it. What's the other option? Trying to take down the Spartan, you know? Like...
He just, when he got shot, he was like, I'm just gonna stand here and let this happen.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that if a Spartan, like, just decided to kill someone from me, I'd be like, you know what, you're probably right.
Yeah, you're like, I probably did do something wrong. I'm gonna let this,
Absolutely.
Gonna let this happen.
The ground has arrows telling you how to get to the op center. Does it? I do not see any arrows on the ground. Tell me where my arrows are.
Another try for Crimson?
Alright, hang on. Vehicle depot.
Still there. Very quiet.
Am I still coming in quietly?
Oh, who? Someone's joined us. Who has joined us?
Krimson is here, but Krimson is very, very quiet.
Oh,
You can barely
Krimson!
hear them.
Oh, I can turn Crimson.
Yeah.
I think that.
Well, we also can't hear him.
Crimson, welcome.
Hey, Tim, thanks for having me. I think I need to fix something.
If you guys independently turn up his output on Discord, you'll be able to hear him well.
He sounds fine on
Already did that.
200%. He's fine.
All good now,
Wait,
Crimson. We got you.
yeah.
Oh, I need to rescue Marines in the barracks, apparently. So now I need to find my way to the barracks, wherever that is.
Am I coming through okay now?
Okay, that is the ops center.
Apparently Alt F4 makes the arrows visible again. Oh, wait.
Yes!
Yep. Don't
attempt this.
I was not even kidding. I literally pressed F4, and if I died, the only reason I didn't do Alt F4 is because my brain was too slow to pick up that I needed to press Alt as well.
Yeah. I mean,
you
heard...
to the folder. That
I did
also
process
really
it after I said it, but it is 3:30, so.
Well, you were moving. I mean, on the thing, you were moving away from it. I saw the ops center arrow, and it did point to the place
but
where
now,
you were in.
yeah, I know. So I was in the place, but now I've got to find my way to the barracks, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Which that's the hangar bay. So where the hell is my?
How about the rocks? And there's Obama is there.
Tim, keep going the way that you're going. You will eventually get to the barracks.
Much better.
Okay, well, you're 30 seconds behind me, so I've got to go back the way I just left. Okay. People saying that we nearly got him. Nah, screw you guys. I'm too good. I'm too good. Too incompetent. You can't catch me. This is not a way to go. No one wants me to go this way.
It's been too long since I played this game. I don't even remember this section, real.
Neither do I. Having played it once.
Played it once a wee while ago.
It's gotta be somewhere. What's this way? Nothing. Nothing is that way. The ops center is this way.
Maybe it's like beyond the ops center somehow.
I think you got to go back to the ops center, and then you'll take a different hallway down towards the barracks from there.
That's the hangar bay. This came through the. This is immensely
Incredible gameplay is what this is.
That's absolutely riveting.
It's just... I am transfixed on this screen right now.
Alright, okay. Oh, I found more people. Great. Lovely. Oh, I actually went here already.
This was much funnier for those of you that aren't awake in the middle of the night.
Yeah. That is very true.
Sorry, Crimson, you're here. Are you here, or are you like blah blah? Are you not here?
I'm here. I hope I'm coming through all right.
You are coming
you're
through
good
perfectly clear to me.
Okay.
So Crimson, would you like to tell everybody what you do, where people can find you, and give us an interesting fact about yourself, as well as your name, your social security number, your credit card details. Those would all be helpful details, just so that people know you. You know.
Well, my social security number is 123456789. No, so I'm Krimson Rogue. I am a loud, opinionated braggart who reviews books in overly long and overly detailed form, usually at the scale of several hours. did Empress Teresa, that was almost 7 hours in total. Mostly it can be found on YouTube or on Twitter at Krimson Rogue, misspelled because it's just more fun that way. And interesting fact, I do obstacle course races for fun.
Yeah. For the record, people in... Wait, you do off-course races for fun?
Obstacle course races.
I mean, that's fantastic. And yes, this was meant to be like one of those horrible icebreakers. I love making people just because it's funny. But thank you for sharing such incredible things. You guys should go check out his stuff. He does very, very interesting work on book stuff. Do you count yourself as part of, I don't know, BookTube, ReviewTube, EssayTube?
I would probably qualify myself more as BookTube than anything else.
Yeah. That's fair. Absolutely fair.
But, nah, fun. I mostly just torture myself by reading terrible, terrible books.
Which is the worst.
Breaking down why they don't work.
If you could point people to, like, one of your videos.
The very worst one, I would probably have to say, is Onision's Reaper's Creek. Because there's a section in that particular book that I will just say that it's not pleasant discussion topics for this kind of a live stream. Where, you know, it's wholesome and family friendly, obviously. So, second to that is probably After by Anna Todd, the review I'm working on right now. It is detestable in every way you can be.
Oh, I thought you had reviewed After before.
I reviewed the first third of After, but I've got like 50 pages of notes to go through.
Oh gosh.
Have you ever read the classic book, Eternal Undying Love by Brett Keane?
I am looking for a copy of that. If you know where I can find it.
I may potentially. I know some people. But it is truly something special.
The Brett Keane undermarket that you are clearly close to.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated situation.
People have been suggesting that one for a while, but I mean, I can't find anywhere to buy it.
Yeah, to just get an individual copy can be difficult. But I do know some people. I might actually, if you don't mind, I might like ask them and then reach out to you.
Yeah, sure. I got a PO box that we could send it to.
Are you good with? Do you need like physical copies, or are you good with ebooks?
I prefer the physical copies myself, but if ebook is the only way we can manage it, then I'll deal.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is Afterlife Simulation by Brett. He put out a new book? That is crazy. Yeah.
It's
There's a lot of inside jokes about this. about this guy.
I like know nothing about Brett Keane as an author, so
yeah, you should be happy about that. Are you, Krimson? Are you like familiar with Brett Keane deep lore?
Not deep. Like I've heard scant amount, and that was just enough to get me interested. I prefer to let the book do as much talking for itself that it can. Like no in-depth research or lore to how terrible the author might happen to be. I want the book to speak for itself as much as possible.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
welcome,
I'm
Daniel.
not gonna get into this.
Daniel, welcome.
Daniel Green.
How's it going, everybody?
Good. How many hours are we in? Like
17 and a half.
17-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea how that's... I did 7 hours, and I was gonna die at the end of it. I don't know how you do 24.
currently 3:30 in the
With
morning.
Stubbornness.
It's 3 in the morning.
It is 3:30 in the morning here in New Zealand. You know, it's a perfectly normal time, and at $16,000, we
Holy
are
crap.
going to. I'm going to name all of the U.S. states, all 62 of them, in order on
Which order?
in order on the map. You watch me. It's gonna be
Okay.
It's gonna be fantastic.
Map order, naturally.
Yeah, map order? What the hell are you talking about?
Like, you know,
In order
ranking
from
them.
1 to 62.
Ranking them by
Numerical order.
No, I'm gonna rank them by agrarian exports by the ton. Like, was that not obvious?
The numerical order is the most important factor with American states.
I'll give you a big hint right now. There's no bees.
There's no bees?
You have no bees?
There's no bees.
There's
Like the insect?
He is.
No, there's no state that starts with the letter B.
Oh, I thought you were talking like America just wiped out all their bees.
Well, we're doing that, but
Give
that
us
hasn't
time.
happened yet.
Boo you.
Also, helpful clue for naming American states. We've obliterated our population of insects. Directly relevant to the names.
I actually,
No bees.
my plant farm has so
Plant
many.
your garden?
It's my plant farm. It's not a garden.
Tim.
It's my plant farm. All right.
Okay. I feel like there needs to be a certain level of turnout for it to classify as a farm, but that's alright. You're not exporting large amounts of kiwi fruit, so...
Oh, we are at $16,000.32. Thank you very much to Fantasy News. Can't name the states. Okay, all right, guys, let's go.
I really wanted you to start naming the states, so I just paid for it.
U.S. states taste. Okay, this is GeoGuessr. Okay, all right. I've got to make sure I do this right. Getting up sources.
Now, Tim, is Boston a state? I want to know your level of like competence here.
Boston is not a state.
Okay, he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
How about Southie?
What about Birmingham?
Birmingham is not a state. Hang on. Okay. I need.
Oh, is Bostonian a culture?
Maybe it sounds like a type of tea.
I don't know actually that one. Okay, hang on.
It's a
Canberra?
proud rich. Sorry?
Oh, that's still just Canberra.
I've never heard that word before.
I was like, Australia has states as well,
Yeah,
very creatively named.
let me
North, west, south.
Do you think that
Wait, really?
Do you think Canberra is a state, Daniel?
No, it sounds like a snake that didn't quite make the like creation process from God.
Oh, dear.
Okay, all right.
It's literally the
Oh, wait.
capital city of Australia.
Wait, before you choose anything, Matt, Tim, just try to find Ohio. Just point to Ohio.
Yes.
I don't want to do it straight off the bat because I'll get it wrong.
Just point.
Click on Ohio.
Just click on Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio is actually the city in the world where most astronauts come from.
There we go. How do you?
It's also the place where depression comes from.
Now I get mixed up on. Did I get that right?
I didn't see where you clicked. Just like leave your cursor there. I'll see it.
It goes white.
We're
You'll see it.
way
You got a stream lag.
Yeah.
way behind on the imaging.
Definitely.
Yep, that's Ohio. That's
Yeah.
Ohio. You got
There
it.
you go.
Now I get mixed up between Wisconsin and Michigan. I'm pretty sure Michigan is the one that's on the coast, and Michigan's the one that's stolen the piece of land from Wisconsin. So I think Wisconsin's the one just to the it's the one that looks like it should have the piece of land but doesn't.
Yeah, that's actually right.
And then New York is the one which has the tiny little thing, but Albany is the capital, not New York.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah.
Holy
it's
crap,
got
I'm
a
learning
little
so much
gentleman
right now.
New York is like a giant square, rectangular one, but it's got a tiny little bit that out the end.
Oh no.
No, it's not
I
rectangular.
noticed everything you just said is
no,
wrong.
it's not rectangular. I think it's. Okay. Oh, Maine. I'm not gonna get Maine. I know it's. I know it's one of the tiny little ones up in the corner, or like one of the ones up in the corner.
Which one looks like Stephen King would come from there? That's the question.
Which one is
that area? Is the Balkans of the U.S. really?
I think that Maine might be the one that is in the top right, but I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure that one's like Vermont. All right, I'm just gonna go for that one. Yep, got Maine.
Nice.
Yeah, which one was South Stephen King? I love that he sets all of his books in South
No, it's great. Also, I don't know if it's because I'm from Virginia, but everyone knows which one Virginia is, right? Like, it's just one of the most known states. It's like California.
Virginia's a bit difficult.
Okay, I'm wrong then. That's just home bias from me.
South Dakota. Well, it's got to be
for the one
that looks
awesome
like it
state.
has a north. Oh man.
I'm having some people's audio cut out. I can't hear them much. Is that an issue on my end, or?
I was just listening, and I have no suppression turned on, so it probably didn't fully pick it up as human speech.
Gotcha. Your accent makes everything you say sound very informative, and I love it. Thank you.
I'm assuming it's a compliment.
It is. It is.
I don't believe our accents are anything to talk about, to be honest. But
well, American late night television, if you have an accent, will just give you a show, so you can come over here and you'll just get one. It's fantastic how that works.
It is late at night right now, so that's poignant.
I am not going to get Massachusetts. Massachusetts is one that I just have no clue for. So I think it's in the south, and I think it's on the coast.
While Tim's on that, one of you has to guess the regions of New Zealand.
I'm going to guess that it's next.
I'm doing it.
I got it on. Oh no.
Okay.
So what do you mean? You just click on it, it's New Zealand.
Click on Manawatu
completely wrong.
Waganawi.
I did not get Massachusetts.
Wait, say that word again real quick, Tim.
What?
It's the state name you just said.
Massachusetts?
There's so many letters. What?
Is that not correct?
Sure. So, you know what? Accents are allowed to be a thing. It's correct for you. That's all that matters.
Why is it giving me all the difficult ones first? Maryland?
Oh, come on, you gotta know Maryland.
No, Maryland is not one that I know very well. I think
Here's a hint. Maryland's the one with a bunch of crabs.
That helps.
Okay, I think I've been hovering over 2 next to Maine, or like around that area, because I'm pretty sure Maryland was one of the first like colonies, right? It was one of the early ones, right? So it's on the
original 13.
Yeah, it's one of the original 13.
Do you want me to give you a very big hint?
Yeah, sure.
I grew up I could drive to Maryland in like 2 hours, and I grew up in Virginia, so I don't know if that's going to affect where you're putting it, but think about that.
I have a very bad scope of how long it takes to drive across the United States, so...
For me to go to New York from Virginia is about 6 hours.
Dude, that's like, you're asking me to do like triangulation of like distances to figure this out.
Okay, look, I'll share it. Basically, DC is between Maryland and Virginia.
Context: no point in New Zealand is more than 3 hours away from a beach, so our like frame of reference for driving long distances is really like you're talking about the length of the country when you say like 10 hours.
I'll never forget when I was in Ireland and this guy was like, "Yeah, I haven't seen my dad in years. The drive's just too long." And I was like, "How far?" And he's like, "It's like 45 minutes." I was like, "Dude, what?"
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Oklahoma is one of like the middle state somewhere.
Oklahoma feels... I don't know. Certain states just resonate to me as like racist American states, and that immediately gives me
a really horrible order to get them in, because it's giving me all of the ones I don't know, and if I usually get like the ones that I kind of semi-know, I can more easily pick out the ones I don't know.
So there's only so many you can like memorize without clicking on.
Okay, here's an amazing hint. Oklahoma looks like it's reaching a little bit.
Yeah, it's got like, it's that one. Yeah, got it. Louisiana. Louisiana Purchase. Louisiana's on the bottom coast somewhere.
It's often compared to a boot.
Well, okay, well that gives it away.
Sorry, okay, I don't know.
Montana is
America.
Montana is next to Utah, right? I think it's the big square one that's like perfectly a big rectangular one. It's like nearly. Oh, that was Colorado. Oh no, I'm getting them all wrong. Or is it the one at the top? It's next to Canada. Ah, I'm too tired for this. Yeah, there we go. I got it on my last guess. Connecticut, which is also on the bottom. No, Connecticut's not on the bottom. Connecticut's on the East Coast. It's because it connects to New York. Got it. Minnesota. Minnesota is. My brain is not good for this.
It's just like I'm reading into where your like cursor is going while you're thinking, and it's just fascinating to see you go in like the exact wrong direction so many times.
Minnesota. Okay, Minnesota. It feels like it's cold.
In fairness, this is not something we are remotely taught in school, so Tim's learned this out of his own initiative. I would be getting none of these right.
I hope you understand. I'm genuinely impressed.
He's doing well.
Yeah, I would fail this hard.
And there are plenty of Americans that would have trouble with this.
Yeah.
Click on Mississippi.
Exhibit A.
Wait until he tries to find Rhode Island, the state that most Americans forget about.
Rhode Island's the tiny, tiny, tiny little one in the north. So
nice.
Where do you think H.P. Lovecraft would come from, basically?
Yeah, basically.
As much as I love watching you embarrass yourself online, I do have to leave to make lentil soup for the birthday party. I will, however, go back to see you do this about Europe and just laugh.
Well,
I might send you a recording of me laughing. So you'll have a good one. I'll see you around.
All right, bye. Thank you for joining Burgerkrieg. Kansas, if I remember, is Kansas the one that has the point in American Gods, which is the dead center of the United States? Or was that like, Kansas?
I will say I find Kansas to look rather sad.
Looks
Think
sad.
Wizard of Oz.
What does that even mean?
Which state looks like someone would name a dog Dodo there?
I don't know. Okay, I got it first try. Kentucky. Oh, that's the fried chicken, right? That's the fried chicken. Yeah. Click on New Mexico. New Mexico is on the border next to Texas. What? Yep. Click on Georgia. That is the one in southeast. Florida. Tennessee. That is the one. Yeah, Tennessee. I'm not particularly good at.
Tim, I think you just broke the law. Every time someone mentions New Mexico, you have to mention Breaking Bad. I think that's like legally required.
I
now.
did. Sorry. That does go through my brain now. That
good.
That Breaking Bad takes place there, and I very much enjoyed that show. Tennessee, is it on the south coast? Is it that big? Ordered. Yeah, I'm gonna get this one. I got a second try. I knew it was one of the two. Nevada. That one. I'm just gonna make sure I get this right. That's California.
Tim knows where Sin City is. Should we read into that right now? Is that a thing we should talk about?
Not this early in the morning. We don't want to apply too much context to any thoughts right now.
That's oh, hang on. Am I getting this wrong? Arizona's is Nevada inland. No. What? What's that? That one, Nevada. Oh, that one is Nevada. Whoops, got a second try. Illinois. Oh, Illinois
He's trying to
is
cover up for himself.
Illinois is the one on the bottom. No, that's...
I mean, he's doing significantly better than I would, so there's that.
Illinois is the first state that counts its presidential vote. So it's always... And it's the one that's just to the west of Ohio in a bit. I think it's... It looks like a square. I swear it looks like...
Where states entertain me?
No, Iowa is the one that counts its presidential votes first, not Illinois. Started with I. I got that one wrong.
This is so entertaining for some reason. Like, I am captivated right now.
Now, to be clear, I've been up for, like, 20 hours, so my knowledge is admittedly pretty slowed. I would probably know that Iowa was the state that counts their presidential votes first on the top of my head better than I do now, normally. Delaware I'm probably not going to get, but Delaware was one of the first 13, right? Wasn't it?
It was one of them.
Yeah, okay, so it's on the East Coast. I think it's one of the small ones. No, I'm not getting.
It's not depressing. It's still impressive. I brought up the New Zealand one and asked me the first question, and I just went, nope. I've never heard that word.
You're like, that's not even in English, man.
Yeah.
That's Pennsylvania. That's definitely Pennsylvania.
Look at Australian states. They're much easier.
There's only like 7 of them.
And they're North Australia, West Australia, South Australia, and...
I didn't even see it. Washington, that's in the top left. Below that is the one I like that has life. Texas. I wonder which one. Nothing's bigger than Texas except Australia, which is twice the size.
I used to think Texas was the most recognizable state, but Alaska is a thing, and I think that kind of by default wins.
Out of the ones that are smushed together, Texas definitely is the most recognizable.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
if you gave me the shape on its own, I could name it as Texas. I couldn't do that for any of the others, especially the ones that are just squares.
Yeah. Oh god, no one could.
Yeah.
Spot the difference between Colorado and... Yeah. Wait, Crimson, where are you from?
I believe I'm about 2 hours north of you, actually.
Oh yeah. I think we talked about that at some point. Sorry, I'm brain dead.
Probably. Nah, that's cool.
Now, I think Vermont is the one on the Canadian border, and it's the one that Sanders is from. One that has a lot of forest. And has a very pretty. I think that one of the 2 triangle ones. But I think it's the one. Yeah, there we go. South Carolina. Well, it's going to be the one that is just south of North. Click on Hawaii. Arkansas. Oh, I'm never going to get that one. Oh, got a second try. Missouri. Nope. Okay, that one is Virginia. That one's West Virginia. That's Pennsylvania. That is that one Missouri. Alaska, Nebraska is the one that Big Bang Theory is from, and it's middle of nowhere. So
That's the weirdest sentence I've ever heard someone say.
I hate that as my reference to Nebraska because I hate the Big Bang Theory show so much.
It was just so out of left field. I did not expect that to come up at all.
I know very minimal things about most states. Like, okay, what's a state? Name a state, and I will tell you what my impression of it is.
I almost just said Nebraska. Wow, Florida.
Florida. I mean, everyone knows it's the crazy person state.
West Virginia.
That was easy.
The song.
Okay, yeah.
It's Country Road. That's basically what I think.
Oregon.
Oh, so pretty, and it has all the hippies in it, and I love it. And yeah.
Rhode Island.
It's really, really rich. No, I'm thinking of Coney Island. I don't know anything about Rhode Island, really.
Oh, Murph is in the chat.
I will say Tim's knowledge of unique state details was probably above average for non-Americans as well.
Yeah, I think it's above
absolutely.
average
He's
for
doing fantastic.
Americans.
Yeah.
You need to understand, this is above average for Americans.
Yeah,
Tim is
yeah,
doing great.
There's just people in the comments being like, oh my god, how do you mix up these two? And I'm like, I can name Texas and Alaska, and that is it, and that is probably what most people from New Zealand can do. So.
Indiana was the state that Mike Pence was the governor for. And it is...
You just know that?
Yes.
Random collection of
Damn,
facts
I didn't
in
know
his
that.
brain.
Alabama, that's the one with all the incest.
Yeah, that tracks.
As someone who lived there, I can confirm. Absolutely true.
New Hampshire.
It is amazing that Stephen King might be the most commonly thought of when people think of Maine. Like, he just is such a well-known author. Like, if you think Maine, you think Stephen King at this point.
Colorado is... Oh, damn it. I knew that one was Utah. Why did I click that? I knew it was Utah. I knew it was Mormon country. My goodness. God. Actually, you'll be shocked with how much I know about Mormon theology as well.
Will we be shocked, or is that, like... I feel like I wouldn't be shocked by that.
I got 66%. That is depressing. My goodness, that is depressing.
Really damn good,
No.
dude.
Chat, tell me...
Above an F.
Okay, Europe map test. Alright, we're going Europe map test now. Okay. Let me see.
I actually think 66% is really good. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm not kidding when I said I could name 2 states and then I'd stop. I could give you vague, like, do I think this country is this state is yeehaw or not, and that's about it.
I think we need to take a break to talk about Tim's self-talk real quick, guys. And...
Yeah!
I'm sorry, how have you been, Daniel? I've sort of just been doing map things for ages now.
Oh, you know what it's like when you're in the middle of trying to finish a book. You just live in it. And so I've been doing that and occasionally taking breaks to make videos. And I haven't gone to the gym in like 6 months. That's the current condition.
But I mean, I'm reading your book. I am halfway through it now. You know?
Thank you. Your feedback has been instrumental. And the funny part is I'm actually rewriting the ending as you're going through it. So I'm trying to like finish the ending before you get to the part where I'm still trying to like rework the plot. It's great. I'm
enjoying it, and I won't say anything. I won't say anything about it. You're welcome to say whatever you want to about it, but no, it's been fascinating. Crimson Rogue, who's in the chat here, he actually just finished my book today, and sent me a very kind email. Very nice, and that put me in a very, very good mood for the stream. I literally opened it 30 minutes before I started streaming. I'm sorry I couldn't reply, but
I figured you were doing prep work for this anyway, but yeah, no, I really enjoyed it.
It was very kind of you. Thank you.
Krimson, your book reviews are always like, I feel like they're events for whatever book you're tearing into because it's so fascinating. Like, I've never seen someone so consistently go so deep, and like, you're one of those people who like, you present your thoughts even in a way where I'm like, if I disagree, I still completely understand where you're coming from, and that is a genuine talent. Like, good on you for figuring that out.
I want you to say that all again so I can write it down and put it up on my wall somewhere. No, but thank you. That means a lot coming from you, actually. Your videos are consistently on point, and your information for fantasy news is, I mean, I find it fascinating how much stuff you're able to cover so concisely.
The key is to just get really good at just reading the article and realizing that these people fluff it up to a massive like extent to keep you on their website longer, and you take the 2 points that they made for this gargantuan article and you just say those 2 points and move on. It's my job is essentially to condense what all these like algorithms that spit out news articles are fluffing up. It's quite formulaic in the end of it.
Makes sense.
Monaco.
I didn't know that was a place.
I can't remember where it is.
Neither did I.
I know like what it's not, but I can't remember what it is.
I was gonna say,
Well, it doesn't help that the borders in Europe change every 5 minutes.
Yeah. For all the Americans in the chat that were talking smack at Tim for not knowing certain states, I'd like to see them have a go at all of Europe.
Yeah.
I love how protective you are of Tim, where you're like,
absolutely.
back off.
It's frustrating because when you interact with Americans online, you get a lot of like, oh my god, how do you not know that this state and this state are different? It's like, okay, where's Italy?
I'm like literally looking around this and I'm going, that's Estonia, that's Latvia, that's Lithuania, that's Romania, that's North Macedonia, that's Kosovo, that's Slovenia, that's Serbia, Greece, that's Montenegro. Like, I'm looking at all these, I'm going, I know none of these are Monaco, but I don't know which one is
I was gonna say,
Monaco.
which one's one you haven't named?
Yeah, that's the thing. But, like, I know that one's Liechtenstein. It's gotta be one of the ones... Oh, it was actually the one on the coast of France. I thought I clicked
Tim, you're
that.
getting a couple people in chat asking if you could scroll down a little bit because you have your banner covering a lot of Europe.
Sorry.
It's also very impressive.
There we go. Is that... There we go. Click on Monaco. There we go. Montenegro. Montenegro is down in the Balkans. I am 90 sure it... One. Yep. San Marino is the one in the Italy. I'm pretty... Northern one or the southern one? I'm pretty sure it's the southern one. No. Oh, god damn, I'm dumb. Of course it's Vatican City. Screw me.
Is there any way I could, like... I know on Twitch you can host someone's stream and, like, send your audience that way. Is there any way I can do that on YouTube, or they not have that feature yet?
I don't think that is a thing yet.
Damn.
That one is... That's awesome. Oh, sorry. That one... Czechoslovakia.
Sorry, I had to leave for a brief period. What are you doing?
I'm naming all of the countries in Europe.
Oh, you're not naming all the states in America?
He's done that.
Oh, you did that? I missed it!
You can just scroll back on the thingamajiggy, the stream.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You got 66%, which I think is above average for most Americans.
Yeah, it's very well done. And he had a fun fact about most states, which was very entertaining, and they were very random.
Would you like more about the about European states? Like, no, probably not. Slovakia is it's Czechoslovakia, of course, obviously split. Czech Republic, or Czechia, and Slovakia. 90% sure that one's Austria, and I'm pretty sure Czechoslovakia is the one that borders on Ukraine, which means that one. Sorry, that the Czech Republic is the one. Ukraine, which means that one is. Damn it! I switched them up. I got them wrong.
So I'm debating here: is Italy the most recognizable European country because of its distinct shape, or is it the UK as a whole, just because it's like the island that everyone knows and everyone knows that's the UK?
I feel like Italy first because it is just such a memey shape, you know?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I would agree Italy is more recognizable than the UK.
The UK everyone like knows because, you know, it's popular in like media and stuff like that. But Italy's definitely, if you're looking at Europe as a whole, the one that you're like, heh a boot.
Yeah.
It was beautifully
Don't tell
put.
me I'm wrong though.
That is how
No,
beautifully
you're wrong.
this everyone has. No, like
Bulgaria. I have Bulgaria.
Although, if you're looking at European countries, I don't want to give them credit for much, but it's pretty hard to screw up which one's Russia. Like,
Yeah.
That
the
one's
big
also
one.
fairly good.
Yeah. you can point to like a lot of areas and it will be Russia.
You could close your eyes and go, and you'd probably be right.
Yeah, exactly.
Even on a world scale, to be honest, you have like a significant chance of getting Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also only because of the map distortion.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Are they still the most square miles, or is that No, it is Russia. It's not Canada, right? Russia's the biggest.
Russia wins.
I think
Yeah,
Russia
it's
wins.
got to.
Tim, I have a personal message from a fan for you.
Hang on, I am currently...
Okay.
I hope you're watching me
Very
nail
focused.
basically the entirety of
Yes, I'm very
the
impressed.
art. 81%, and for the record, the only one that I like, there were only two that I felt like I didn't really know, and that was Bulgaria and Monaco. So
Also very fast.
I want to ask, what are you planning, Tim?
Well, you know, every so often the borders of Europe must be redrawn. That is the that's just part of it now. There you go. Chat, I hope you were proud of me. I hope that that made you happy. Yeah, Bulgaria I got mixed up on. I definitely thought North Macedonia was Bulgaria, and that's my fault. There is a North Macedonia and there is not a South Macedonia. What?
I love that you're like, that was my fault, as if it could be the fault of anything or anyone else.
Okay, yeah, alright, shut up. That's I'd be curious, Daniel, how do you think you would deal with that? Or Crimson, what do you think? What about you?
Wait, you mean a map of Europe?
Yeah, a map of Europe.
I'd get like 5 countries. Dude, I'm a result of the Southern American education system. I'd get 5 countries and then just start clicking. Like, I get like France, Spain, Germany, UK. Like, I'd be able to get most UK. I can get all of UK countries. And then from there, it's going to be madness. I can barely struggle. And I've been to Europe. I'm not good. And on top of that, like, geography is my weakest subject. It took me moving to Tennessee to learn that Tennessee is below Kentucky.
Wow. I mean,
I would probably.
Sorry, continue, Crim.
I'm sorry, I was going to say I'd probably do about as well. I was thinking to myself, like, it's Europe. How complicated could it be? Like, I got Germany, France, Spain, and then you got like Luxembourg and Liechtenstein and like everything in the Balkans. Like,
well,
nope.
I mean, come on, Liechtenstein's like an easy one.
No, it's not.
No, I mean,
okay,
hang on.
If you think so,
What?
I don't.
Liechtenstein is an easier one because you know it's tiny, which means you know it's not any of the big ones. You know it's not any of almost all of the visible ones. You know it's going to be
like
one of the tiny ones.
40 tiny ones.
Yeah, but you also know it's landlocked, right? So you
No!
know...
No!
You're making these vast assumptions about my knowledge.
Okay, literally, the only thing I know about Liechtenstein is that that's where Heath Ledger's character from A Knight's Tale was supposedly from.
Huh. Well,
That's
I mean,
really fun.
You also know that...
That's literally, I thought it was made up.
I mean, you also know that Liechtenstein is like the tiny little principality that every single Vanessa Hudgens Christmas movie is based on. So...
No. I don't know who Vanessa Hudgens is, Tim.
Well, you should. Wait, Vanessa Hudgens was like my childhood crush. I
don't know your childhood crushes. I'm sorry. That's not information I'm privy to at this time.
That's niche.
Wait, you do know who Vanessa Hudgens is, right? Like, you're not like joking.
Nope. I know the name, but I
High
couldn't
School
pick her out of the
Musical
lineup.
star?
Never watched it.
You're not missing out.
Thank you.
I'm the same. I couldn't imagine a face.
Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate it.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I could literally go through and I could probably, from memory, draw the Wheel of Time, the Lord of the Rings, the Narnia, the all those maps. I could nail from memory, just not the real ones.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, guys, look, I don't think I could do Africa. I'm very sorry, but my African geography is very poor, and I would disappoint all of you. It's
Do the New Zealand regions.
Oh, I mean, that's... Oh, actually, to be honest, I would be awful, because the North Island to me is just one big clump of land, and I don't really care about it, so...
Yeah, fuck the North Island. Or frick the North Island, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Family friendly.
You can,
was I not
you can
supposed to swear the
it, it's
entire
fine.
24 hours? It's too late for that.
Sorry.
We have done a swear at least a couple of times.
Many times.
You should
After the
see when
number-
Burgerkrieg was here. I mean, the number of child labor jokes. Just-
Tim has been like, oh, I will kill children.
Yeah, we've circled back to the child murder labor topic like at least 3 times independently.
I threatened to murder the children in the Bioshock games unless we got more donations, so, you know.
Did you do it?
No, they kept on donating.
How disappointing.
Yeah, the first part was like the frustration in Tim's voice as more donations were coming in, and he was like, oh, I at one point I think that was, but I want to see the animations for when they die.
Animations? Oh god.
During my signing live stream, we got into all the times we've accidentally committed animal cruelty in our lives, so don't worry. It's just like a natural part of live streaming that eventually your darkest
I know
stuff comes
exactly
up.
what you mean. I killed a mouse a few years ago and I still think about it.
Speaking of charity, though, you have raised over 60 grand for charity through your Kickstarter.
Okay, so that's a misconception that I made sure I was very clear on in the video. For this one, only 10% is going to charity because we have to recuperate costs on this bookmark. But my next deluxe edition book, 100% of it's going to charity. So it's just 10% of this one, and then 100% of my next book's going to charity.
Oh, there we go.
Or the deluxe edition book, yeah.
Still amazing, though.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for spreading
Dude,
lies.
you got over 60,000?
In Kiwi dollars, I imagine, but for the bookmarks right now, we're at $43,000.
Yeah, sorry. In the weak New Zealand dollar, I'm so sorry.
it goes up quite a good chunk.
I imagine your dollars are literally just the kiwi bird, and you just pass a lot of them around. Like millionaires just have farms of kiwis.
Like I would love that, but there are literally not enough kiwis to pass around. Like if you had like 100, you'd have like 50% of the population these days.
Hey, that's the way how you say.
Pictures of them on the money. That's about as far as we get.
Yeah.
Wait, really? That's amazing.
Our money's very colourful and it has birds on it.
It does. Every note has a
Google
different
New Zealand
bird.
money. They will have different native New Zealand birds. It's wonderful.
Okay, I love that.
It looks like Monopoly money. It's so vibrant.
I still remember very clearly, early into our friendship, Tim educated me on how big kiwis are. I thought they were baseball sized. They're like volleyball sized. They're massive.
Can you imagine a tiny kiwi? How cute would that be?
It would be very, very cute.
I mean, to be fair, there are smaller species of kiwi, but yeah, no, they're definitely like a solid basketball-sized bird.
I want to kick one so bad. I'm
oh
sorry,
my
I
gosh,
really
you
do.
You can't say that.
I'd really like to visit.
I wouldn't say I'd do it. I just want to see how far I could make it go.
To be fair, it would roll. They roll very, very well. Hang on. The reason why I know that.
How do you know?
Hold on. Here's a video of kiwis fighting that is surprisingly more violent than you expect. I'm gonna put it in the cool.
Do you guys have pheasants?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Not naturally occurring, but
yeah,
introduced.
Okay.
They're not super popular as birds. They never win Bird of the Year.
No, I'm just.
sure Bird of the Year is only natives, right?
Yeah, you've got to be here for real.
Yeah.
No, I only asked because like when they fight, it's also pretty brutal, and your comment reminded me.
Kiwis have quite massive claws, so they're real footsie with their fighting. But yeah, that video I sent you shows you them kind of like really throwing their mass around, but they're very spherical, so there's a lot of bouncing and rolling.
I just think I could kick one at least 15 feet. That's all.
Oh,
I'm
you
saying.
definitely could. They're very lightweight.
Good.
And very...
I mean, like from point of impact to where it hits the ground, not including a roll. Like I think I could get that much air out of it. That's what I'm trying to say.
And then they'd bounce a few more times.
Thank you for clarifying.
Gosh, look at them.
Yeah, they're...
You could.
This video is amazing.
I'm glad I
I mean,
introduced
falling
it to you.
off the tree branch is quite funny.
Yeah. The lack
Like
of
that
wings and arms on Kiwi make them significantly funnier when you're watching them run around. Because you expect them to put their wings out to like stabilize themselves, but they just don't.
They just don't.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm gonna
Holy,
use
holy
this for
Burke, it's
animation
adorable.
reference. I can so use this at the moment. I can make the goofiest thing.
Yeah, good. I'm glad.
I'll get it into like a super serious game as well.
Oh, please do.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't know how.
Tip, I don't mean to intrude, and feel free to say no to this right now, but I think the last 2 years I've been on your charity stream, or maybe just the last 1 year, I've done a Lord of the Rings quiz for you, and I'd like to keep that tradition going if you're open to it.
No, but you gotta reveal me as a fraud because I don't know nearly as much as people think I should know. Like,
Wait,
you gotta
Tim.
remember that I have a love for this series, but my memory of it is poor. And when I make these videos, I will like research extensively for the video, and then typically like am not able to commit everything I talk about to memory. So like,
Can we have a private sidebar real quick? Just real quick, Tim. It's gonna be an easy one. It's gonna be an easy one.
Okay, just go for it. If it makes you happy. If it makes
Now?
you yeah, all right, go for it.
All right,
if it
go for
makes
it.
you
All right, cool.
happy.
All right.
I don't know where I'm going, guys.
And how about we can do you can do a phone a friend for everyone in the chat with us once. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, that'd be great, but I'm pretty sure like everyone's useless here virtually.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That
except maybe
just rude.
Except maybe Crimson.
That was just mean, I think.
I'm sorry, Ellie. Do you feel like you know your Lord of the Rings lore particularly well?
You know my hot takes on.
I know your hot takes on Lord
You
of
know
the
the
Rings
answer to
lore.
that is a big no.
If you can you ask me more like thematic questions? Then I'll have a better chance.
That you can do an essay response.
That I can do an essay response to.
35 days.
Just
Okay.
that one scene where Aragorn kicks a helmet. You know, the real low tier fruit, low hanging fruit ones.
Okay, let's shoot. Let's go.
All right, so this is a quiz that increases in difficulty as you go.
Oh.
Let's say you'll keep at it until you get 3 wrong, and then that'll be the end of it.
Good.
Is that fair?
This is not gonna go well. My memory is so
well,
bad.
it starts easy. So question 1: Who is the malevolent Dark Lord that becomes ruler of Mordor?
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Who is the malevolent Dark Lord that becomes the ruler of Mordor?
Well, it's gotta be Morgoth. No, I'm kidding. It's Sauron.
Okay. Who is the actor that plays Frodo Baggins?
Elijah Wood.
You say it with an American accent. I swear to God. All right.
Elijah Wood. Elijah
there you go.
Wood. Do you wear
Who
wigs?
is the director of The Lord of the Rings?
Peter Jackson.
All right, we're getting through the easy ones. Easy. All right. Lord Sauron survives the defeat of the ultimate Dark Lord. Who is the ultimate Dark Lord?
He's known by 2 names, Melkor and Morgoth. Prior to his fall, Melkor, but then he was named by the elves Morgoth.
Wow, you actually just answered question 5, so we're just going to skip right over that one.
Okay.
Which of the 3 movies in the trilogy won the Best Picture at 2003
Return
Oscar
of the
ceremony?
King, because the other 2 didn't win any, I don't believe.
Yep. In Sauron's plan to take over Middle-earth, he uses a disguise to befriend the elves. What is the name of Sauron's disguise?
Anatar. That means Lord of Gifts, and
you're over answering everything, and it's kind of distracting. All right.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to prove how smart I am.
I think this is actually easier than the previous question, but okay. What actor plays Legolas Greenleaf?
Orlando Bloom.
What is the name of the most powerful elf that Sauron looks to befriend through his disguise?
The most powerful elf? Oh, Celebrimbor is the one they're talking about?
Yeah, but I would argue he's not the most powerful elf.
Yeah,
it's
an interesting one that they would describe Celebrimbor as the most powerful elf.
Whatever. Well, according to Rings of Power, it's Galadriel.
And Rings of Power. Rings of Power. That's another discussion. We can get onto that later.
Who forged the magical Rings of Power that give powers to the wearers?
Well, Celebrimbor actually forged the 3, and then like they worked together to make a bunch of rings. Like they made a ton of rings together, and then later on Celebrimbor made the 3, and Sauron made the 1.
Yeah, that's actually the answer. It's Sauron and Celebrimbor and other elven smiths apparently
because
are
it's part of
acceptable
the there's the Gwaith
NPCs.
Imedane. The Gwaith Imedane is the
Did you just call them NPCs?
Am I
wrong? Which actor plays Aragorn?
Viggo Mortensen, aka the manliest, most beautiful man alive.
Lord Sauron. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just gonna simp over Viggo.
Just FYI, there is a movie where he's naked fighting in a prison bathroom. It's intense, is what I'll say. Lord Sauron waged a war to try and collect the powerful rings. How many rings did he collect?
Oh, he collected 20. No, there's 21 rings total, and he had the one ring, and he was collecting the 9, the 3, and the 7. So it's 9 plus 7, 6, 19.
You might want to go with your first answer, because that's your first one wrong. It's 16.
What? No, hang on. Oh, no, because he never got his hands on the 3. Sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, that's actually not even true. That's actually wrong, because technically, Sauron came to claim a ton of rings. And I don't believe... I believe it's specified that he actually got, like, a bunch of the magical ones that were, like, are never named. Because they made, like, tons of rings. It's either they just kept on creating rings, and those are... The 9 and the 7 are, like just particularly powerful, but they made a ton of them, and I'm pretty sure he claimed a whole bunch of them. But yes, okay, I got that one wrong.
Courtney, Ellie, and V, does Tim often try to weasel out of when he gets things wrong?
90%. It is one of his main personality traits, and to be fair, he's usually pretty good at it.
I was about to say, I love that like Tim kicked this off with, I know not nearly as much as everyone thinks I knows, and yet here it is triple explaining every answer and then telling you on the one that he got wrong that actually it's right because of much other lore.
Yeah, this is like honestly daily conversations.
No, I should have known that he never got his hands on the 3. I mean, I did know that. It gave me like a second to think about it, but yeah.
Justification.
Take the L. Take the L.
That's one strike.
All right, that's one strike. What happened to the men who received the rings who wore them?
Sorry. What happened to the men? Well, they became the Nazgul.
Why are the 9 considered Sauron's most greatly feared servants?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
They're scary.
Because
very spooky.
Yeah. I mean, why are they considered the most feared servants? It's because whenever you're around them, you feel fear, and it's like a chilling psychological effect. They're powerful. I'm not really sure what the correct answer is here. I'm not quite sure what it's going for.
I think you actually got it right. It's because they have a direct link to Sauron's will itself, and so apparently that presence gives a level of fear, and that's what they're referring to, which I think you kind of hit on, so I'll give that to you. It's a weird question.
You know what's interesting is that the Nazgul actually don't wear the rings. The Sauron actually keeps the rings for himself, I believe, if I remember rightly. And he uses them to like control them like that. It doesn't matter. Next question. Let's go.
We all know that Sauron is fantasy's Mr. T.
I'm enjoying this actually.
All right. Who is Uru?
Uru.
Who?
E-R-U.
Oh, Eru. Eru Iluvatar is the divine being of the Legendarium. He's a pseudo stand-in for God, with a few different kind of, I guess, features that you would typically consider.
And who are the first beings he created?
The Ainur.
All right.
Yeah, the Ainur, who are the greater spirits, and then they were split up into the... No, hang on. Is Ainur the term? It was Ainur and Maiar, but the Maiar are Is Ainur the term that describes all of them, or is Ainur...
Tim, you got it right. Just
I got
move
it right.
on.
Okay, sorry. I think because there's Ainur, which describes all of them, and then there's the Valar, who are the top part, and the Maiar, who are the bottom part, and yeah, Ainur's all of them.
Oh, guys, I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings. I'm gonna do bad on this quiz.
Yeah.
Let's clear these caves.
Sorry.
How did Ainur and Eru Ivatar create the world of Ardar?
The music of the music of the Ainur, which was like an orchestra where they all sung in tune, and then Melkor decided to sing out of chord, and his discordant voice reached into the. He sought out the fire of the world, which was called the secret fire, which is kind of like the flame of knowledge of creation. So the desire to create like sentient beings, and that was how discord was woven into the music. And the music itself is it's not just like the creation at the beginning. The music itself is destiny. The music itself is the entirety of the storyline of Middle Earth to come.
Sing it.
Yeah, fair.
Can you hum a few bars?
Look at this photograph! Okay,
every time I do it makes me laugh.
Which beings shaped the realm of Ardar? I think you actually already answered that. Who are the Valar?
The Valar are the greater spirits of the Ainur, who are semi-analogous to a pantheon, and they are typically in pairs. Husband and wife pairs is the.
Okay, we have our first very, I think, actually kind of difficult question. They've been kind of fluctuating, but this one I think might actually be a bit of a stumper for people in chat, but I think Tim will get it. Lord Sauron was taken as prisoner by which king?
Al-Farazon, King of Numenor.
Yep. Who is the king of Arda?
The king of Arda?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would probably go Morgoth because all of Arda was Morgoth's ring.
The answer it says is Menwe.
Oh, King of Arda. I mean, Manwë is the head Valar. I'm not aware of Manwë being described.
Let the weaseling begin.
I'm not aware of Manwë being described as the king of Arda. He's known as the king of the Valar, but the Valar were not they're not actually like authorities over over Middle Earth. Like they don't even interfere. Like I don't know. I think thematically I'm more correct with Morgoth.
Okay.
I know that Tim's knowledge is fully overlapping with canon lore.
Oh yeah. That's 2 strikes, Tim. I'm not taking that.
No.
You got 2 strikes.
Fine. Next question. Tell me, chat, if I'm correct.
I'm gonna scroll down a little bit here and get to the harder questions. Ooh, okay. In the film The Two Towers, where are the scenes that take place in Edoras filmed?
Mount Sunday, I'm pretty sure.
Is that within New Zealand?
Yeah, it is, but I gotta be honest, I don't really care about where things are filmed. It's not really a bit of the knowledge. Like, I don't really count it as part of Lord of the Rings knowledge, for me, personally. I think it's Mount Sunday, though, if I was to take a guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, it actually just said New Zealand.
Oh!
So I was like...
They use multiple different mountains for different things. So.
I'm pretty like if you look up Mount Sunday, you can tell me if it looks like it was that's what if you can tell me if that's what you think Edoras looks like.
If you go into Google Maps, it literally says Edoras and brackets Lord of the Rings for Mount Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay.
On Google Maps, so yes.
You've basically gotten to the hardest questions, and it's not hard for you, so I'm gonna say Tim won.
No, I want more questions. I want more questions.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Do you want Avatar trivia instead?
Oh man, I could nail that. Also, I'm so sorry, Crimson. I have just been excluding you to answer.
No. This is fascinating.
I can't believe you started off like, no, I don't want to do a quiz, I'll look bad, I don't know anything.
No,
got to the end, and you're like, just expanding on all the lore, and you're like, yeah, give me more questions, I'm great at this.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready for an Avatar quiz?
Hang on, I'm gonna go get another energy drink. You find your Avatar quiz. See,
Like-
Avatar's easier because there's less information to know. But
Not
I'm
to be an
gonna
awful
go
person, but I
compliment
really,
that one.
really hope Tim just does really badly on this Avatar.
Oh, I do too. I do too.
We're talking Avatar the Blue People movie, right?
I hope
Okay,
so. Because
is
he's
Tim-
more likely to do badly on that.
Did Tim take his headphones off?
Maybe.
Tim, are you still there?
I
No,
think
Okay,
we're
you
it-
get
good.
out in the
it
lounge
is-
with me, so you
it
can say what you
is-
want.
Absolutely. I pulled up a quiz about the blue people, and I'm not
We've
going
got
to tell
about
him.
20
We're going
seconds
to
before Tim
Yes.
has his ears back
we're
on,
gonna see how
so
long
say
it
what you
takes him
want.
to realize. We're going to see how long it
I
takes him
think
to
that's a
realize.
really good idea.
He's coming back now.
Okay, cool. All right, we're good. We're good. Everyone be
I
cool.
had nothing to do with this.
You'll have to word it though. You'll have to word
Okay,
it.
alright, okay. Let's go.
All right. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. True or false? Avatar takes place on a planet in the Alpha Centauri star system.
Wrong.
False.
Wait, hang on.
it's-
No.
That means
Wait.
you're right. It's on a moon, not a planet. It's on a moon.
Fuck you. I am already onto this. I am already onto you.
I'm so sad that he caught it so fast.
No.
That's upsetting.
Oh, but that makes it even better.
Question
All right,
2, let's go.
The lush CG land, which drove many viewers into a depression by dint of their inviability to live there for real, is called
Pandora.
Pangea?
Pandora.
Pandora.
Yeah.
you got it right.
Pangea!
It's not Pangea.
The film takes place in the year 2084, 2154, 2231, or 2300.
Oh god.
Can you repeat them again?
2084, 2154, 2231, 2300.
I'm gonna go in on B, but that is
Okay, can you
purely
repeat
based
them
on
one more
vibes.
time, please? Slowly.
Sure. 2084,
2084.
2154, 2154, 2231, 2300.
Having not seen this movie in 2
I
years.
literally looked at the timeline the other day, and I have a really funny fact about the time. But I think was one of the answers one that had a 3 in it, like a 30?
Yeah, 2300 and 2231.
2231, I'm pretty sure.
Unfortunately, it's 2154.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So fun
My
fact
guess
about the
based on
timeline.
vibes.
Okay, fun fact about the timeline, guys.
Mm.
So, you know how the whole story is about him becoming like one of the native tribe, and then he ends up saying, "This is our land. This is our home. This is our thing, right? Like we are one people, all right?"
Mm-hmm.
Take a stab at how long he's been living with these people, and like I am
definitely,
one
like,
of you.
2 weeks?
6 months. 6 months.
I'm gonna say like 2 weeks because
Yeah, Crimson.
I'm gonna go with a month.
It was 3 months from the first time that he got into his body.
do kind of make it seem like it's pretty rapid. Even in the movie, you kind of get the vibe that the training montage and stuff is not happening over, particularly long periods of time.
But he
I don't
grows
know.
a 5 o'clock shadow, so therefore time has passed.
True.
Oh.
And they're getting like slightly worried about the fact that he's not eating complete meals. So clearly, it's more than a day.
Also, I have been proven wrong by Bibla who has pointed out that there is a reference to Manwë being the ruler over Arda. So, fair enough. Look, if
Such an idiot.
Yeah, I know. The
Disappointing.
Silmarillion is not designed to be memorized. It is designed to be studied like a religious text.
All right, are you ready for your next question?
Yes.
The native humanoid aliens are called the Naboo, the Ravi, the Navi, or the... Yeah, there you go. The story is from the perspective of an outsider.
Jake
Though,
Sully.
what is the... Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you got it right. I just clicked the wrong one. I clicked Jim Scully because I'm dyslexic. He has traveled from Earth on a 5-year journey in cryosleep to come to this planet. Why is he there? He is discharged from the U.S. military for being a loose cannon who doesn't fit by the rules. So he
lost his
finds...
legs.
Twin brother, is it?
His twin
Yeah,
brother
his twin
was a
brother
twin
died.
brother. His twin brother was the scientist, and he was the
And
soldier.
it was the genetic match
Yeah.
for the Avatar something.
And they're like, we have sunk a lot of money into your brother, so please
pay out, kind of thing.
Yeah, please pay out.
Yeah.
So here's what I find interesting is like the reason it's easy to remember all this stuff about this movie is because there's only like 9 facts about this movie. Like it's actually so formulaic and straightforward. I don't think it's because this like stands out. It's just because it's like think of the 5 things that happen. Yeah, like
it's a pretty easy to follow plot. You're like, yeah, this all tracks in one direction.
Oh, okay, Tim, what's the name of the rock they're mining?
Unobtainium.
There you go. All right. In his new character avatar body, our hero becomes bodyguard to scientist Dr. Grace Augustine, played by Sigourney Weaver. In one haunting mocap scene, Grace's avatar plays basketball in a crop top for which college?
What the hell? I don't know. Why would I know that? I don't know.
Okay, here are your options. Here are your options. MIT, Harvard, Berkeley, or Stanford?
Berkeley.
Does anyone else in the audience want to disagree?
I'm pretty sure I remember it being a red crop top. Not that helps me narrow it down. What were the options?
I feel like it might be Harvard.
MIT,
I'm also saying Harvard.
Berkeley, Stanford.
Oh no, MIT.
Maybe MIT based on her experience, but
absolutely MIT.
MIT would make sense, but maybe a little too much sense.
I'll give you guys a big hint because I actually know this. It is Sigourney Weaver's alumni.
Oh, okay.
No
I'm
idea.
sorry. Well, that's easy because
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
definitely
say
know
Berkeley,
Sigourney
then.
Weaver's alumni.
It's Stanford. So I thought someone got that right. Who said Stanford?
Well, I mean, one of us said each of the answers, so.
That's true. Okay.
I said red. I was like, can name a color, but that's about it.
I think Stanford's red, so I'm going to give you credit there. Good job.
Sorry, they specifically say like mocap scene?
Yeah, I don't know why they pointed that out. That's also a really good point. I have no idea why they pointed that out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as opposed to the other scene, which was live action of her playing basketball. You know, in the.
But
the earlier one.
How did they know it was mocap?
Wasn't everything mocap?
Yeah, everything in the movie's mocap.
Tim, look, they tell you that everything is mocap, and then you talk to the animators, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we threw that all away 'cause it's too hard to use."
Look, hey.
So, I'm just. How do they know it was mocap? Sorry, please
Send a
continue.
strongly worded email to the creators of this quiz and let us know.
Are you insinuating that Avatar is live action? I just want to know. I'm just curious.
No, I'm insinuating that it's a lot more
Okay.
animation than mocap.
Ellie here is a games animator for a games company, and so
really?
the role of she just is in her company just released a game at the Game Awards.
That's so
No,
cool.
it's been released. We announced.
What'd you release?
Transformers Reactivate.
Nice. That's so cool.
Dude.
I really
Yeah.
wanted to work in video games back when I was a software engineer, so I'm suffering from very big jealousy.
Oh, why did you stop doing software engineering? We need more of them in the world.
Because I was depressed and YouTube started paying me.
Okay. That's about the reason. That's fair enough. Do continue with your question.
My girlfriend actually used to do mocap for video games as well in Korea, so I got some insight into that world through her.
Oh, yeah, man.
It's
a job.
I'm actually, by the way, I am living for these quizzes, so you know what?
Genuinely entertaining.
Yeah, it's really good.
Has anyone seen Avatar like in the last like 4+ years? Because I haven't seen it.
I went to the theaters and watched it in preparation for the greatest 3D cinematic extravaganza by James Cameron coming December 14th in cinemas near you. Tickets on sale at your local Hoyts for only $14.99. I went and watched it.
Of it and
Wait, Tim, you just talked about something positively on your YouTube channel. Therefore, you're obviously a paid shill. You couldn't genuinely like and enjoy something. You were paid to say that, obviously.
Absolutely.
I was not paid to say that Avatar: The Way of Water was coming December 14th to your local cinema. Please buy your tickets. It's the 3D James Cameron extravaganza.
You know, you said that awfully fluently for somebody who didn't rehearse it.
Are you saying that I'm fluently saying that the 3D James Cameron extravaganza coming December 14th to your local theatre near you?
Apparently you are.
All right. One thing to know about the inhabitants of this planet and the human avatars form. How tall are the blue people, Tim? Are they 7'8", 8, 9,
Very
9,
tall.
10, or 10, 11.
I assume they're all different heights.
Sorry, 10 to 11, 7 to 8, 8 to, so it's like a range.
I think they are twice the height of an average human, so I would go the taller one.
They're the second to highest option, 9 to 10 feet tall. And if you find one that's 10 foot 1, you kill it on sight. That's a demon.
Oh,
all right?
That's true. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, it's just maybe they just have really gigantic heels. We introduced the idea of heels to them, and they're like, "Fuck yeah!"
Navi with platform shoes.
Oh gosh.
How
You
many?
found the crush you with a single step.
All right. Our hero meets his love interest during a dire horse attack, a Leopatrix attack, a saber hog attack, or a vampire wolf attack.
Vampire wolf.
That's actually right. Oh my god.
Oh, really? A little like
100%.
leopard-looking thing.
Actually, no, I don't believe it is vampire wolf. I'm pretty sure it's viper wolf. But.
Oh, it's viper wolf. I misread it. I am dyslexic.
Holy crap! Oh,
right,
I am disappointed I know that.
Okay, what is the great tree in the movie called? The spirit tree, the home tree, the tree of souls, or the tree of voices?
Tree of souls.
Tree?
No, it's spirit tree.
Spirit tree. Damn.
Nah, I disagree.
I'm waiting for Tim to once be like, "Ah, right, I was wrong." Like,
never.
No, the movie got it wrong.
This society prays to the life force that connects them to all living things in the land. The name of this god/spirit is Yahweh, Weah,
Yahweh,
or
it's Awa.
Yeah, it is. As our good guy I love how they call not Jake, as our good guy spends time with Neytiri, he learns the Na'vi language, which was constructed for the film by linguist Paul Fromer, who also invented an alien language for Mars Needs Moms, John Carter, Zathura, or Tomorrowland.
I'm sorry, I did not catch the middle part of that question, and then you just got to linguist, salt, and then Zathura. Like,
Okay, so basically a language was invented for the film Avatar by a guy named Paul Fromer. He also invented an alien language for Mars Needs Moms, John Carter, Tomorrowland, or Zathura.
Almost definitely John Carter. Almost definitely John Carter, surely.
It's John Carter.
Yeah.
Our hero proves his worthiness to Neytiri's clan when he undergoes the traditional rite of passage of taming and riding a dragon-like flying creature known as a Banshee, Valkyrie, Harpy, or Kelpie.
Banshee.
Da-da-da-da-da. You're right. Our main character realizes he must stop the human-led mission to drive Neytiri's people away from their sacred land. The big bad leading the invading charge is General Mason Kane, Colonel Miles Quaritch, Lieutenant Salas Hammer, or Sergeant Cam Destrin.
I don't know that one. No clue, but it's he's played by Stephen Lang, and he plays a
Say
fantastic.
the options again, please.
Yeah.
General Mason Kane, Colonel Miles Quaritch, Lieutenant Salas Hammer, or Sergeant Cam Destrin.
Colonel.
Colonel? Okay, we're going with Colonel. Any other dissenting of 3?
I don't know.
2?
No clue.
The
1.
general, but I could be wrong.
You got... that's right. I'm very impressed. Good job. I would have not got that in a million years.
Which one of us got it? 'Cause
It's the sound of the name.
Oh, really? That's what made you get it?
Yeah. I
That's
needed
so
to
cool.
hear you say it again. Colonel Quaritch is like a thing in my head.
You're like, that's something
Belongs
James Cameron
together.
would think of.
That's an evil guy. That's our bad guy, if you will.
All right. In the big climactic battle, it feels like this article was paid to frame everything positively, because this is how it's phrased. In the big cinematic battle of this big budget movie, Neytiri
Rated
saves the hero's life.
77%. With a
Neytiri
large,
saves
lasting cultural impact.
Neytiri saves the hero's life for a second time and kills the bad guy. Surely you remember this. It cost millions of dollars upon time of release. That's actually in there.
Wait,
How
what?
Just to run with the joke of...
Jesus. How did she kill him? Venomous dart, bow and arrow, slit throat from behind, or Ikrin aerial attack? Bow and arrow.
Bow and arrow.
3 arrows, specifically, I believe, through the flippin' glass panel into his chest.
This is how like shilly this article is. It's the answer. It doesn't say correct. It says Hawkeye who.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Hawkeye would have
wow.
one shot. Let's be real. He wouldn't have
So-
needed 3.
That's true. I think that's actually a good
Well,
point.
maybe the other two were just a double down, you know?
Still.
Here is actually a, this is how this one is phrased, and it's like, this line's not good enough to be in the movie. Which of these corny-ass lines is not in the movie? You do not choose your avatar chooses you.
That one.
Every...
There's no way in hell that one would be in the film. Like, what would that even mean? The Avatar is a non-sentient creature.
Avatar is grown for you.
The Gravatar is the thing grown in a vat. What would saying that
Sure,
even
that
mean?
line is referring to the flying creatures.
No, it's not. Your avatar chooses you? No, that one's not in it.
That's actually possible that that's a line.
No, I
Tim,
don't think that's
remember
right.
it.
I don't
Tim, I
listen
think
there.
you should have listened to the rest of the answers, because that line is in the movie.
No, it's not. It is not. Surely not.
No, it is. They say that when they try to get the stupid flying things, and then he explains to them, like, oh, you don't choose it, it chooses you. Like, if it fights you back, then it's yours. Blah,
No,
blah,
but
blah,
it's
blah.
Avatar. It
Sorry.
said your avatar doesn't choose it. What does that mean? I don't understand. I don't.
Bullshit. It means bullshit.
You want me to read? Do you want me to
Have a
read
risk
you
the
the rest?
options and can Tim
Yeah, fine.
not answer?
Fine.
Everything is backwards now. Like, out there in the true world, and in here is the dream. I was a warrior who dreamed he could bring peace. Sooner or later, though, you always have to wake up. All this time, I was looking, but I wasn't seeing.
Last one.
Oh, the last one, yeah. I did the second one's
The last
definitely
one's not in it.
When I feel
I
like
remember all the other ones.
I stand by my answer.
I think the
The
last
other ones are
in it,
also
but
super
they do
corny, and they're
have-
absolutely in the movie.
Yeah, they do have variations of talking about, like, I think she smacks him over the head a few times, being like, you're not seeing. But I don't think he ever admits it.
Yeah,
right?
but like the others are all in his stupid video logs that he does, like
Little voices over his
the
training
voiceover
montage.
narrator thing that happens all the time. They're all in those.
I just love that no matter what, if Tim gets it wrong, he is indignant about it.
He's like, no, the movie is incorrect. That line is not there.
All right. In the tradition of Titanic before it, the movie ends with an original ballad playing over the credits called I See You.
Hang
Sorry.
on a second. Titanic and Avatar are not movies I've ever connected as being remotely similar. So
They're both James Cameron, so I think that's what they mean.
still, that's a very funny line to connect there.
It is. All right, so the full question. In the tradition of Titanic before it, the movie ends with an original ballad playing over the credits called I See You. The song premiered on MySpace and was sung by either A,
Leona Lewis.
Jennifer Hudson's, B, Leona Lewis, C, Jordan Sparks, D, Nicholas.
Why do
or
I know
Nicole.
this? What the fuck?
You are
What
absolutely
is
right.
this?
Was it?
And you,
I did not. What?
Leona Lewis. Yeah, you didn't just know it. That was like instinctual knowledge for you. You just
Why
pulled
do
that
I know
out.
this though? I saw this movie like twice.
That was very impressive. I'm genuinely shocked.
Yeah, that was fast.
I didn't know that there
What
was.
weird corner of my brain is this? Sorcery.
I do need to bounce though. It's been wonderful, Tim. I will check in on you another time.
Okay,
That
that's
was
right. Thank
highly
you very much for
entertaining.
coming.
It was very entertaining. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you for your contributions.
Yeah, Crimson, if you want
was
to continue you're welcome to continue the quizzing. I just, morning coffee. So I'll talk to y'all later.
Morning, huh?
If I can find anything, I don't think I can top those two.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
See you later.
Later, dude.
By the way, I was just found out I was right to be close. Someone, Tormuse in
my
the
God.
chat said, I just googled the Avatar script. The line is, to become Toronyu, Hunter, you must choose your own Ikran, and he must choose you. Which means I was correct. The line was not in there, okay?
Yeah, it was
Tim, that was
Ikran instead of Avatar.
Yeah, it's
Tim,
Ikran.
the line is
that was
wrong.
the point of the. That was the point of the question.
Yes, exactly. It said that it wasn't. I said that it wasn't in the film.
Yes. No one
Maybe it's
no
just
one
a
was arguing
terrible
with you
quiz,
about that.
Tim.
The question
Jake
was,
Sully-
which of these
Timothy.
films, which of these lines wasn't in the film?
Yeah, Jake says it during one of his video logs, I'm pretty sure.
No,
I just googled it. It's on a quotes page.
I don't
His point
believe.
is that There's a
gosh.
different word in the line.
Yeah,
It says
Yeah,
in the
they've
film it's
swapped out-
Ikran, and in the quiz it was Avatar. So technically it's wrong. So technically
Yeah.
it wasn't in the movie.
Thank
However,
you.
the rest of the line is correct, while
Yeah,
the last line was completely made up.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
the
even
line
if
is
it
right, but they
is-
swapped out a word.
I mean,
to
it was
make
wrong. Yes, it was wrong.
Yeah.
I'm googling it and I can find evidence that that line is in the movie. I think it's during one of his video logs.
Okay,
It
if you
says
find
it's
me
said
that
by
clip,
Jake Sully.
you've got to find me that clip or the actual official script and give it to me, because I do not believe that anyone would have uttered the line, "Your avatar has to choose you," because it makes no sense within the story. It just makes absolutely no sense. And look, Avatar is completely and utterly competent, okay? And it does not rise much above that, but it is very, very competent, okay?
Okay, well, when you Google it, it pops up. So I don't know what else you want from me. Unless multiple websites.
You know what we
Evidence.
should all do? We
I
should
want
all take a very deep
evidence.
breath
Evidence,
And
that's what I
hydrate.
want. Evidence.
and hydration.
And hydration.
Relax your jaw. Take a deep breath.
Open her up. Oh man, I'd be so keen for like.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. The last quiz was wrong about the number of rings too. Dragons ain't 4 of the dwarven rings. Sauron only recovered 3 of them. No, you're getting the timeline mixed up there. So what happened is that the elves had all of the rings because Celebrimbor and Sauron made all of the rings. They kept them, and then Sauron went to war to take them back, and then he took them and distributed them to the elves and distributed them to the men and dwarves. And then the dragons, ate some of the rings. So he took the rings, and then some of them were eaten by dragons. So that's once he redistributed them. So it's timeline's a little bit different. Oh, I'm so keen. Okay, quiz. Actually, do you guys care if we do Avatar?
Actually, I'm looking one up right now for The Last Airbender.
I would be so damn curious.
No, you just want to feel. You just want to feel like you're getting it all right.
I do.
I see through you. I see through you clearly. You're like, oh, I'm curious. No, you just want to be right.
I do want to be right. It's nice
Oh my
to feel
God,
right, okay?
You're right. Your avatar chooses you, like a Harry Potter thing. The wand chooses the wizard. That is such a Harry Potter thing. Oh my God.
Chad is standing with me that the line is ridiculous.
Yes. Agreed.
Okay.
Okay.
So I went and I googled Avatar: The Last Airbender hard quiz, and I haven't really gone through this yet, and a lot of the questions don't make any sense to me, but I am not the resident expert on The Last Airbender, so let's see if this is in fact nonsense. Tim, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. Hype.
Okay. What is the crazy old woman who owns a herb shop cat's name?
Miyuki.
A. Miyuki? Wow, not even gonna let me look at the other ones, huh?
It's Miyuki.
Okay.
And the one line we get about her is that supposedly she got in trouble with the Fire Nation, leading to the theory that potentially Miyuki is a war criminal. That's.
I didn't even recognize that at all. It's like I'm not even sure if that was in the show, but okay. If you,
yeah, no, that's,
obviously you're on top of this.
Trust me. Trust
you.
Oh, that was a good question though. That's actually pretty obscure, to be honest. That is not something
What episode
that most.
is that?
That is from the episode. It's from the episode the. God damn it! I know it. The blue spirit, because it's the one where Aang goes to get the frogs in order to cure.
Right.
Oh yeah.
No, I remember.
Yeah, and then he gets captured. So
I would never have gotten that just from like that short prompt.
Next
Now
one,
it's
Tim.
Tim's
I
time to
know you're
shine.
gonna get this.
Okay.
What is after air in the Avatar cycle?
After air would. Sorry, give my brain like a second, because I don't want to just like very, very quickly.
I know it.
After Aang is water, because obviously Korra goes.
Right. It's not telling me if these are correct or not, so I think it's going to tell me that.
Oh, we just don't know.
Well, you
There's
can.
no
I mean, you
answers?
can look it up pretty easily.
Probably can. I assume that it'll give us the total list at the end of this. It's one of those
Yes.
click an option and collect everything at the end. But,
Yeah.
What is the man's name who Avatar Kyoshi killed to save her island?
Chin the Conqueror. He's.
Well, it says Chin the Great, Chow the Great, or Cho the Great.
Chin the Great
You're going with Chin?
is another title that he had, but she calls.
I also had the Conqueror in mind, though.
She calls him
like
Chin.
the Conqueror
she
sounds,
calls him Chin the
sounds
Conqueror,
more right.
But in the history books, he's called Chin the Great. He spread from the northwestern Earth Kingdom down into the south, and yeah, he refused to move, and that's why he died.
Okay, this one. This one's probably going to annoy Tim because it's one of those overly pedantic things.
I love them though.
What does? Okay, just. What does Sokka say after he loses his handmade sword? A. Space
my
sword.
Space sword. He says
B.
my space sword. My space sword.
How do you know this?
Dude, I have a career that is built off me knowing. I have a career built
I can
off.
hear it in my head how he says it. He's like, "My space sword."
I didn't even finish listing the positives. Okay. I thought that was gonna be harder for you.
Doesn't he say by space sword? Like by, comma, space sword?
I don't think so. I think he says my space sword.
It was my.
Trust me,
My
chat
space sword was
will
one of the
chat will
options,
correct
so
me
I'm
if
going
I am
with
incorrect, and I'm happy with being incorrect.
No, you're
No,
not.
you're not.
No.
Look, guys, just give me the benefit of the doubt.
You've
I
proven...
trust you, Tim. I have full faith in your abilities and knowledge.
Okay, next question. I'm hyped. This is keeping me so awake,
What is
man.
in the chest? What is in the chest in the empty room of Homa's house? A brush, a comb, or a waterbending
comb.
scroll?
Easy. A comb.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Comb.
totally.
All right. Oh God. What do the little girls on Kyoshi Island call Aang?
Oh. I don't.
Angers, Angets, or Angie?
I gotta be
Angie.
honest. This is not one I know off the top of my head.
I think isn't there this little girl that is super in love with him and Katara gets kind of jealous? and
Yeah,
stuff, but
I
keeps
remember
calling
their
him
role.
Angie?
I don't remember what they call them. I mean, could you read out the options
I
again?
think Angie, but I'm not entirely sure.
What do they call him? Angie?
The options are?
I would go with Angie probably. Yeah.
Just to be clear, your options are Angers, Angets, or Angie.
Oh, what they're called?
What do they call Aang?
Oh, no, wait, isn't her name Angie?
No, you're thinking of the girl in the episode of the fortune teller who is in love with.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm mixing them up. You're
They
right.
call him Angie.
Yeah,
so.
actually, that's
I'll
interesting
say
because
Angie.
the girl
Like,
in
no,
the episode,
me,
the girl in the episode, the fortune teller, does refer to him as my Angie. So I wonder if it's. I don't know.
Do they call him the same?
Angie for sure. Chat will have the answer because they
I
can
would
look it
also
up.
like
That is
to point
agreeing
out-
with Angie.
Chad also said that I was right and you were wrong, Tim. So
What? You were right about what?
about the line, it's by space sword, not my space sword.
Really?
Well, we got some typos in this quiz, so I'm not entirely sure of its validity.
Okay.
So by versus my is very
Let's
easy
move
to
on. We'll get the
hear.
results in the end, right? That's probably.
We'll get the results in the end, and I'm sure it's going to be 100%. So, Tim, are you going with
let's
Angie?
Hang on, 1 second. 1 second.
You can't look it up. That's cheating.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just.
Indignation.
I'm looking up the script, the transcript for the Space Sword episode.
Why don't I just look up a clip of it on YouTube and you continue
Do
with
it.
the quiz
Go for
the
it.
whole live stream with an audience?
You're totally welcome to, except I mean you are the one trying to prove me wrong, so I don't know how I trust you. So. I mean, it might be by Space Sword.
You think I'm gonna like cut in new audio and upload it as video and be like, here, look, here's proof.
Find the original voice actor.
Yeah, just be like, hey, come on, I need this.
I need you to do me a favor. We got to screw with this guy.
Go look it up right now.
Anyways, what's the next question?
Just to confirm, I'm just gonna go with Angie on the last one. I don't think I got a different answer.
So.
All right, skipping to the next question. Oh, this one's easy. What is the Crazy King Boomy's pet rabbit's name?
Flopsy.
Easy.
Yeah.
How much money does Aang spend on his hat in the episode Imprisoned?
I don't know.
2 silver pieces, 3 copper pieces, 1 gold piece, or 2 copper pieces?
Can you give me the options again?
Sure. 2 silver pieces, 3 copper pieces, 1 gold piece, or 2 copper pieces?
I'm gonna go three copper pieces.
3 copper pieces.
I
All right.
I don't really know.
It's fine. It's obscure. Anyway, Aang says that Sokka's second horror story was better than his first one in the episode The Puppet Master. What is the first story?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? My brain is like short fusing.
Sorry, say that again?
Every time I listen to something.
All right. Aang says that Sokka's second horror story was better than his first one in the episode The Puppet Master. What is the first story? The man with a knife for a hand, the man with a sword for a hand, or the man with a hook for a hand?
I mean, the man with a hook for a hand, surely.
Hook for the hand. All right. View results. And... oh, never mind.
What, no results?
Yeah, the results are one of those kind of nonsense things. It's like, this is just the first one I pulled off of the internet. The results are, you got yes, no.
I don't know what that means.
I also don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I'm just going to assume it's 100%.
Okay, chat is seemingly confirming that he says buy Space Sword. And you know what? I don't really mind. I am happy that I got my Space Sword. It's close enough. I'm tired.
Well, buy Space Sword wasn't actually an option, so my Space Sword is the closest thing.
Wait,
I'm gonna
buy
give that
Space Sword
to
wasn't
Tim.
even an option?
It was
But I
not
just-
an option in the quiz.
But I just linked the video in the memes channel, and he says buy Space Sword.
I agree.
Okay,
I'm
let
not
me
disputing it
clarify.
anymore. I'm not disputing it.
I'll just clear this
No,
up.
I'm just-
It was a really cheap quiz. There were typos. So one of those, I didn't get a chance to really go through and test it
Let's do
before I
another
went
one.
through it.
Let's find a better one. Like, let's invest 30 seconds into finding one.
I'm happy with my answer. I'm tired, and I got my Space Sword instead of buy Space Sword. It's fine.
It's the best we could have done.
It's
so
the best
I
I
think
can
we're
do
good
at
there.
the moment. Yeah, and buy Space Sword wasn't even an option on the quiz.
Okay, this one seems a little more valid. Okay, this looks challenging. Ready for another 10 questions?
Hell yeah.
All right. What is the name of the Fire Nation commander who killed Katara's mother?
It's Yon Ra.
Yan Ra.
Yeah.
That looks correct. All right.
He was the captain of the Southern Raiders? No. I don't remember what his rank was exactly, but also thank you for the recent donations. $100 from MJ. Thank you very much. $43 from Suckervin, who says, and by the way, this is very cool. Congratulations on your engagement. Still think it's crazy I meet my own wife on your Discord. My question is simple. Any updates for your novel? We are unreasonably excited for it. I actually only have like a couple people to finish my beta reading. And pretty much...
Sorry.
No.
I'm getting there.
It's fine. The beta reading, so I have tried to kind of publish 2 books, and the first one didn't get any bites, and kind of honestly looking back on it, I probably shouldn't have tried to take it as far as I did. This one I am a lot more proud of. It's something that I wrote a lot more recently with my, the skills I've sort of learned with the last kind of few years more so. And the feedback on it has been pretty damn positive, as in so I'm very happy.
Very good.
I'm very happy with that. So I don't think that once I get that feedback back, it'll be very long before I can send it off to publishers, and hopefully that'll get the ball rolling from there. Yeah, so that's that. Believe it or not, though, there have been like 3 couples that have come about from my Patreon Discord. This is that.
Who would have thought that Hello Future Me referenced a matchmaking service?
I know, it's crazy. Anyways, so thank you. So again, thank you to people who are reading that. Very, very valuable. But on with the quiz.
All right. This one I know you'll get. What's Sokka's go-to weapon in the series? Boomerang. Which air temple did Avatar Aang grow up in?
Southern,
correct. Yep. What military rank did Zhao have at the start of Avatar?
Not
Commander?
general.
He was Commander Zhao, I think.
Your options are Captain, Commander, Admiral, or Officer.
He was promoted to Admiral later in the...
Wasn't he made general as well at some point?
Yeah, he was promoted twice, I'm pretty sure. I think he goes on... Because he... I mean, there's like the iconic scene where he gets promoted and takes the Yenyu archers. But... Officer Zhao, he was probably just like officer at the start, and then became commander, and then became admiral. But
I remember him being called commander.
Yeah, I
don't know
remember
if that
being
was
called
at the
commander,
start.
so I'm gonna go commander.
Commander is correct.
Yeah.
All right. When King Boomy meets Team Avatar with the Order of the White Lotus, who is he concerned about being missing?
There's Momo. Momo's he's considered.
Sorry. Impulse control.
Momo is correct.
Yeah.
Oh God. This one's ridiculous. Finish this sentence. My blank.
My space sword. Is it? No, I'm sorry. My. Is there any other context for that?
It's a picture of vegetables.
Oh, my cabbages. Right, my cabbages. I'm thinking like this.
I was thinking so many things.
Yeah, I was thinking there's so many things that surely that has.
It was really broad, but yeah. How much money in ransom did the Boulder and Jin Fu ask Toph's parents for her safe return?
I don't actually know. Again, like these money ones, the numbers just don't stick in my head. I don't know how much they asked for at all. Like 100 and something gold, probably.
Yeah, you have 4 options: 500 gold pieces, 200 silver pieces, 1,000 silver pieces, or trade for the Avatar.
I would probably go the
500 gold.
The 500 gold. It seems just like the roundest symbolic number.
500 gold pieces is correct.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh. This one I'm just going to give you. Who's the Blue Spirit?
Okay, so the Blue Spirit was a character from the play Love Amongst Dragons, okay? And the Blue Spirit is a water spirit who goes up against a spirit, another spirit in that play. And its mask is meant to represent, it's an old tale, a fairy tale, presumably about an actual spirit, which theoretically might have had its face stolen by Ko the Face Stealer, because we see a very, very similar mask being stolen from amongst Ko's faces. And then, so Zuko's mum really loved this play and performed in it. And so she kind of took that mask a little bit as a symbol for herself. And Zuko, either not knowing that or unknowingly, symbolically, he took that symbol as well, potentially, as a symbol of maybe his mother's side, or of becoming more himself, you know, that sort of thing. It's Zuko. There you go.
That might have been the most overly detailed, pedantic answer to anything I have ever heard in my life.
And the quiz probably answered Zuko and nothing else.
It's Zuko. All right.
Yes.
Oh, this is easy. This character would be able to tell you a lot about chakras.
Guru Patik. Or is it Lao Gi?
He's not an option. It's
no,
Patik.
it's Patik. I know. Sorry, it's a. I did a video, an iceberg video on Avatar recently, and I did a theory where maybe Guru Patik is a guy called Lao Gi.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it's Guru Patik. Guys, and I struggle with my cabbages because I was simply asked the question, finish the phrase, my what? Like, and then no... And I was thinking space, sort of thinking, how many times did that use in the series?
Well, I mean, you combine that with being awake for 20 hours.
Yeah, and I've been awake for 20 hours.
Alright. Actually, I'm going to mix this one up. It says complete the lyrics, and it has a few blanks. Let's do this instead.
No, I don't know the Secret Tunnel. I don't know the Secret Tunnel lyrics very well.
Sing the Secret Tunnel song!
Secret Tunnel, Secret Tunnel, through the mountain. Secret Tunnel, Secret Tunnel.
I think it's secret tunnel.
Yes, that's something else. I don't know this. Do you remember how we were talking before about how bad I am with music? This extends to fictional songs as well, okay?
One day I have to show you Druid Raves and see if that vibes for you.
I don't... Yeah, no, sorry, No, I'm not gonna get that.
This one's actually, like... this one's, like, one of the earlier stanzas, I think. And it wants you to fill in 3 blanks, but it's like 4 lines long. I don't know if you want to even try that. So, complete the lyrics. 2 blank, forbidden from one another. A blank divides their people, and a blank divides them apart.
This is about
build
Omar,
a path to be together.
Yeah, this is about Omar and Shu. Can you start it and then I'll fill it in as we go?
2 blank.
Lovers.
2 lovers, yeah.
Yep. Forbidden from one another. A blank divides their people.
Mountain?
No, not the people. The mountain comes later.
Oh, a something divides their people. I don't know.
War?
You have wall and war as an option.
War.
A war divides their people. Okay.
Right. And a blank divides them apart.
A mountain?
Mountain.
Yeah.
All right. So your answers are lovers, war, mountain.
Yeah.
And that is correct.
There we go.
And haha, 10 out of 10. You are a true bending master. Great job.
Big shocker.
That was like a really weird mix of like obscure like details of episodes, and because like I'm not particularly
really
good at that,
question.
you know, like if you ask me what did this character say at this exact point, like that's not the sort of information that would typically stick with me, you know.
In the episode where the Fire Nation attacked Ba Sing Se with a drill, how many cubic feet of mud was used to block the drill?
I don't know.
Many. Very many.
300 cubic feet. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. I have no clue.
Are there options?
Yeah.
No, I am absolutely pulling that out of my ass.
Screw you. Screw you. I'm still stuck on this one stupid piece of combat. Oh. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Feel free. Oh, it's getting light out again. My goodness.
Getting dark outside again.
Oh. Quiz, are you guys enjoying these quizzes? And if so, what quiz would you like next? Would you like more Avatar, Lord of the Rings, or something else? Tell me.
Apparently the dude singing the Secret Tunnel song also voiced Perry the Platypus. Thank you, Super General Crazy, for that tidbit.
Wow.
I can see that.
I love it. I love that so much.
Also, everybody, your hourly reminder, relax your jaw, drink water, stretch. Deep breaths. Sorry, mom mode.
The other interesting thing I like is that the guy who normally voiced Mario also voiced Parthenax the Dragon in Skyrim.
What?
I know, they're so completely different.
I mean, that's a good voice actor.
Oh yeah, Charles Martinet, he is incredible. It is a shame that they went with Chris Pratt instead of him for the Mario movie.
We're not talking about that. Ugh.
Too much disgust.
Yeah. I'm too tired to like contain these reactions at this point.
Also, you guys, by the way, we have 45 minutes until we move on to the next game. And if the two options are Ori and the Blind Forest versus Journey, I can tell you that they set up to. Someone can tell which is currently winning. And I think up to date with quick. My people are telling me Journey is currently in the lead. So Ori, guys, if you want Ori to, you guys want me to play Ori, then you gotta donate. You know, all donations get a vote. All donations of all sizes. What's the chat looking like on question on quizzes ideas? We got.
It looks like they're asking for a Korra quiz.
Ooh, that's harder, but not impossible. Also, I'm very sorry, Crimson. What are you working on that you are interested? You would like to share with people? I don't want to just like have you here as like brain fodder for me.
No worries, dude. Right now I'm working on the second part of a very lengthy review for After by Anna Todd. It's probably going to be close to 3 hours by the time I'm done with it. It's a romance story for women who pine after intolerable man babies.
Right. I mean, 3 hours is impressive. What do you personally like fill that with? Like
stupid memes and very old references, mostly. I mean, I just like reading particularly stupid lines and making fun of them however I can with whatever obscure reference my brain happens to hold.
What is your best? What is the best one that you have so far for it? Your best obscure reference or meme?
Oh. Okay, so I actually just edited this
context.
one in. Without context? Okay,
well, you can give with context if you want, but it might be funnier without.
So, there's a clip that I took from the 96, 97 anime Berserk, from the outtakes, where Guts is talking to Casca, and he says, "My love for you is like a truck, Berserker."
And that's just in there.
That's in reference because at one point, the protagonist, Tessa, discovers that, all these obscure little plot points, the guy who's been a complete piece of crap to her the entire run of the book actually likes her, may actually love her, and the realization hits her like a truck. It says that specifically, so I just pulled that from the outtakes.
Oh, I love it. Good job.
And thank you. And I might as well announce this now. My book after this is going to be Lightlark.
Oh, are you doing Lightlark?
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, and Tim, I hope you don't mind. I'm actually going to reference your video where you called it the Fire Festival of Books. Because, oh my god, is that accurate?
You know what? I put that
drama
video
around
together
this.
in literally like 2 hours, and then it got 100,000 views. I did not expect that to happen. You like take that title, man. You do whatever you want with that.
It's going to be a weird one. Actually,
so
give me a
bizarre.
second. Give me 1 second. I actually got the book right here.
I'm putting the difficulty down because I can't be. I've been on this stupid thing for like ages.
I'm also just going to dash back out to the supermarket. I managed to melt my mixing bowl. So I'm going to go get a new one. I'll be back shortly.
Apparently, I can't. Difficult. Oh, I could do accessibility. Game settings. Okay, so apparently accessibility does not come with any difficulty changes.
Sworn there was a way to change difficulty.
Yeah. It's like it's not in settings. No, normal. I'll be so curious to see what you think of Lightlark. It being what it is.
I'll tell you this now. I'm 60 pages in, and everything I know about the characters can fit on a post-it note.
What's the rest? What is it filled with?
World building. Ridiculous. Like, almost a gross amount of overly detailed world building. There is so much information that I could tell you about the last 500 years in the world in this book. And there is almost nothing about the actual characters. They don't do anything in particular ways. Most of the detail about them is about the realm that they exist in, and we're supposed to take that as like a general information beat about who they are as people. The author apparently had a degree in creative writing. I want to talk to her teachers.
Oh man, look. Okay.
How do you excuse this?
As someone with a degree in creative writing, let's just say that there is a wide variance in the level of those qualities. Quality of those.
Oh no, dude, I get it. I've got a degree in creative writing too, but my teachers were strict about this kind of stuff. This is ridiculous. But no, Lightlark is going to be a very, very long review for me because, like I said, I'm 60 pages in, and I've got almost 17 full pages of notes.
I mean, that's incredible. But yeah. I
mean,
do not envy you.
Yeah, well, it'll get the views. The question is, can I actually get this thing out in any good time? Because I've been reading it off and on for about a month. So, and I don't want it to be just a rant about, okay, this world building plot and this world building point is, it's going to be absurd. still, should be fun.
All right. Apparently, should we do another quiz?
I can find a good one. Oh. What? For a character are you? That's not the one I want.
Do people want a Korra quiz, or do people want a... I don't know what other type of... Really?
If someone's got a better suggestion, I can look for it.
I don't think I'd be good at any other type of quiz except like an Avatar or Lord of the Rings quiz. You know?
What about, why am I drawing a blank on this? Narnia.
Nah, I couldn't do that. Do you know Narnia very well?
Not terribly well.
Oh. Man, my brain is feeling slow though. It's 5:30 in the morning here. So, we're...
5:30 in the evening here.
Oh, hey, you've been up the entire time as well. So...
I've been with you the entire time.
Exactly. What have you been doing in the background?
At some point in the middle, I actually, finally, after months, tried to look for a therapy license course and jobs, you know, the thing that I should have been doing. And then at some point I had to guide academic babies through academic processes because supervisors suck. So I do it instead.
Fair enough. That's good.
Oh, and admin stuff.
Yes. That as well. Sorry, I don't have a brain to comment on.
That's okay. How are you doing, Tim?
I'm good. I'm alright. I've kind of been on this stupid single bit of thing yet. Krimson, did you watch Rings of Power?
Nope. Managed to miss that one.
Managed to miss it. Fair enough. The thing.
Yeah. I'm so far behind in stuff to watch. I did watch Wednesday though.
Oh yeah? I haven't watched that.
I did not yet.
I never
Please
watched.
no spoilers.
I never watched Addams Family, so it never.
You don't need to have watched Addams Family. It actually introduces things pretty smoothly, so new fans, you know, should feel welcome, I think.
I don't know. Like, what's the actual pull of the show? Like, just dark humor or something? Like, I don't really get what the draw of it is. Is it a comedy? Is it a...
It's kind of a mystery with comedic elements in it. A lot of it is just how, on the face, absurd the Addams Family as a concept is. But the story is Wednesday gets sent to a boarding school, and it turns out there's some sort of a monster that's murdering people, and she's got to find out, you know, who the monster is and stop him before the school gets wiped out.
Before everyone is dead, like whittled down to the last few students. I gotta find who this monster is.
It's one of those things where it's a little weird. Like, there's definitely some horrible murders going on. You get, I'll try to keep it as spoiler-free as I can, but you get some terribly maimed bodies, and everyone's like, huh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, everyone off to English class. But, yeah, I mean, the comedic elements are there. The Addams Family, I think, is written pretty well in character. Uncle Fester is definitely the best, in my opinion. They do some really creative things with Thing, the little mobile hand guy. And, yeah, a lot of the jokes really land. So, yeah, it's one of those, you know, good things to put on in the background while you're, like, I don't know, cooking or cleaning or something.
I'm, still need to get my way through the rest of Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Oh, that one's also great. I didn't think I was going to like that one as much as I did, but the animation characters are phenomenal. How far into the show are you?
Only like 4 episodes, I think it is.
Oh yes. Next episode is very good. I will give no spoilers.
Okay. I've heard it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's like by the end of the series, I was definitely really paying attention to all the smaller details and try to, you know, root for the good guys, as it were. I'm trying not to give too much away, of course. But, it is a very good show. It's earned its hype. Also, I'm a little confused. Your quiz thing was supposed to be about which games were coming up next, but when I went to donate, it said,
"Oh,
you know, it's about giving pets
put
treats."
it in the comment. The votes go in the comments.
Yeah,
I did it wrong.
Doing a new system compared to last year there was some financial reasons that like people couldn't use it, PayPal to donate or something like that. But apparently, a lot of Americans that sort of thing for online things.
Okay, gotcha.
And so I had to use a different system, and this system's really good, but it is a little bit newer, so it's just not quite as efficient as potentially it could be.
Yeah, well, I didn't read the instructions anyway.
Get to the town of Vol.
Take down the barrier, Chief.
Take down the barrier.
So you go through that barrier right there, that central platform thing, just smash it a bit.
Oh, okay.
Lord Hood, we made it.
Music to my ears, Commander. What about the Ark?
Fully uncovered, sir.
And we don't have much time.
Oh,
Marines,
I should probably.
the Prophet of Truth doesn't know it yet, but he's about to get kicked right off his throne.
Thank you,
He
Fig.
will take our city back and drive
oh,
our
it's-
enemy into the graves they've been so happily
Good.
digging. One final effort is all that remains.
Thank you, the person. Or it's a very heartfelt comment. I won't read that out. I don't know it out, but I have read it. $6.09 from Quirky Twig. Love you all. Boss.
Chief, the Prophet of Truth has found the Ark. Our only
Ugh.
chance of stopping him
Are you
is
familiar with
surprise aerial
Bionicle
assault.
lore? If so, what are your
Sector
thoughts?
Covenant anti-air defense.
Were you guys into Bionicles when you were younger?
Admiral ships. Good hunting. Keys out.
I was into Legos, but I was never really into Bionicle.
No?
No.
I was super into both, man. You want to know a funny story about Bionicle? So, in Bionicle lore, there are these people called the Toa, right? And the Toa had names like Tahu and Aka, I think it is. No.
Ready when you are, Chief. Open the door, take point. We'll cover you with the 50.
Bionicle, Toa. Tahu, Gali, Liwa, Pohatu, Opa, and Kopaka. Aka. They were the 6th Toa, and they were kind of the Avengers of Bionicle. And I grew up on them thinking that these were that Bionicles was a New Zealand thing, because these are very, very clearly Māori names. Like they're not like they're Pacifica names, but they're Māori names. And I didn't realize till I was much older that they were not, in fact, Māori names, but they were simply the corporation just decided that they thought Māori kind of sounded cool for their heroes, and so they used it to name them. Except it's not really Māori, it's like pseudo-Māori for a lot of their things, like Matanui, the name of the island. And as a result, they ended up getting into a bit of a legal spat with a lot of the Māori tribes in New Zealand, because they're like, hey, why are you using our language in this way for like a random, you know, kind of corporate thing that clearly doesn't really have anything to do with us. And so, and then I was like, oh, I didn't really realize that not really Māori. I'm sorry, I'm telling this in the least interesting way possible, but I'm quite tired.
Wow, shocker.
Absolute shocker.
Yeah, sleep deprivation does that to you.
I'm still pretty okay. But I'm used to it, so.
Anyway, I should probably bounce, actually. I've got quite a lot left to edit in my own video, and I've
You're right, man.
Gotta stop stalling.
You off. Thank you very much for joining.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, it's been
Yeah, thanks for joining.
fun.
Alright, good luck in the rest of Halo, and whichever game you end up playing next, and everyone who donates is a BAMF.
Absolutely. Absolute BAMF.
Later, all.
Okay. Who's still in the chat? I'm sorry, I'm on the floor. I don't see who's in the chat.
Oh, we've got a bunch of...
Open the door, we can roll on through.
Anonymous donated... this is from Burns the Druid. Hi Tim, I'm a bit late for this. How did you know so much about American geography? I wouldn't say I knew, like, a huge... Like... I don't know, like, what... I don't really know how to answer that, because to me, it's kind of like... I don't consider that a huge amount, you know? If you took me to each of those countries... If I had to point out, you know, like, the capitals of all of those countries, I don't think I'd be able to do that very well. The capitals of each of those states. I could do half of them, maybe, or half so like, you know, I'll know some little things, like, for example, Switzerland doesn't have an officially designated capital. It has Zurich and Bern and, third city. Help me out, V.
Sorry, what?
What's the third city? There's Zurich, Bern, and
Well, third of what?
like you've got three big
Geneva?
cities. Geneva. There you go, Geneva. Yeah, and like Bern is kind of like the international capital, and Zurich.
So basically, Bern is the official capital. Zurich is what everybody considers to be the capital or thinks to be the capital.
Yeah.
Because Zurich is actually the biggest city with like the most international connections,
But, like-
followed by Geneva, but officially Bern is the official.
I thought
Sorry.
you guys didn't have an official capital.
Yes, we do. Bern.
I thought you had a place where government sits, but it's not designated the capital.
That is Bern. I would have considered that the capital.
I gotta look this up.
However, that might hinge now on whether the German word or Swiss German word for capital and the English translation of capital carry exactly the same meaning or not.
It's like... Bern is the de facto capital. It's like
Yes.
it's the de facto, which is different to...
Like that's where the government sits.
Yeah, but that's not de jure. Different thing.
What
it's
is that?
De jure means by law. So capital city is like an actual legal designation. Like this is the capital city. This is, whereas I don't think... Yeah, it's the de facto capital Bern is, but not by law. So it's just, it happens to be where the kind of government is sitting. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was referring to. That unlike most countries, Switzerland does not have an official.
I did not know that as a Swiss person. I did not know there was a difference. To me, it's just like Bern is the capital.
Well, I mean, it's not. It's a technical splitting the hairs difference.
Yeah, it's like semantics.
Yeah, it's a semantic difference. You know, you would never really think of it.
Who joined? Who joined?
Where the hell am I going? I don't even know where I'm going.
Hello once again.
Welcome.
Hello, Ellie.
You
You're
know,
back.
and I could also tell you that officially Cavernan is the capital of the United Kingdom, as everyone knows.
What?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. You didn't know? Well, it's been decided that Cavernan, the Cavernan, the one at the top, is.
What did I miss?
Yeah, I have decided single-handedly.
I don't know. We switched to capitals somehow. I didn't really
Sorry.
register it either.
The question was, how do you know European and American geography so well? The reason I probably know American geography pretty well is that I typically follow American politics very closely, and I especially follow American presidential elections pretty closely. That means that, you know, when I stay up and I watch the American presidential stuff rolling in and all that sort of thing, I watch them talk about states a lot. I probably just absorb it like that way. And I suppose if you watch that sort of thing, then you pick up that knowledge, right? And then...
Or you have my brain and then you don't.
And then, do you stay up watching the American presidential elections, though?
No, but just in general, geography doesn't stick in my brain. It just doesn't.
That's fair, not everyone.
I have good orientation though, which is like weird combination.
And then European stuff. I mean, like, you gotta remember that for New Zealand, history is very Eurocentric. You know, we trace a lot of our history to Europe and World War I and World War II and the Cold War. So our kind of organic exposure to our organic exposure to geography and history is European. Is oriented towards Europeans, towards Europe. But then also just I happen to be interested in history, and a lot of the history that I am interested in tends to take place in Europe, I guess. And so pick that up pretty organically.
Speaking of Europe, question. When you're gonna be in Europe, how are you gonna do this live stream?
These are questions to be answered in the future.
Tim's gonna be
Future
over
Tim's
here.
problem, I see.
Yeah, it's a thing. I'll have to figure that out when it happens.
Well, I'm happy to help.
It'll be fine. There's nothing to worry about.
We'll
at
have
all.
role reversal, like your in-person like helpers now will be the remote helpers then.
Yeah, that's true. That'll be weird. Be very
We'll
weird.
just turn it around. It's gonna work out.
It'll be fine.
We'll see. It's yeah, I don't know. Like, there's also a lot of things that I don't know. Like, for example, I don't know anything about music, right? People might think, well, you'd pick up that sort of stuff organically. No, I don't. I don't know anything about music virtually.
But that's just interest-based. We just don't care.
Yeah, so it doesn't really, it just, you know. Surprised you got the Slavic and Balkan since they're relatively new. I mean, like, if you have like a passing knowledge of kind of, you know, Slavic and I mean, especially if you're interested in kind of like post-Soviet history, then you'll get a lot of kind of like the Eastern Europe stuff. And then the Balkans, provided you kind of like, provided you know about like Bosnia and Herzegovina and stuff like that. Like if you know about their kind of like tensions, and if you're interested in that sort of history, then you'll kind of pick that up. And then Kosovo is of course a very recent thing. So if you're interested in modern politics, you'll probably know Kosovo. I suppose. Of course, Kosovo isn't even necessarily a fully recognized state across the world. So, yeah, that's... But, like, I don't have very good African geography. I've got pretty damn good Asian geography. But that's because I kind of live in that area, right? You know? I have a lot to do with, like, my local geopolitics matters a lot to me, I suppose. I mean, V, if you were asked to name... How well do you think you could name, like, countries in Europe, do you think?
Not very well. I could name the, like, few big main ones, but, like, if you go to, like, the east or north, honestly, very, very, like, piggy ground there. That's not the right expression.
Yeah, same here. I'd have trouble naming a lot of European countries.
I really, like, when I tell you I suck at geography, I'm not, like, exaggerating. I'm just so terrible at it. Always have been.
Same.
It just doesn't stick in my brain.
How are you with history?
Yeah, a little better, but also not great.
Yeah, I really suck at history as well. Like, the
It's
two
just,
humanities.
like, neither of those subjects really interested me as a kid, I guess. And they were, like, in typical ADHD fashion, they were the subjects that, even if you have the intellect to wing most of your subjects, those I would have to study for. And with the undiagnosed ADHD, that wasn't really, I didn't like it. No. So it just kind of never, no. Just.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Absolutely fair. Look, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that if you're just interested, if you're interested in something, you're just going to know more about it. And to a lot of people who aren't interested in that, it's like, well, that's kind of more obscure knowledge, right? But as I said, I don't know anything about music. I can't name a single Led Zeppelin song off the top of my head. I can't name a single Metallica song off the top of my head.
I know a lot about music, and I also could name songs, because names are also not a thing for me. But, like, for example, I would love to show you, I have one playlist that I'm really proud of that I put, like, a lot of effort in, and it's a really good playlist, and I would want to show it to you and see if it vibes for you, because it is, like, you're kind of into electronic music with, the synth pop and everything. It's different in style, but I want to see if it vibes for you, just out of curiosity.
I mean, I'd be happy to listen to it. I'd be happy to listen. And also, chat.
I'll send it to you later.
Chat, I would love to tell me your favorite bands or your favorite songs, and what do you guys vibe with? Ellie, what's your favorite band?
We should compile a playlist for you, Tim.
I mean, I have a favorite. I like I'm a big cinematic music, but also, I love folky music. I love loads of the folk bands.
Yeah.
Like the Amazing Devil. I mentioned them earlier. They're great, and Tullos are so good. I love Tullos' music. Not like the super well. Not anything super well known. Crane Wives, they're great. Sorry, someone said Crane Wives in the chat.
Died.
Yeah.
King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I don't believe that's actually a band. That does not sound like a band to me.
What's that?
I only listen to Hades Town. Natalie in the back is gonna be
No, Hades Town
cheering.
isn't Hades Town a musical?
Hades Town is a musical. Why I know it.
Musical theatre is a good genre.
Yeah.
That is elite. Yes.
There we go. Natalie saying she loves Hades Town. No, I don't believe King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is a thing.
Miracle of Sound are great.
Also,
yeah.
I'm happy to, you know what, we're heading up towards the kind of the end. I will open up to some questions just straight from chat, guys. If guys feel like it, although I will.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're getting close. You're getting close to the last stretch.
I am. In fact, we're 10 minutes away. Can I get a count on Journey or Ori, is whichever one is winning at the moment, Journey or Ori? And this is from Anonymous. Think you'll ever play or read game Disco Elysium? It's a lot of reading, it's political, but also with looking for running with it. I actually have Disco Elysium. I actually did play it for like multiple hours, and I realized after playing it for like a couple of hours, I was like, oh, this game is really intense. This game is really fascinating. I want to be able to play it when I am super able to dedicate the brain space to this, so that I'm not just slicking through it. And I wasn't at that point at the time. And so yeah, I will totally play Disco Elysium. It is absolutely on my list. But I guess I'm just sort of waiting for that moment where I'm like, I can sit down and be like, yeah, I'm in the mood for a super intellectual game right now. Yeah.
Questions coming in chat, but I'm watching.
Alright, maybe they don't have any questions. That is fine.
Yeah, maybe you've already answered it all, or maybe they're just disappointed at your quizzing.
I really enjoyed that Lord of the Rings quiz, to be honest.
Yeah, clearly. Oh my gosh, you were just like such an overachiever, and that's coming from you know.
Coming from you, the overachiever.
I have problems with it, and I'm calling you an overachiever.
Journey is in the lead, not by much at all. So Ori, every donation, no matter how score, no matter how small, does get a vote. So
hello.
There we go. Who's joined us?
Browntable.
It is me, Mauricio from Browntable.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm watching you stream your killer Halo gameplay right now.
Oh yeah, you
You're
should
killing
tell.
it?
Like I am the most gamer you've ever met, man. Like.
Yeah, you're popping off.
I am
excited.
very, very good at this. This is Browntable. Browntable, would you please introduce yourself? What do you make videos about? Where to find you?
Oh yeah, I make videos usually on just like anything that's pop culture relevant. So, well, usually it's about like superhero movies and animation. And I just have a YouTube channel called Browntable, and making my own animated show as well. And I'm trying to focus more on animation in general for the channel.
Yeah, I mean, you are making your own animated show. It's called Interstellar Ranger Commence, and I actually want to ask you a question about that.
Yeah.
Interstellar Ranger Commence. Why is it called that? That's a very strange title. Like it doesn't naturally flow through the mind, does it? Is it a translation of some kind?
So for me, one of the things was I wanted to make an anime. And I know it's not like, I guess, technically an anime,
I don't
but
care. It's
I wanted
anime.
it to
You want to
be
be an anime? It's an anime to me, man.
Thank you. And basically, it's just like I'm doing everything I possibly can to make it as anime as possible. It is like a Japanese OP. The style is like anime-esque, and for the title itself, I know that there's a bunch of manga titles that are just crazily long. Like it's almost a meme for people because they're extremely long. It's like how I fell into a vat of acid and now I am a skeleton living a normal life as a high schooler or something like that.
Right.
You know, like they're extremely long titles, and sometimes they shorten them, and sometimes they're translated a little off. And for me, I just kind of wanted to, I guess in a way, pay homage to like that concept of like an interesting like title that kind of wouldn't really fit together, but it still kind of makes sense.
I mean, let's
you know?
think about two of the best animes ever made: Attack on Titan and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
They don't. You kind of listen to that, and it feels like you can almost be like, why are those three words strung together? I guess.
Right.
And
it makes sense, kind of why.
It does. You know, you
But
can
it's also
feel it
like,
out.
Yeah.
You can feel it out. Absolutely. I mean, and if people want to watch that, they can do so on your channel. It's very, very cool. When is the next episode coming?
Oh man, it was gonna come out either last month or this one, but I took a CG gig just to get a little more income, and so that has like frozen it in place because I also have to make my own videos, you know. And so it should be coming out February is like my goal right now, because I think the thing is that I listen to feedback almost to a fault, because it makes me want to remake everything. Because unlike, you know, the usual production where it's like, okay, it's gonna be like this, and if it's bad, well, rip, it's bad, you know.
Yeah.
For me, I have since it's an independent project, I have the capabilities to be able to fix and make better what I'm making, you know, based on feedback, and I'm learning a lot through it, and it's really cool. It's not like everyone's like, oh, this is garbage, fix this, but people are really supportive and they're really enjoying it, and they think certain elements would make it better, and I'm trying to appease them, but I'm not trying to like ruin the vision of the show. Like I'm not gonna like harm that in any way. I'm just trying to.
And within that, what's kind of been the hardest lesson or most surprising lesson that you feel you've learned in this process?
The biggest thing, I guess, would be writing. And as you can imagine, everyone should buy your book. By the way, I don't have it, but I want to buy it. I've multiple times I'm like, what is that? Should I get this book? And I'm definitely gonna buy it, especially for season 2. I think I said this last live stream too. I was like, I'm gonna buy this especially for season 2.
Tell you what,
because
you give me your address and I'll send you the copies.
Oh no, man! I want to support you too. Like I'm not gonna be like that. I got you. It's fine. Yeah.
I've done very well out of those books. Shockingly, I did not realize how much they would sell. So
awesome.
Yeah, so I was kind of like, oh well, I mean, I guess I've made the money I kind of need to. Yeah, you know.
I feel that.
Yeah, I mean, look, it'll be great. And how many episodes is going to be in the end?
For season 1, it's going to be 11. Or 11 have been written right now, and there's a chance it could be 12, depending, because the last episode is so long, and I might just make it a longer episode, or I cut it up and I figure out where to cut it. But yeah, it could either be 11 or 12. And but like back to your earlier question, I think, you know, your whole channel is based on like writing advice and analyzing you know, media. And I do the same thing, but the thing is, like, it's one of those things where, you know, it's different talking about it but like doing it and kind of listening to your own advice and what you think would be good is like really different. And it's tough, you know. But yeah, I think the lesson I've learned is just always keep revising until, because there's always a better version of what you have now up until like the point where you're just kind of like overdoing it.
Yeah.
And I think I have to reach that overdoing part.
Absolutely. I do know that it's really easy to also get stuck in the kind of like revising of it. You know, you get stuck in this kind of circle of revising and revising and revising. I've had a couple of novels which I've had to kind of basically abandon because I get stuck in this cycle of I'm not happy with where it's at. But the I'm not happy, and this is not to say this applies to you or anything like that, but I tend to get stuck in this cycle of wanting to change it, and I think I keep on trying to change it on like a surface level, but when what I really need to change is stuff on a fundamental level, and I'm not willing to do that. And so I just had to abandon the project. I was like, well, I can't keep revising this on the surface level to fix the problems I think there are. I have to revise this on a fundamental level, and that means scrapping it virtually.
Yeah, a lot of times, I think one of the things that it is tough to do, and it's one of those things you just kind of realize, is that sometimes like you have the right idea, but the execution is just kind of like not its best from the get-go, and to fix it, you kind of have to like essentially scrap like half of it to make it work, you know, and rework it. Because I feel like a lot of elements usually in story is just like the characters are this and they have to reach this, and how they reach their end point, how they go through their arc. If it's just written, I think in a different way, it could be better or worse. And I think the writing process is about finding how to best execute that arc and the story arc as well. And yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work, and that I think that's the toughest part in general when creating.
No, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We do have a few other questions. This is from Star Wars Spartan, and I just think coming up. Oh, actually, we just hit 20 hours, which means that we are officially changing games, and we do have to decide the winner, and I'll reveal that in a second. But first, I will get through these questions we have here. This is from Star Wars Spartan. If you were transformed into an animal permanently, which animal would you choose? No choosing human or fictional animal. Human or fictional animal? Human animal. I mean, it's supposed to be. Browntable, why don't you go first?
Like, well, I'm assuming no human would be like not a furry. I think.
I think you. I think humans are technically animals. So you can't be like.
Oh.
You know.
Okay, now I get it. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. I was gonna say raccoon, but I watched this documentary. I forget the name. It's like the most popular one on Netflix about the Earth, and there was just like 10 full minutes of just otters just messing around and being awesome, and I'm like, I want to be an otter so bad. They look so chill. So yeah, that or a seal, because I know in California they literally just sit in the boardwalk and just sunbathe for like the entire day, and I wish I could do that.
I reckon I would be a bird, probably. A bird where a bird basically just in New Zealand where there's not nearly as many predators, and I can just fly freely with nothing to because I've always wanted to fly, probably. What about you, V?
Sorry, I zoned out. What's the question?
What would you be? Animal.
Animal?
Yeah.
Some type of murderous cat.
After I just said that I would be a bird?
Any type of murder kitty.
Oh, I'd love to be a cat, actually. Can you imagine just being a... you know?
I would love to be a cat. I
love cats.
I mean, I don't know if that's just like a phrase. Like, I don't know how much they mean it, but a bunch of my friends constantly tell me that I act like a cat.
Yeah, you do have kind of cat-like vibes. That's true.
What?
Yeah, I'd agree.
I still don't get it. I mean, I kind of get it, but like, I can't pinpoint it.
What about you guys in chat also? And Ellie, what would you be?
What a tough question. I mean, I love dogs and I love horses, but I think if I got to choose, I think I would choose like some kind of parrot. Similar kind of thinking to you, Tim.
Yeah.
Like, not so many predators and the ability to fly and relatively smart.
Man, I'd be a Kia, man. I'd love to be a Kia, the only alpine parrot.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I saw a thing about them. They like look for carcasses and then they share them.
Yeah, they're pretty
And,
freaking awesome.
yeah.
They'll come and shred your tires in order to strand you and take your food.
Yeah, that tracks.
Whoa.
Yeah. We had, back in the day, we had these things called Haast eagles, which were eagles that could carry off children. It was fantastic.
Wasn't their main prey the massive?
Yeah, the moa.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. And then when the moa died out, so did they.
Yeah, true. Yep, because their prey died, basically. Everyone's going wolf,
See,
dolphin,
I
dog,
listen.
tiger. Yeah, you listen. You listen.
Occasionally.
Okay, next question. Linnea Gustafsson, favorite House of the Dragon character? I have to go. I think I liked the role Viserys played the most. Like, it's tempting to be like, oh, it's Daemon because he's so damn cool, or, you know, Rhaenyra. But Viserys, I think, played the most interesting. No, I'd probably say Alicent. Alicent is probably my favorite House of the Dragon character. But, I mean, a large part of that is that I love the difference between her in the book and her in the show, and where those differences come from. And I think Alicent plays a fantastic role in the story so far. So, yeah, I'd probably go with Alicent. Has anyone actually even watched House of the Dragon out of you guys?
I finally caught up.
You finally caught up? Who would you pick?
To do what?
Who's your favorite House of the Dragon character?
Oh, favorite character.
Yeah.
Difficult actually, because I really like Rhaenyra. But I think Alicent was written very interestingly.
Yeah, totally agree. Did you watch it, Mauricio?
I have not yet.
Nah. Too busy watching what?
Watching Andor, honestly.
True. I haven't watched it yet, but it is the one Star Wars thing I'm considering.
It's because, you know, I totally don't blame people for not watching it, because Star Wars has been very you know, lately. But that thing should be like an HBO show. It's just like completely different. It's like they actually cared. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's certainly different. Anything in it. In the kind of the Star Wars world. Sean, did you see? This is from Sean. Did you see the news about Hades 2? So hyped for it. I did see it at the Game Awards. And have you played Hades before, Mauricio?
Listen, I have not, and I am kicking myself over it because I saw that and I want to play the first one really badly. All my friends have played the game, but I haven't because I'm dumb.
I played 4 hours of it earlier.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It's good fun. It's good fun if you like hack and slash games. 100%. Yeah. It's a good game.
Yeah, I'm into hack and slash, so I gotta get on that ASAP, especially because of the sequel.
I'm excited for it, although it's not super my type of game, but if I really like Hades, then I'll definitely pick it up. And then Star Wars Spartan, who asks, who is your favorite god/mythological figure? Ellie, you go first.
Oh, mythological figure? Do you
Yeah.
reckon that includes the fair folk?
Totally, yeah.
It's got to be a Kelpie then. I love all the Kelpie stories. I love that there are variations on Kelpie stories all over the world. I just think it's really neat that there's a murder horse in every body of water around the world, apparently.
You love the
Didn't
idea
even have
of
to
a
think.
murder horse.
Just instant. I knew it.
I don't know. My favorite. I really like. I really like Nyx, Greek mythology.
I don't know why I felt like you were gonna say Nyx, but I was like, I just had a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just the name. Nyx is a freaking amazing name. It has N, a Y, and an X. How's that not like that's a gold tier name?
I feel like way back in the day when we were doing a mythology video, we had a long conversation about how great Nyx was.
Yeah, well, you know, back in the day. Other than that, I really like. I'd probably go like Ragnar Lothbrok as a mythological figure.
Oh,
is one that I have a soft spot for. People going Artemis or Hestia, Hrimthur. Yeah, it's or Loki. True. Yeah, but no, I do like Ragnar Lothbrok, who's kind of like a mythological figure, sort of like maybe was a real like King Arthur type real. That sort of seems. Yeah. It's that sort of thing. Mauricio?
I really like the triple goddess.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. I just like the concept of her, kind of like this, you know, the triple goddess of like her kind of representing three people, yet it's one goddess.
That is.
I'm seeing the chat right now, and they're all going Hades. Well, a lot of them were in like succession, and I feel that. I took the original question, and I thought like, oh, like a creature, and I was like, oh, like Cthulhu, you know. I didn't think of it in like a.
I know Cthulhu is a totally valid answer.
Oh,
like,
awesome!
Yeah, I mean Cthulhu is
like
it's part of a mythos. It's called the Cthulhu mythos, you know, or
Right.
the Lovecraft mythos.
I love Cthulhu. I think it's so cool that it's essentially like anyone can make a Cthulhu story, and it's like they're fine, you know.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah, I like the idea that just by there's something so like I guess like ridiculously insane that like the human brain just cannot register and will just like die. Like that's really interesting. I like that concept.
I encountered a kind of the opposite of that, which is like creatures so beyond our comprehension, but instead of like going insane and hating us or whatever, or not caring about us whatsoever, it's like the opposite of that, and like intensely and like care about us. Like the positive. It's called the Angelarium.
That's cool also.
Yeah.
Very awesome.
It's pretty awesome. Those are all of the questions, and I can tell you now officially that Journey has won with a lead of 5 votes, so it was very close. And we come down to the final game, and actually I can probably do Journey in less than 5 hours, easy. I'm pretty sure it's only like a 2-hour game at most, so you know.
I remember I played the Journey demo when I was like.
Oh yeah, are we switching game?
We are switching game. I'm just loading up this game. Ugh. I'm sorry, you were saying, Mauricio?
Oh no, you're fine. I remember playing the Journey demo and
What is Journey about? Like, what kind of game is it?
Oh, you'll see.
I've never heard of it.
Really? Oh, it's quite a thing.
That kind of passed me by.
Yeah, it's really cool.
To be honest, like I do live under a rock. We know this. I'm not informed about things.
What's it about? It's about a
Isn't there a game called Flower?
Yawn. What?
There is a
Well.
game called Flower, which was also made by them,
Yeah.
where you
That
are
one
a bunch of
slapped.
Yeah. Did it? It's I wouldn't say slapped, like.
Tim,
Oh,
for once
listen,
it's not me.
when I was-
Somebody in the chat asks, Tim, have you eaten or drank? Not me this time. I'm innocent.
I have drank. I have not eaten very much. I don't tend to eat across the stream very much, just because I don't know. It's
Stressful.
yeah, I don't know. I don't really.
No, I get it. I also haven't eaten.
What is Journey about? It's about a journey.
Wow.
Feel free to comb through chat, by the way, for some questions. I think they have earned some questions. So, we have had a bunch, and I realise I haven't met it yet. But there are interesting ones. Feel free to pick them out.
You want me to ask you a question from chat?
Oh no, I was more meaning Ellie and V. They're kind of like here to
Sorry.
do things for me.
Yes, there's favorite TV theme song or intro.
Ooh. You think, Mauricio? Like, so many good ones.
I really dig. Well, this is a cartoon, as you can imagine. It's more my thing. I feel. I just remember growing up with the Spectacular Spider-Man opening, and that song has been stuck in my head for ever. And yeah, I really like that one.
Fair enough. I would go the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood original opening. It is like, as much as I love, Game of Thrones.
The first one, right?
Like Game of Thrones, incredible opening, whatever, totally. But
Too long for my ADHD.
it it's hard for me to move past how much of a banger some anime openings are, man.
Yeah. There are just some anime openings that are unskippable, you know? I have to watch them every time.
Exactly.
I'll be right back.
So yeah, that's kind of like, it's just some fantastic anime opening, I would say.
Like Brotherhood has a Golden Time Lover. That's another absolute banger that I just always have to play over and over again.
Also, the original Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Return. And Brett is here.
Good.
Hello.
Aha! Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Did you rest well?
Yeah, I managed to get like 6.5 hours of sleep.
That's great. Well done.
And I have a tall glass of coffee right next to me, so we're all good. Everything's coming up red today.
We have Journey, by the way. You have not noticed.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah. Blue's missing out.
I know. I messaged him that you're playing Journey now. They've got like stuff happening today that might prevent Blue and Cyan from joining, which is a shame. But rest assured, they would be here if they could.
I'm just gonna try and speedrun it.
Ooh, yes.
I've never seen a whole playthrough of Journey. I've seen so many bits and so much of the gorgeous art, but never actually seen a whole playthrough.
I'm 90% sure that I can complete this in under 4 hours. So.
Ha. Being friends with Blue means I've seen at least 3 full playthroughs of Journey just from hanging out with him, so. It's a gorgeous game.
Oh, it's so pretty, and the music is so good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things he has on vinyl.
On vinyl?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I also offered to get him the vinyl of the Shadow of the Colossus soundtrack, but he was like, no, that would be extravagant, so. I guess stay tuned for next year's birthday. I might do it anyway.
I have to remember how to do this. I have to go and like collect the things, and then I can jump, like have magic, right?
Learn how to jump good.
Yeah, that's right. I remember how to jump good.
I love how you're just like fidgeting. It's so funny because it just looks like you're trying to climb a wall, but you can't.
That's my favorite bit of, I guess, ludonarrative dissonance in certain games where, like, there are parts of the game where you're allowed to jump and your character does, like, 8-foot superhuman leaps, and then a part where you're not allowed to jump or climb, it's just like a little, like 6-inch top. Uncharted has that bad, and it's so funny.
Oh, and God of War, Ragnarok, like, you smash down, you know, you're lifting up huge massive boulders, and you're smashing down, like, you know, massive rock walls, and then I get to this, like, wooden gate, and he goes, we're gonna have to find another way around. I'm like, come on! Like...
Kratos, my man, I think you could probably do that.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I am really liking how Ragnarok is playing out. It's retroactively making God of War 2018 look worse, which is probably the best thing a sequel can do.
Is that... Wait, you wanted to make the first game look worse?
Well, the first game was really good, is the thing, and everyone was like, oh my god, it's incredible. And now the new one is making that one look, like, poorly paced and padded and kind of thin on the ground, which means that the new one is just, like, leagues ahead of where the 2018 one was, and is carrying on very strongly. So... like, sometimes the benefit of a sequel is it makes the original, like, richer and deeper in comparison, and sometimes it just blows it out of the water, and that's definitely where we're at right now.
Yeah, I mean...
yeah.
When I first played a God of War, like, I put out this video. Well, actually, you were part of it. You did a little section in that video. And I basically said it was fantastic, but, the only major criticism I have is that it has a bunch of detours, pretty much. That that the pacing was just kind of like, why is, you know, Kratos going and doing all this stuff? Whereas in, you know, Ragnarok, everything feels very much like Kratos is always doing his stuff for a reason.
Yeah. I think that the first game, like, was very necessary. We couldn't have just jumped into Ragnarok with no context, because the first game is basically Kratos sort of getting over himself and, like, leaving the house and actually starting to talk to people again. And that's how we can get just such a huge cast in the second game and so many locations and so much stuff happening. Whereas the first one was like, Kratos couldn't care less about the pantheon he's in now. He just wants to get from point A to point B, and then it turns out he actually needs to get to point C. And from that perspective, the entire game is completely unnecessary. It's like, Faye could have just been specific. But that wasn't the point, so. Anyway. 2 good games, but the new one makes the old one, like, really highlights the weak pacing and the number of, frankly, unnecessary detours that are packed into the first game.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Ooh.
I remember.
Just...
You're at this.
Brain is...
I mean, how long have you been awake now?
I can imagine.
Long.
Am I missing a 3rd sigil? Because I've got to, I swear I had to, like, free the frickin' vines, right? Free the little pieces of material. That was a thing, right?
Oh yeah, the scarves to make your scarf.
Yeah.
Scarfier.
But wait, I do that? At the moment, they're just like walking around real slow. Oh yeah, I forgot to go to the top of the mountain, top of the thing. That was, yeah, probably done with me. Yeah. See, this is. I'm at that point where just like, just things do not even register in my brain anymore.
Oh boy.
Alright. I have a huge freaking scarf now.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I can go here. I can get out of here. As you. On? Can't move on, apparently. Fred, tell me what to do.
Well, I don't remember. I'm
You
sorry.
can watch like 3 playthroughs of this.
Yeah, but this is really early. When the giant robot stingrays show up, then I can help you out, maybe.
Is it just that I've got to go and collect all of the... I just got to go and collect all the scarves. Is that it? I have to just walk around and collect all the scarf.
Well, you have to fly around, I believe.
Well, no, but if I fly around, then I lose the scarf, right?
No, the scarf has like a charge, but the length of the scarf doesn't change unless something damages it, or it doesn't shrink.
Oh. Okay, but each time I get the charge and then I go past another... Great. Lovely, but... I don't think my scarf is getting any longer.
No, it is. It's gotten longer since the beginning. The scarf gets longer, and then it can hold more of the glowy glow charge, and then you can fly more. I don't remember how you recharge the glow. It might just happen on its own, but come on, Chad, help me out here.
Oh, guys, I don't mind if you backseat me. Like, oh, apparently I'm just gonna, like, light up some pillars here? I think I missed somehow? Okay, I was meant to just light up some pillars. I didn't realize I was meant to light up some... Look at my face, man, I'm so cute. So damn cute.
Just a little cat man in a shawl.
Is this game also a metaphor for depression?
I mean, probably if you squint. I believe the more overt metaphor is the hero's journey on account of how that's the soundtrack is named after every step on the story wheel.
Right, but isn't the hero's journey kind of a metaphor for depression?
For some heroes, sure.
Is it not? What else would you call the belly of the beast if not depression?
Okay, well, so steps 6 and 7 are metaphors for depression.
Exactly. And then we go down and speak to the father of the...
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Most people leave the weird bits out of the story wheel.
I think all games can be argued to be a metaphor of depression. I agree. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is like my favorite metaphor for depression.
Oh, I mean, cold take on that one.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's expose the player to the horrors of war.
Like seriously, like Gris, Celeste, oh, there's another couple. All metaphors for depression. Chat, I would be interested if you could also name other games that are metaphors for depression.
Minecraft.
Minecraft?
What a big open world, but there's no point to any of it, is there?
Well, no, you see, because at the end, in the deepest and darkest times, what do we defeat but the Ender Dragon? And the Ender Dragon is, of course, depression.
Depression.
See what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It's all coming together.
Alright, okay.
Oh god, that reminds me. I saw you were playing Halo earlier. I'm sorry I missed that part. But I've never played Halo, but I had to be informed by Blue that it has so much biblical symbolism in it. I just never made that connection. It's like, oh yeah, the flood and the ark and the covenant. I don't know. It could just be a coincidence.
You didn't pick up on the flood, the ark, and the covenant?
I was busy.
I didn't know that happened in Halo.
And
then, you know, like, obviously the leader of the Covenant being called the Prophet, and the Arbiters, and No, none of that.
No, sorry. My only exposure to Halo is the one true way to experience it: the television show acclaimed by Paramount.
Oh.
No, that is not the one way. That is not the one true way to experience it. The best way to experience it is the Halo Wars RTS game. Okay.
Well, what about the Brian David Gilbert video about reading all the Halo novels? I feel like that's a pretty good choice.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I say.
That one was my only prior exposure to Halo, but it was weird because I retained a surprising amount of niche information from it that I didn't recognize until I watched the show, and I was like, holy shit, it's Guilty Spark! Why do I know that? So, don't watch the show, it's bad.
Deactivated.
Master Chief take off his helmet every 5 seconds in the show.
Yes.
And is naked for like half of it.
Yes, he keeps it on for most of the first episode, and then it's a big moment when he takes it off to be like, you see, I'm really a person under here. And then after that, he takes it off every chance he gets, unless there's a complicated fight scene when they need to CGI him. Wow.
We don't want him to be a person. We want him to be a mindless.
Yeah, also he fucks, which is kind of categorically out of character for Master Chief, so just weird all around.
No, he does, but it's got to be Cortana, right? Like in like a electronic way, you know, stick in the driver.
Is that a thing? That doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough about Halo lore to dispute it.
Yeah, me neither. I was like, wait, that happens? Does that happen?
I thought that was just subtext.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to go and.
Someone pointed out if the Ender Dragon is a metaphor for depression, that explains why people defeat it with beds.
Death Stranding is a metaphor for depression. You know what? I would absolutely buy that.
That makes as much sense as anything else about Death Stranding.
Candy Crush is also a metaphor for depression because, of course, you try and you try and you try again, but the game never ends. The game just keeps on getting it going and keeps on getting more complicated, and it's random and it's cruel because, of course, it is. And then you get the wrong draw, you know.
I feel like Candy Crush is a metaphor for an abusive relationship.
that I vibe with that one, yeah.
As a kid, I totally thought that sideways scrolling endless platformers that you would get on your phone and stuff, I was so sure that they had an ending and it was like a story conclusion. And I would get really upset as a kid when I just couldn't beat them and I couldn't get to the end to the story conclusion.
Oh no.
It took me I was older than I should have been when I finally came to terms with the fact that actually they don't have an ending.
Oh, that's rough.
I'm
The
still
curse of
not
immortality.
quite over it. I still sometimes think that there's secretly a story at the end of Doodle Jump if you can go high enough.
I'm back here. Alright.
I really don't know very much about Halo at all.
Me neither.
Halo? Okay. I'm gonna give you the entire story of Halo, alright? Here's the entire story of Halo.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
Bring it.
So,
let's go.
There was this elder race, okay? And they were the coolest elder race that they controlled everything. Like they were gods, all right? And they created these creatures called the Forerunners. And then the elder race died, okay? Because of bad things. And then the Forerunners also died, okay? They died to a thing called flood. But
a lot of that going around these days.
Yeah, that's true. But there's another thing, okay, which is that humanity had a giant spacefaring empire, okay? They were like massive, all right? They were gods. And the Forerunner was like, well, we don't really want that to happen. So they decided to set us back to the Stone Age. And so they did. All right? So they did that. And they put the humanity back to the Stone Age, and then the flood came along, and the flood was bad, and Yeah, so, and then after the flood was bad, because the flood basically kills everything, which is bad, alright?
Right, yes.
Yeah, we established this part of the lore that blood is bad. And the Forerunners had the genius concept that they would create these things called Halo Rings, alright? And the Halo Rings, basically, they're like arcs. Yes, they're like arcs where they store all of the life, okay? Because the thing is, they're like, all right, we can kill the flood, but we have to kill everything else, okay? That's how I solve every problem.
Yeah, mass genocide.
Have you guys seen Blackadder?
No.
I think it's
Parents.
Black Adam.
No.
I lost my mind.
So in Blackadder, no, it doesn't matter. That's a tangent.
Halo? Blackadder's in Halo?
No, no, there's no Blackadder in Halo. There's no Black Adam either. There's no Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
But is there Halo in Blackadder? Is the question.
I mean, like metaphorically, he's an angel in disguise.
Tim, tangent.
Yeah. Okay. So right. So they make the halos, all right, and they put all of the species that they want to protect on the halos, okay, and that's great. Because in order
I'm sorry, they put the species they were protecting from the flood on the
On the
halos
flood.
and not the Ark.
Yeah, no, because the Ark's a different thing, all right, on the halos.
Right, all right.
Okay, because
Now
here's
I'm
the
up to
thing,
speed.
all right. You've got to protect. So to kill the flood, you have to kill its food, but its food is everything. So they build these rings, which are gonna send out a big death pulse, all right, and then the pulse goes out and it kills the things, but everything that's on the halo rings survives. Okay, you follow? So it's kind of
like the inverse of Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah, it's kind of like the inverse of Horizon Zero Dawn in that sense. Oh, there's someone. Who the hell? Hi.
Oh yeah, that's sort of like it's like a what's the word? It's like a freeform multiplayer thing. They just sort of randomly connect your game with somebody else's.
Well,
so that it's not an AI, it's another person.
That's another. Well, that's nice. Can you fix my problem for me? So that was their plan, all right. But they basically wiped themselves out in the process. Okay, by killing the flood. And humanity survived. Okay. And so the Forerunners died, and then humanity, with the flood gone, humanity is left to thrive from the Stone Age, and it comes back. And then, oh, there we go. They just gave me one of my things.
Yeah.
Oh, I used up all my charge. Oh, he's doing it for me. That's nice of him. And then humanity later on, okay, finds the Halo ring and goes, man, we should find out what this does. This could be magic. This could be awesome. But there's also the Covenant, all right? The Covenant is like this group of aliens. There's like it's like 20 million different species, all right? But it's mostly controlled by these like guys in wheelchairs, all right? And they're called the Prophets, and one of them tells the truth and one of them tells lies, and you've got to tell which
I wouldn't call that other guy a prophet.
Which one? You don't know which one tells the truth and which one tells the lies. What question do you ask them to find out?
Oh boy.
Okay, and then yeah, so they find the halos as well, but they think that if we activate the halos, it'll mean we go to heaven, all right? They think if we activate the halos, we go to heaven, all right? And so they're trying to get all the keys to activate all the halos, right? And what do you think happens when you activate the genocide bomb?
Well, yeah, I mean, that seems
Like, if you were,
Seems like
if you were, to,
logical.
yeah, I mean, if you were to take a guess about what happens with the genocide bomb, what?
My guess is everybody dies, probably.
Oh, you'd be right. You'd be goddamn right. That's right.
Aw, just call me the prophet.
Oh, see, but then, John the Green Man, okay? The Green Man comes along and he goes, you know what? I'm a guilty spark, and I don't believe in this. So, he goes on the Halo ring and he goes, no, this is not what we're doing. We are not going to fire the ring. And then he stops the Covenant from firing the ring. But then the Covenant goes, well, we don't like that, okay? And so the Covenant comes to find Earth and like goes to war with Earth, and Earth gets kind of pretty screwed over in Mombasa. All right, you know, the city in Africa, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then in Halo 3, part of the Covenant goes, well, actually, this is bad. I don't want to commit genocide. Okay.
Good work, team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really important realization. Okay. and then Green Power Suit Man, he works together with Snip's Mouth, the arbiter of problems, okay? And together, they stop everyone getting worms. Which is the flood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then, so they stop everyone getting worms and the flood dies, alright? And they don't fire the Halo rings. And then the Forerunner comes back and decides to kill everyone, but then they stop that as well. And then the AI takes over and Cortana is evil. There you go. That's the entirety of the Halo storyline. I hope.
It was, my goodness.
I hope you understand that now.
I think I actually know less now.
It's totally clear to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Obviously.
Well, it's like we took a bit of a jump from Stone Age to now there's a green man in a power suit.
Yeah, me in the first half.
And Cortana,
like,
she shows up sometime.
No, I saw the foreshadowing.
Oh, yeah. When they threw that bone in the air and it turned into a spaceship, that's really all we needed.
We might have missed one slight part, which was agriculture. Would you like me to explain agriculture?
No, I think I'm good.
Do it. I will pay you to explain agriculture to me.
Yes.
Agriculture is when you put grass and water together and then go, wow.
Oh, I thought you meant like.
No way.
I thought you meant agriculture of the game. Like
yeah,
in
me
the
too.
game.
I think that's agriculture in Halo.
Like how you grow a green power suit man.
Yeah.
You can grow them in crops.
Earlier, like way at the start of the stream, when you were like, my plant farm, to talk about your garden.
No, it's not a garden. It's a plant farm. Okay, it's not. It's not a plant. It's not a garden. It is a plant farm. It's not just a garden. Okay, I don't just have like flowers and like, you know, like one lemon bush that has grown 60 years too long. No, it is.
You can grow vegetables and edible things in a garden.
No, it's not the same thing. A garden, it diminishes what it really is. Okay?
Well, no, you're not, because you're not farming plants. You are lovingly growing plants.
I am farming plants. I am doing to my plants what other people do to animals.
Pets?
That just grow plants.
Thank you,
Yeah?
we Dragonauts. It's a plant farm. Can I get it's a plant farm in chat?
No, it's a garden. It's a vegetable garden. That's a real thing.
It's not, because it's all
it
fruit.
is.
It's all fruit.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why I just call it a garden.
No,
because
no. Oh, sorry. So as soon as it's fruit, it's not a real garden. It's not a real vegetable garden.
Well,
yeah, thank you. No, a quiet joy here has it absolutely
you
correct.
You were the one who was saying it couldn't be a vegetable garden because of fruit, and then you immediately... Oh,
Do you turn up to someone who has like 16 fields of crops and you go, wow, you have quite the garden?
No, because they have 16 fields. Look, Tim, if you have 16 fields of crops, I will happily call your garden a plant farm.
Okay.
But until you get 16 fields of crops...
So what defines, how big does a field have to be?
Okay, hear me out on this. It's all fruit, right? So I think what you actually own is an orchard.
That's true.
But they're not all trees.
No.
They're not all trees.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to be?
I think for an orchard, they do have
I gotta look
trees.
this up. Okay. Orchard definition. Okay, it is
I can't believe this is turning into something more complicated than the entire corpus of Halo lore.
What do you call
I don't trust
a
Tim's-
lot of berry bushes?
I don't trust whatever.
Has Tim cracked?
What is a fruit garden? No, there's no such thing as a fruit. No, okay, ignore that stuff.
You had to stop Journey.
Okay, Natalie has provided us with a definition. A garden produces food for private use, whereas a farm produces food or flowers or fiber for others.
Oh, there it
you
is.
go.
Well, no, excuse you. I can walk out this door right now and I can show you two people who have been benefiting from my fruit trees for the last 24 hours.
What, commercially?
It's their payment for their services for the last 24 hours, so yes, this is a commercial exchange of goods.
You don't start owning a farm just because you start
I don't know
dumping
why
baskets of
I
zucchinis on your neighbor doors.
I don't know why I opened this box when we had like an hour of evidence earlier proving that Tim cannot accept that he is ever wrong.
I can accept I'm wrong when I'm wrong, okay?
I just hear meowing.
Hello. Who has joined us?
Who has joined us?
Nobody
has joined us.
Nobody. I swear.
I don't think anyone joined.
No one joined.
Oh, did somebody just?
No one joined.
okay?
But I did hear a cat somewhere, and I'm very intrigued.
I did just have someone. Gerant Kupan has donated $20. And just wanted to say that he has an incredible wife, and apparently she watches all my content and it makes his day to see her happy. I am apparently so that's very kind. She has apparently donated previously before we were married, and he keeps this donation going, which is a very, very sweet thing. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that support.
That's really sweet.
Yeah. Also, sorry, Tim, you might want to take down the vote for the next game thing on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can do.
Yeah.
Well, I can use it for all people. Okay. There we go.
Sagecraft in the chat says he started the hallucinating phase of the stream.
No.
I mean, we've gone through and past the phase of Tim going off about things, which was lovely.
Yes. Well, hang on. That phase that tends to kind of be cyclic though. After you reach
It tends to come back a couple times.
Yeah, it tends to build up to a new going off at something.
Well, I reject any.
Do you still have that quality Korra rant, like as a snippet?
It's on my channel. It's literally a video.
Yeah. That was the best going off that we've had.
Yeah, it does happen every so often.
You just you've just gone off the night. Now you're kind of chilled out.
Yeah, no, I went off on my biggest rant. I think this time was on It Takes Two, the game.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of
that.
that.
Was intense.
Yeah, it won
What was
game
that, the vacuum?
It won Game of the Year when it absolutely did not deserve it.
Ooh.
Wow.
I don't think it won
Strong
overall game of
opinions.
the year.
No, it did. I looked it up. It won overall game of the year.
Here we go.
No. Oh, last year you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is just insane.
It's a little weird, yeah. Oh man, the one thing I like about Game of the Year is how they do that like medley of all the main video game themes at the beginning.
Oh,
That's
very
so good.
cool.
And of course, the one that really slapped was the year that they had Hades, Doom, and Animal Crossing, because it was like almost all really intense, like electric guitar butt rock, and then it had to slam into the da 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 da. It's so good. And honestly, truly a very uplifting musical experience.
That sounds incredible.
Where the hell
I'll
do I
find
go?
the link and put it in the Discord chat.
Oh,
So
please do.
Forgive me that I know nothing about this game, but what exactly is the goal of Journey?
get to the top
What
of
are
that
you
big
doing?
mountain you can see on the horizon.
To
Big mountain.
experience
Okay.
the journey.
Got it.
Yeah.
That was enough information. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very, very.
Yeah, that could have. Oh, that was a dangerous question to ask.
Thank you
That
for-
could have gone a Halo.
Why?
Do you want to know the deep lore of Journey?
I mean, is it going to be coherent?
Yes, it's entirely coherent. I can tell you it in one sentence.
Okay, sure.
Oh,
On one
boy.
condition, you
Oh,
have
here
to
it
start it
comes.
with Once Upon a Time.
It is a metaphor for depression. That is the
Yeah, there it is.
entirety of the lore. I want to thank you, Mauricio, for the $20 donation. Journey has apparently donated $10. Anonymous 20, Daisy another 10. Ryan K donated 100. Thank you very much. Riley 20. Azorak 173 $20. Oh gosh. Okay. We have a question from that. This is from Sam Cadell. I appreciate this opportunity to donate to such a good cause, and I wish you all a happy holidays. What are you most excited about from the Game Awards if you watched?
Oh, excuse me. Hades 2. I didn't watch it, but that's the only thing I heard about afterwards.
Oh, I don't know. Ellie, what are you excited about? You're invested in games now.
Well, I'm obviously very excited about Transformers Reactivate.
Yeah!
Because that's very exciting for me. But I'm very biased.
I
Follow Reactivate on Twitter.
I think I was most fascinated by Death Stranding 2.
Huh. It didn't really feel like a concept that would sequel very well.
No, it didn't. I was actually very surprised to see that being a thing. I have a suspicion, alright, so I have seen this happen more than once. It's where the entire first story in a series is just all set up for the story someone really wants to tell. Right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pilot episode syndrome, but for entire games.
Exactly. Oh, like, entire book series. Like, it's very much the case with the Three Body Problem series.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Like, the Three Body Problem is... I don't know what you guys know about that series, but it's a Chinese science fiction series, and
right.
It won the Hugo Award, or the Nebula Award. It won, like, everything for ages.
One of those sci-fi awards.
Yeah, and it the first book is very interesting, but it is absolutely dwarfed in magnitude and ideas and just kind of like actual curiosity and interest and ingenuity by its sequels. And it's very, very clear when you read the second book that you're like, oh, this is the story he wanted to tell. This is the story that he clearly thought, all right, I want to tell this, but he had to do a whole book of setup before he could get to it, and you see why.
That's really cool.
I mean, it's like a problem that recurs because it is so necessary a lot of the time. Like, you know, a lot of times the impact of the really cool thing only works because of all the wind-up beforehand. So the writer has to kind of get through the setup and the planting, and you know, so that they can pay it all off. But I think the problem arises when you have a story that is all set up and doesn't have really anything on its own, because that can be a lot harder to get into.
Yeah, no.
So like
I
again,
agree.
the God of War 2018 example, again, like with you know, with the new game, it kind of becomes clear that God of War 2018 was in large part setting this up, like, very overtly. Like, you wouldn't end the game with the start of the Thor boss fight if it weren't purposefully setting up for the sequel. But what makes the game work on its own is that it has an emotional through line and an actual developmental core of Kratos learning to be a less shitty dad to Atreus and their relationship improving. So you're playing through the game for that, and then as a side bonus, you're getting all the setup for the cool, heavy Norse mythology stuff they're winding up for the sequel.
Yeah, I mean, I have a suspicion that they sort of they wanted to do this kind of like Loki story. You know, like that was kind of the long-term ambition, you know?
I think they just knew that they had to get us invested in Atreus super hard before they could pull out the, by the way, guess who's doomed by the narrative? So.
Yeah, it's I'm 90% sure, so I'm only about 50% of the way through the story. And I'm pretty sure I won't say what it is, but I'm pretty sure I've clocked what is meant to be a major twist already. If it does turn out to be the twist that I think it is, then I would be quite happy, because I think it's quite a cool twist.
Excited. Oh boy, but yeah, there are a lot of... It's like how with a lot of shows, like the pilot is not great and not indicative of the rest of the show, but it's still very necessary to sort of get us in, you know, get a foot in the door.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of... Oh, man, like... I'm trying to think of, like, series that are, like, very much like that.
The Owl House is my current go-to example. Whenever I get somebody into it, I always am like, look, we have to watch the pilot, but the pilot is not going to be like anything that comes after the pilot. The pilot feels like it was written for like an age bracket about 5 years younger than the rest of the show. But it's such a good show.
The Owl House. It's an animated
series? Have you not watched it? Yeah, it's an animated series.
Know it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so
very
good.
good things about it. Endless good things about it, but I haven't seen it yet.
No,
oh
me
my
neither.
god, guys, it's killing me. It's
Where,
so good.
like, where can you stream it?
I mean, it's a
Or
Disney
watch it.
thing, but the creator of the show doesn't watch it on cable. She watches it on the premier pirate site for it, very overtly. So, you know, there's lots of places you can theoretically watch this show.
$20.
But it's a Disney thing.
$20 from Kite, thank you very much. Love your content, mate. It's very kind. Jessica said, and I find this quite funny, $50, thank you very much. You must have woken up so early this morning. Hello from New Zealand.
Ha ha.
If you didn't know, I am staying awake for this entire time. I have not woken up. I have been here the whole time. But you could say that I awoke, in a sense, at like...
To a new level.
At the moment. Yeah.
A new level of rambling.
Yeah, this is true. It's true. Wait,
Higher consciousness.
Has anyone here played It Takes Two? Didn't me.
I have not. I saw the zero punctuation about it. Took a rather dim view of it.
Oh, yeah, no, it's dismal. I mean, say what you like about the gameplay. The gameplay was fine, but everything else is just, man. Like, it's horrific.
Is this the one where you're playing like a divorced couple and you get like shrunk or something and I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard not very impressed things about this game.
Basically, these people are horrible, and your only consolation for the first, like, half of the game is like, oh, this is them being horrible so that they will learn. And then they don't. And then, like, they never face up to the absolutely horrific things that they just did. And so, yeah, and it's awful. So no, I do not like this story. It's still fun, like as like a really dark game, but it's
Yeah, that's one of the tough things about writing shitty characters is that for a while they become Schrodinger's dickhead, where it's like, I don't know if this character is being such an asshole because they are going to be humbled by the narrative and learn, or if it's because the writer thinks this is acceptable behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge issue.
This is why Vegeta is the ideal form of this character, where he spends his entire arc getting humbled over and over again for being a dick.
Unreal
Like, there's
Punk
no question.
said, I disagree on the 3-body sequels. I just finished book 2 and the last third of the book was a mess. It ended all right, and the first 2/3 were great, but it wasn't as cohesive as the first one. I find that no, I completely disagree on that.
Ho ho ho!
The Dark Forest is fantastic from beginning to end, and it's interesting. You read the other sequels, and suddenly the first book feels like a YA novel.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Like in what way?
In the sense that it's kind of well, fundamentally, basically the first book is about a secret society of super smart people who get invited together to join a game, a virtual reality game about that has a particularly important purpose.
Okay, all right, I get it.
And like there are a lot of layers to that, but the concept itself, compared to the concepts of the second and third one, it makes you feel, like that.
Wow, that's fun.
But
yeah, no, I know what you mean. That does feel like a YA premise.
Yeah. I didn't really think about it, to be perfectly honest, until I actually read the sequels.
Mm.
We do have another question from Noble, who says, which show, movie, or game or book are you all most excited for in 2023?
Ooh, Breath of the Wild 2 is supposed to come out. Or Tears of the Kingdom. And I'm very scared. I'm so worried. I don't want them to do my girl Zelda dirty. but you know, I feel like what's going to happen is I'm going to get it and play it before I see anybody else play it, which is like unheard of for me. I enjoy Breath of the Wild so much, and I kind of regretted that I didn't get to have the experience of playing it blind. I'm so wary anytime something I love gets a sequel, because I know that previous quality is no guarantee of future quality, and I've been burned so many times. So, fingers crossed.
I liked Breath of the Wild when I played it on the stream. It was a lot of fun. What is it about Breath of the Wild that you like so much?
Oh, I mean, how to explain? It's really, really bad for my brain because it feels so productive. It's got a bad case of the just one more things. The number of times I've like loaded it up to be like, I'll just finish this shrine, and then I like managed to just one more thing my way through like a major dungeon is not small, and it's beautiful, and I like the free exploration, and I love how much freedom of movement it gives you. Like the fact that it's like every other game is like, if you jump off a tall place you'll die, and if you try to scale this sheer wall you'll just hop a little bit, and then Breath of the Wild is like, screw that, if you can see it you can climb it. So I don't know, I really like that. It feels like the actual perfect form of open worlds video game design, in that it feels like the world isn't restricted or boring. It always feels like there's more stuff to do. And I also just finished the DLC quest that gave me a motorcycle, so I'm having all of the fun times with it right now.
That's I mean, that's totally fair. I mean, I've seen some people pull off some amazing like creative combat things, like when they're really good at the game. You know, it's that physics-based kind of like stuff where you can just, as long as it works within the physics, you can do it. You know.
Yeah, there's especially like weird speedrun strats are always really interesting for that. It's kind of just not really my thing, I guess. I'm not super good at the combat. I just have a lot of fun with it. So, I don't know. I mean, to each their own. It's just, to me, it's like that's the ideal game. And the thing that has me excited about Tears of the Kingdom is they're doing the sort of like Flying Islands design thing, and the thing that disappointed me most about Skyward Sword is that it had like a Flying Islands thing and did nothing with it. It's like there was no free flying. The city in the clouds was like a tiny town with 5 people in it. It was just very disappointing. But I actually feel like an open world version could be what I wanted Skyward Sword to be. And as long as they don't absolutely beef it or do my girl Zelda dirty, we'll be great. Everything will be fine.
This is the one where you can play as both of them, right? As Link and Zelda.
I think that's a theory, but I don't think anyone's actually confirmed that that's really going to happen. You're definitely going to be playing as Link, but there might be a section where you play as Zelda, because she gets separated from him early on. So, who knows? Fingers crossed.
Speaking of games where you play as someone else, in Ragnarok, you of course get to play as Atreus a bit.
Yeah.
Well, I have one criticism of the game, which is that I think that the combat and gameplay with Atreus is pretty underwhelming.
Really?
Yeah, for a character that has bow abilities as like kind of a big part of their thing, like I find them a very underwhelming combat player. Like, I mean, this is also beautiful, but this game is beautiful. Like, when I think about bow combat, you know, I'm thinking of Horizon Zero Dawn, and you know, like, to me, I was just kind of like, oh, this is just sort of just button mashing. Like, there's not really that much to do here with this combat. It's not like Kratos. You can be a lot more creative. You can do a lot more interesting stuff. But just Atreus, just not so much.
That makes sense. I feel like they were trying really hard to make it so that he wasn't just like Kratos, but again, which meant he basically couldn't have any melee combat abilities except hitting stuff with his bow. And yeah, probably weakens a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. Just but that's. I mean, he's got like bow abilities, but it's basically just kind of press X, you know. Oh, this game's fantastically beautiful. The lighting, man, the lighting.
Yes. Blue expressed his deep regret that he can't be here right now.
I'm sorry, Blue.
He's cheering you on in spirit.
Oh, I got another person joining me.
Okay, we reached 17,500.
What?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, we did.
Oh my gosh.
Good job.
Wow, incredible.
Amazing.
Hi, thank you very much. That's very kind, everybody. $30 from Sasha, another $30. Sasha donated a lot of money. Thank you very much. Hi, Sasha. Logan, thank you. Anonymous donated $100, but say that they have been supporting Doctors Without Borders recently. So here's more in spirit of holiday giving. Hannah Axelson asked the question, have you read any good books recently? Love some recommendations. Now, earlier on in the stream, we're talking hours ago, we actually had quite an extensive discussion about books and recommendations. I wish I could repeat all of that for you. But I don't think I have the brain space. But I will totally talk about it. But I want to let you guys talk about things you recommend: manga, comics, anime, like books. This person potentially, if you have any that have been on your mind recently.
Just go through my recent acquisitions from my local library.
I'm currently reading one that I'm very much liking so far, but I'm only like 3 chapters into Priory of the Orange Tree.
Let's see. I recently read through. This isn't a recommendation. It's just fun. A collection of old Larry Niven known space short stories. Because I'm researching a very specific thing in fiction, the history of basically telecommunications tech as portrayed in speculative fiction, and it's funny because it's a world where they've gone to space a lot and they have hyperspace travel, but everyone on Earth communicates through telegram. Anyway, in terms of actual good recommendations, I mentioned earlier the audiobook version of The Hobbit narrated by Andy Serkis is just so fun. So if you have 10 hours to burn, look that one up.
Love Andy Serkis.
He's the greatest. He's just so fun. Let's see.
If I would recommend an anime, it would be this anime called Bocchi the Rock, which is it's about this like really socially awkward main character who is really into guitar, and It's like, you know, in those anime where it's like they have to start a band and all that. It's
No,
like
what?
having like a side. It's like
The
having
anime
a
where they
side
have to
character.
start a band, is that just like a standard thing that like happens in, you know, full as
Yeah.
Wait, is that sarcasm or are you serious?
Unusual.
I
mean, that's a trope.
No, actually, you're absolutely right. I remember in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood when we got to episode 5 and they met this girl called Nina and they wanted to start a band. So they, you know,
Oh, come on, man.
like they strung her up and they called themselves the dogs and the little girls, you know.
No.
And
Wow.
then we
Normally people are a little more subtle about that nightmare scenario.
Low.
Oh, let's see. I mean, I can rep Terry Pratchett again. Everyone should read Guards. But in terms of newer stuff, the Locked Tomb trilogy. Has anyone in chat brought that one up yet in the stream?
I've heard about this a lot.
Oh,
Is it Harrow the Ninth? Is that one?
Yeah, Gideon the Ninth is the first one. Harrow the Ninth is the second, and the newest one that came out in September is Nona the Ninth.
Is on my TBR after Priory and Babel. Third one coming.
So good. Yeah, it's wild. I highly recommend them, with the caveat that the second book is a very hard read until about 80% of the way through, because it spends about half the time with the world's most unreliable narrator, and the other half actively gaslighting you about the events of the first book. And I sort of
I'm gonna have to take my meds to read it.
I'd say that's a good start. Yes. The first one is pretty simple. It's basically a murder mystery it's the in-space version.
In space.
Yeah, it's the in-space version of a bunch of weirdos in like an isolated ski lodge, and people keep turning up dead, and who's doing it. So the first one's pretty simple, and it's very funny because the POV character of that one is fundamentally deeply incurious about 90% of what's happening. So like when you're rereading it, you're like, oh my god, Gideon, some crazy shit was going down and you just didn't care because a pretty girl was being nice to you. So that one's great. And then Harrow the Ninth it's a hard read, and this is all very purposeful. The creator of them, Tamsin Muir, has talked about what is it? Like the inside of Gideon's head is like a pinup magazine, and the inside of Harrow's head is like a box of barbed wire and rats. And books narrated by these people are not going to sound the same to each other.
I mean, that's cool though, to have like such a unique voice, depending on who the point of view character is.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's incredibly skillful. It's one of those book series that's doing what it's doing incredibly deliberately and doing it very well, but it's not necessarily going to appeal to everybody.
That's fair.
But they're very good, especially if you like kind of putting pieces together in the lore, because it's all very cohesive. Like little things will get planted and hinted at, and then like 2 books later, you're like, wait a goddamn minute. Yeah, so highly recommend. It's also I don't have the context to notice this, but a lot of people who were into Homestuck say that it's very clear that this writer was also into Homestuck, so that's something that could be fun. But
never been.
Yeah, I don't know. But yes, highly recommend that book series. It's gonna be a quartet. The first 3 books are now out. The third one was originally gonna be the first act of the actual third book, and then she was like, no, this needs a whole book. So.
Standalone. That is Nona the Ninth, right?
That's Nona the Ninth, yeah. So, yes, definitely recommend that. I have a couple others, but I've also been talking for like 10 minutes, so.
Has anyone read Saga?
Saga,
the comic. That's
a
good recommendation.
No. What is it?
It's a sci-fi comic about a little family running from all the laws on every planet because they simply exist. It's really fun. It's really crazy. The characters are very lovable.
Is it ever a depressing ending? Like, because I mean, I'm just trying to figure out if I would even enjoy it.
I've not finished yet. But it is an 18+ read.
Good enough.
Saga. S-A-G-A.
Gotcha. I heard
it turned up.
I was like, what?
I also heard that initially. It turned up when I was doing a search for fun examples to use.
Saga! Oh my god!
Yeah. That's the
Yes!
I know this one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I will give a couple of recommendations. These are books I've just read kind of like this year more than recently necessarily. I would recommend. Actually, I'm going to recommend 3 very different books. Okay, so one of them is "Today a Woman Went Mad in the Supermarket" by Hilma Wolitzer. This is a series of short stories. It's not fantasy or sci-fi, but it is a really beautiful set of stories from the female perspective across their life, from childhood to adulthood to marriage to old life to being alone. Basically, it's a very gendered look at life, which I found really specifically interesting perspective, specifically in relation to like men. And then I would also recommend Accession by Ian M. Banks. Except I can't recommend that you actually read that first. So it's like trying to read Terry Pratchett, but starting with like,
Color of Magic.
Yeah, no, it's like trying to read Accession in the Culture series first would be like trying to read, maybe like Reaperman, maybe first.
Oh.
Or like Thief of Time or something. Like something where like there's a lot of kind of having a lot of pre-knowledge would be useful. So I cannot recommend that you read that first. It is, however, one of the best sci-fi novels I think I've ever read or potentially ever written. So instead, I'm going to suggest you start with a story called Player of Games by Ian M. Banks, and then Use of Weapons, one of those two. And then the last one I would suggest is Sharp Objects by Gillian Flynn. If you are in the mood for not a murder mystery, it's kind of a creepy mystery, I guess. And it's basically about a reporter who moves back to her sleepy hometown to look into the disappearance of a child, but she has to spend a lot of time around her family. And her family, she has a very difficult relationship with her family. Gillian Flynn wrote Gone Girl. She is a fantastic mystery writer and writes incredibly good, messy people, if you're interested in that. But Sharp Objects
They made a show about that, too. They made a Sharp
Sounds
Objects show.
familiar, yeah.
Did they do Sharp Objects as a show? I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah.
But I think there is a show of it, yeah. It's fantastic though.
Speaking of shows, I'm sure everybody knows it already, but I have to mention Sandman.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
If anyone hasn't seen Sandman yet, like, go watch it. Like, I don't think it's for everyone, but I do think it's worth watching. Like,
Oh, yeah,
it's worth
so good.
it's worth finding out if it's your thing. Because if it is, it's great.
I have 2 other book recommendations, both by the same author, Naomi Novik. She did.
Astolat.
It's the Tim
Sorry,
Romero
which?
series.
Astolat.
Oh.
That's one of the AO3 founders.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
The ones I'm familiar with are Uprooted and Spinning Silver, which are both kind of like dark fairy tale reimaginings, which I know is not the most encouraging original concept now, but like she pulls them off very well. Uprooted is the one I started with because a friend recommended it to me, and she was basically like, yeah, it's kind of like, what if the spooky wood in the fairy tales was full on Lovecraftian horror. Some pollen blew out of the wood and got to the cows, and they're not cows anymore. And I was like, ooh, gimme. So I read through it, and it's very good. And Spinning Silver is basically the dark fantasy version of Rumpelstiltskin, but it's another one that does some very interesting stuff with who's talking and how they think about the world. So the POV character for most of the book is, I want to say Miriam, who's the Jewish daughter of a moneylender who's very bad at his job, and she kind of gets the attention of this ice elf fairy prince from another world, who is the one who gives her the challenge to turn this silver into gold. And then it's like, and then I will reward you by making you my wife. And she's like, well, that fucking sucks. And it's basically just a lot of consequences from that. And there's, let's see, there's also the equivalent of the Cinderella character, like the original version, where it's like the ghost of her mom who's haunting a tree, helping her out of her problems. And the third one, she's like a very classic fairy tale princess type of like, oh, she's, you know, what's the deal with her? She gets betrothed to the emperor because she has this like magical jewelry that makes her seem more beautiful. And he's the only one who's not affected by it, but he finds her fascinating for other reasons. Anyway, very complicated book, but it's a lot of fun, and all the threads kind of come together.
Right.
So,
kind of like,
yeah.
you know, he's a dark prince, and she didn't want to be there, but then he saw, you know, that maybe she wasn't so bad, and she was the only one in the world that could see that there was a light side to him, and she could bring it out. That's the sort of thing we're talking?
No, the best thing I can say for this book is that does not happen.
Oh, that does not happen. Well, yeah. I'm not interested anymore. I know. Yeah.
The thing is, like, all these dickhead dark princes in this book are like, it's like the standard version you'd expect would be like the princess characters being like, I can fix him. But these ones are much more of the like, if he knows what's good for him, he'll fix himself. Like as soon as Miriam gets betrothed to this ice prince, she starts immediately plotting how to get rid of him and escape because she didn't ask for this and this is some bullshit. And also, it's interesting because they sort of do this like blue and orange morality thing for the what are they called? The like ice elf people, is that like their whole deal is based on like trade and like equal trade. And when she actually does successfully execute a plan to get her shitty ice elf husband like fucked up for a while, he's like, oh, okay, I see what happened. I fucked up because I devalued the price of your hand in marriage, and it's clear that the actual price that you're making me pay is my life and the lives of all my people. Okay, that's fair. And she's like, oh, now I feel like kind of a dick about this. But they sort of reach common ground. It's also, spoiler alert, so if you're planning on reading this, actually, you know what? I won't spoil it. It ends in a very fun and satisfying way for all parties involved. Which is why I like these dark fairy tales rather than finding them tedious, because they actually sort of do pull off a happily ever after that makes sense.
I like it. Sounds very promising.
Yeah. Uprooted is the easier read because it's
a
a
lot
much
of like fairy tale reimaginings in bookstores recently. Is it a current trend that there's just so many of them?
I think so. I think it's an easy thing to, you know,
I've never noticed it before until like, I don't know, 2 years ago maybe?
I think it comes and goes, because I've been seeing like edgy Alice in Wonderland reimaginings for ages, and like what if Snow White or like Red Riding Hood, you know, what if that was sad and fucked up?
I've read Cinderella's Dead recently. That was also an experience.
Have you
sounds fun.
Did you ever play Alice the Madness Returns?
No, but I know the vibes.
It was a I think it was PS2 game. I may be wrong about that, but it was a very dark, very, very, very dark reimagining of the Alice in Wonderland tale, but it's quite old. It was really before that dark reimaginings kind of phased off. I mean, I don't know if you're interested, but feel free to check it out at some point.
Yeah. When I was in middle school, there was a series of books that got turned into comic books that was the most try-hard, grimdark Alice in Wonderland, but like edgy thing I've ever seen, and it was a big deal because the guy who wrote it had like, I don't know, gone to my middle school or something. So he kept showing up to give talks, and it wasn't good. Let me see if I can find this actually. I feel like searching like dark Alice in Wonderland is not going to narrow it down.
No.
It was like political machinations, like, you know, Alice was the true queen, she was usurped. The Looking Glass Wars, that's what it was called.
Oh man, I gotta look this up. The Looking
Glass
baby.
Wars. Wild. Inspired by Lewis Carroll's blah blah blah. It claims that those two books were nothing but lies and that this is the true story.
A series of 3 novels by Frank Fedora.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I gotta get off of fandom.com. Oh boy.
What a it's a kind of a strange cover, to be honest. Like,
Oh yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah,
really
yeah, yeah.
look like anything, weirdly.
Wait, where do we have a cover?
I'm just looking on the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Oh, her name is Ella, spelled with a Y.
And
Oh,
two
no.
S's. Yeah. Hatter Madigan, who I believe is her like assassin with like a coat full of knives and crazy stuff like that. It's just a mess. It's trying very, very hard.
The villain is called Black Imagination.
Of course it is.
Wow. That is blatant.
Yeah, so you can see why I take a generally rather dim view of edgy reimaginings of Alice in Wonderland, because it's very easy to do, but very hard to do well.
I'm trying to think of like the best reimagining of a fairy tale. Chat, I want your opinions. What do you think is the best reimagining of a fairy tale?
I don't know that.
Darker
many, to be honest.
reimagining. Or just more like adult reimagining of it.
I mean, to be fair, the original fairy tales are usually the most gruesome version you'll find.
True.
Well, it's weird because that's true. But the thing is, the Brothers Grimm weren't really writing down faithful adaptations of the stories they were being told either.
No.
In fact, it seems like they made them darker and grittier. Like if you look into folklore of the area of like, you know,
So basically, they were up.
Yeah, they were us. They thought it was super cool and edgy. So adding like a lot of the horrible deaths for the characters, flattening a lot of the female characters. This is a hard space to research because again, these are like the first guys that wrote them all down in one place. But there are, I took like a class in college on Balkan folklore, and we went into a lot of just like different versions of these stories from different parts of that area, and the threads and themes and weird specific details that crop up in them that sort of help you make a little cladogram of like where the story developed from. Like this is the one where like there are 3 pearls that on a golden plate that get crushed and turn into children, and then that turns up in this story over here, and that's too weird of a detail to turn up independently twice. And a lot of them have like complex stepmother characters where it's less about like she's evil and more about she's teaching her new stepdaughter the stuff she's going to need to learn to run her own household someday, and you know the weird temperamental spirits in the woods are a little bit more like that's like you walk into the woods and you run into the 12 months hanging out and they ask you which is your favorite and you have to compliment all of them or like one of them will kill you or something like that, rather than it's like a werewolf and it's gonna eat you. So it's another Snorri Sturluson case where like the guy who wrote it all down was not an unbiased narrator, and people are like, did you know in the original version the stepsisters cut off their toes and stuff? And it's like, that's not the original version, that's the Brothers Grimm version. There's actually a difference. Anyway.
Okay, we have some answers in chat. So somebody said Ella Enchanted, only the book.
Oh my gosh.
I think I only know the movie. There's a book?
There are things about
That's
that.
the one where Anne Hathaway sings Queen, right?
I don't know, but that film has a special
I know
place
it's with
in
Anne
my
Hathaway,
heart.
but in my memory, that's a comedy?
It is a comedy. It's
It
very
is, yeah.
funny. Very good.
Okay.
For many, many reasons.
Then another one says Mirror Mirror on Netflix is a retelling of Snow White and it's fun in my opinion. Another one, Fawn's Labyrinth feels like a fairy tale for adults, even if it's not based on any, if I'm not mistaken. Cruella?
Pan's Labyrinth. Cruella doesn't count.
I haven't seen Cruella.
Oh god, don't watch Cruella. Don't let Disney think they had something with Cruella.
Also, Zephyr says Percy Jackson is a great reimagining. It made mythology cool for an entire generation.
It's not. I mean, I think there's a gap between myth and like fairy tale.
There's a gray area, but some things are strongly one or the other. Yeah.
I think there's a terminological gap there. But
Beauty by Robin McKinley. Beauty by Robin McKinley is the best Beauty and the Beast story I've ever read.
I think the answer is pretty clear, though. I think the answer is Snow White and the Huntsman, starring Kristen Stewart.
Oh my god.
2016.
What a fucking
and its
deep
sequel,
hole.
The Huntsman.
You really went there.
Winter War. You forgot the subtitle for the Huntsman. Why do I say
Oh, I'm
that?
sorry. Was it
I
called
don't-
Winter War?
The second one was called The Huntsman Winter's War.
Oh, is that the sequel? I never watched the sequel.
No, I didn't
just
watch
know it
either of these
exists.
movies. Who was watching these movies? Sheesh.
Anyways, I'm gonna head out. I gotta head out, guys.
Oh.
But
Alright, see you. Thanks for dropping by, Mauricio.
Thank you for coming and hanging out.
Yeah.
yeah, it was great to meet all of you, and love you, Tim.
Thank you
Hope
very
that
much for
hope
joining me.
hope you reach 200%.
I hope so. That'd be pretty damn good.
Have a
Alright.
great day, everyone.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, you too.
Good night. Or good night. Good day.
Bye.
Bye.
Good day.
Bye. Good day,
Fuck one,
mate.
man.
All of those ones that you like listed kind of just makes me realize though that like reimagining Disney like did versions of, because I've got so many like local folklore books to like Scotland and Ireland at home, and you never see any of those stories. And a lot of them are like the ones you were describing. Was it Balkan? You said, right?
Yeah, Balkan folklore. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them have the same kind of vibe as that, as, you know, like the brother got killed and turned into soup, so the daughter buried his bones and they grew into a tree which had milk white dew on it.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, and then the bird like flew off and killed the person who killed the kid. You know, like and it's, I feel like it's kind of a shame, to be honest. There's so much cool stuff out there, and they just keep redoing the same ones.
Surprising number of vampires too. Balkan vampire folklore is complicated.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's been a while since I went into it, but from what I remember, like the main thing is a vampire is what happens if a body is disturbed during its like 3-day rest period before it's buried. So like if a cat jumps over it, the soul gets confused trying to leave the body and goes back in. And there's also like different words for that kind of vampire and like the children of vampires, and it gets a little bit weird because a lot of it seems basically just like folktale coding for garden variety xenophobia of like oh, vampires, you know, they rise from the grave and then they have to leave town because everybody there knows that they should be dead, so they go somewhere else and then they turn up in like another town and start causing disease and stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, all right, so you've created a story where people who come to your town from outside are probably undead creatures of the night. Good. So I mean, you know, this is specifically Balkan folklore where it's like there's mountains between everything and all the towns are pretty tiny, so it's anyway, it's a very interesting field. It was pretty impressive we pulled a full quarter out of it, because, well, I thought at the beginning, like, how's there going to be a full quarter about this one niche part of folklore? And then by the end, I was like, wait, where's the rest of it? There's clearly so much more.
Also, a couple of people in chat have said Into the Woods for a fairy tale adaptation.
Yeah. Into the Woods is another thing I would
Sinbad
categorize
from
as...
DreamWorks. That film, I always forget it exists.
Which one? Oh, Sinbad. Oh,
from
God.
DreamWorks. Bisexual
Oh,
Awakenings.
No. Yeah, the one with Eris, of course.
Yeah.
DreamWorks really made some superior films, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Well, the weird thing is, I wouldn't classify Sinbad as one of those.
Okay, in terms of like, animation quality.
Oh, no, it's gorgeous.
Stunning.
Yeah, it's just
I
the
barely
pacing
remember
and
the
narrative.
story,
that
to be
don't
honest.
make
I
any
just
sense.
know that the resolution, like the whole film is really violent, but then the resolution is not, and I found that really interesting when I first watched it.
Yeah, it's a little weird. From what I remember, like, the reason why nobody remembers the plot is because, as I recall, the plot is pretty much nonsensical and things just keep happening. It's like, the
fair.
basic thing is like, oh, your friend is going to get executed in your place unless you go and retrieve MacGuffin A from location B, and then a bunch of other shit happens, and then at the end they're like, everything's fine now. Yeah.
I mean, that's like a pretty good story, to be honest.
However, the villain is hot, so we don't care.
Villain is very hot, yes. Also, most of the characters in that movie are hot.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true. It's true.
Let's see.
Oh, you know what? Another great adaptation of folklore and fairy tales is Rise of the Guardians.
Yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Unironically a banger.
If there's ever been a movie that deserved a sequel, man.
Yeah, or like a sequel series where we have more characters showing up.
Also, how freaking cool was the villain? in there.
Pitch?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Just the coolest.
Like, it's been so long since we've had an animated villain as good as Pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, straight up.
Sorry.
Good
Let me caveat that. I'm literally just thinking of just like Disney villain type stuff.
Yeah, no, as soon as you said that, I was like, wait, we just had Silco, and Silco was pretty awesome.
Oh, Silco's so good. I gotta say,
Do you mean
that guy's
discount
voice
Pitch?
actor? Hey. Silco's voice actor is in like everything.
Are we getting into arcade now?
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
can
down.
we?
I'm down. Love talking about arcade.
I feel like I want to talk about Arcane and then be like, no, it's too soon.
Arcane is so fucking good. Arcane
Come on, we
is
only
in...
have like 3.5 hours left.
Oh, easy.
2.5 hours.
So good.
Go off about Arcade.
Arcane is the best media I have consumed in years. I've watched it so many times.
It is
I love it
so good.
I love that it was hand keyed. Oh my gosh. I love that they were just like, yeah, we want it to look painterly. Let's just paint textures onto everything. That's like, it's such a cheap and good and amazing solution to a problem that people have been trying to solve. And it's so good. It's so good in every way.
In my head, I categorize Arcane next to Spider-Verse as like 3D animation that understands what 3D animation is capable of.
It's like, well, I mean, so much like Encanto is an incredible example of pushing technology and animation, but you don't see it as obviously because it's not like out there. So, but I love.
It's also lovely though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it is. I love the artsiness of like Arcane and Spider-Verse. Like they were like, yeah, we're gonna go art film. We're gonna do like the thing that Annecy loves. And
look, I would just say, I totally agree. Like, it's up in that rank of the Polar Express type stuff. Like for me. No.
The thing that impressed me about Arcane is, as I watched it, I was like, this isn't mocapped. They didn't mocap this movement, which means this is, I mean, like you said, hand keyed. Like it's
key.
Yeah. That means that an artist went in and determined the movement in the animation, and you can tell. Like there's a certain jitteriness to mocap that's the same thing that 2D animation had with rotoscoping. Like there's imperfections of human movement that you can't that it's hard to artistically capture, but it's not impossible. And mocap and rotoscoping is the easier way to capture it, but the thing that animation is good at is stretch and what's the word I'm thinking of? Exaggeration. Animation is good at exaggeration.
Right. Yeah, and facial expressions in Arcane are so like succinct. Like they're so precise.
Don't even get me started on mocap. I have such spicy, unpopular takes on mocap.
Boy. Yeah.
I just don't
Bring
like
it.
it.
Come on, we're 21.5 hours in. Bring it.
Actually, no. Ellie, I would actually like your opinion on something. All right.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is something that popped up on my timeline before, and it's something that, of course, been discussed for years. Should Andy Serkis have been eligible for Best Actor for his Gollum performance?
Oh, 100%.
Well, hang on. You'd have to ask the people who animated, because, I've spoken to animators so much and I've been like, oh yeah, I saw some of the mocap work for that, and they were like, oh yeah, we just didn't use it because it took too long to use it, and it was too unusable, and it was more straightforward for us and better to work with for us to just make it from scratch. So although there's so much that's like, oh, look at all this mocap we did for the film, a lot of the time realistically it's not used. So you would have to ask the people who worked on the film how much of the mocap was retained and how much was lost.
I don't think that there was a huge amount of pure generation stuff. Like having watched I don't know exactly, of course. I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that the animators, of course, did a huge amount of work on facial expressions, obviously building on what Andy Serkis has done, but clearly elevating his performance with their work.
It's tough. I think in this specific case, as nice as it would be to recognize what Andy Serkis was able to do with the acting, it would also be such a kick in the teeth to the animators who will have poured probably literal years of their lives into developing those performances.
Isn't there a simple solution to this, though? Well,
also award the animators.
Yeah, there's one of two simple solutions, I suppose.
Yes,
which
but
is...
that's never gonna happen. Like, animated films can't even be nominated for Best Picture anymore.
Right, but that's some other bullshit. Like, that's not Andy Serkis's fault.
It's not Andy Serkis's fault, but what I mean is, like, you know, if they can't win, if an animated film can't win Best Picture, then, like, animators aren't going to get to share in, like, a Best Actor kind of award. So
yeah, like, I mean,
person in chat.
It's a tricky one.
Person in chat made the point I wanted to make about this, which is that wouldn't his voice acting count for it, regardless of how much mocap went into it? And I think that's basically why I said, yeah, of course, so quickly, is like, voice acting is acting. Like, even if the character was fully animated and he was just sitting in a booth the whole time.
Isn't it a different category, though?
Well, that's the thing. Should it be?
I do think voice acting and acting are, like, I think they're both acting, but in my mind, they are like doing, they're like painting and photography. Yeah. They're both art, but they're different types of art.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree, and like, I think, frankly, like, all of the stuff we've seen with actors doing voice acting in the recent years compared to voice actors doing acting, is like, just evidence of, like, there should be a separate award for best voice acting, because they do such incredible work.
I would love to get spicy about this, because that is my absolute favorite thing about watching, like, anything animated, is, like, being able to immediately clock which of you is a screen actor, which of you is used to being able to act with your entire body, and now has to act with just their voice.
Hearing like, Chris Pratt is everyone. Chris Pratt is everyone.
And then you get Jack Black, who's done voice work before and is actually quite good at it. And that's one of my favorite things, is that you can often tell where an actor first really kind of, where it clicked for them. Not necessarily where they trained, but what part of acting made the most sense to them. Like, you're watching, like, Star Trek TNG, and you're like, everyone else here is doing an okay job. Brent Spiner is doing a very good job, and Patrick Stewart is acting everybody under the table because he's theater trained, and that's what makes sense to him. And you can tell because he knows how to project, he knows how to talk to the back wall in the middle distance, and he really likes monologuing loudly and well. But everyone else is like, either fairly untrained or mostly a screen actor, who's, perhaps a lot more subtle, a lot more quiet, not bad necessarily. I mean, early season's definitely bad, but they're all trying. But with Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen, whenever they're in anything together, it's like, those are the theater bitches. Everybody else is just trying to keep up.
I love seeing theater actors doing non-theater.
They can't turn it off. They're used to being so big because they have to be. No mics on stage.
I'm so fascinated by the body language difference. Like, as an animator, always looking at it, and like the body language differences and like how they themselves project, and it's so good. It's such interesting stuff.
It's so cool. Yeah. I think, oh god, what was it? One of the really funny things I've noticed, because my interest is much more in the voice acting side of things, is that a lot of times you can tell, like, this person got their start in, like, cartoons. This person got their start in anime dubs. Oh god, let me look up his name, because I will feel bad not mentioning this guy. Hold on. Yes. Kyle McCarley, a voice actor who's been in a bunch of stuff, but he always sounds significantly more anime than anybody else in whatever he's working on. He was in Nier Automata as 9S, the robot man. They're all robots. And
you got it right the first time. The robot.
Oh yes,
that narrows it down.
Yeah, and he's mostly in things like, anime, Demon Slayer, that new Spriggan TV series that I feel like only I watched. Tiger and Bunny, but he's also in like Monkey Kid and Star Wars Visions and stuff like that. And the funny thing is, whenever he's in anything I run into, I'm like, that guy sounds way more shonen protagonisty than anybody. Hey, it's Kyle McCarley again. Wow. They just can't turn it off.
Voice actors. There's one performance there's the audio drama of like Norse mythology by Neil Gaiman, and Colin Morgan plays/reads Loki there. That is amazing, in my opinion.
Colin Morgan. Who else has he been?
Colin Morgan is an amazing actor. He did a lot of theater.
Oh, it's that guy. Yeah, I know this guy.
Merlin.
He was Merlin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's very
That's how I
distinctive
got to know him, but he's actually a really good actor. Like, he does a lot of other things as well, and he like his voice acting in the Norse mythology audio drama is really good.
Oh, that's so fun. But yeah, I mean, oh god, when we're talking about like actors who A, are really good, and B, got into voice acting from like different things, I want to bring up Kevin Conroy, just because he was the GOAT, and played Batman in the Batman animated series, the entire DC animated universe, and he got his start in theater, and I think you could kind of tell just from a lot of the sort of resonance he brought to his roles. There's a certain like volume that you develop from having to act to the back wall of a black box theater, and I don't think they can ever switch it off. Also, Mark Hamill, a deep pull, and I don't think anyone was expecting. Yeah, but like,
Mark Hamill,
if you told me that friggin', Mark Hamill is so good, but it's like, if you told me like, yeah, Luke Skywalker is gonna voice like all of the best villains from the 90s to 2010. He's gonna be the Joker. He's gonna be Fire Lord Ozai. He's gonna be that one guy from that one episode of Danny Phantom. Yeah, he was Ozai.
Wait, hang on, what?
Yeah, he's Ozai.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
The funny thing is, at this point,
today I learned.
Mark Hamill being cast as a person is like the cold read that they're a bad guy. He plays a one-off bad guy in Gravity Falls, and like initially he doesn't seem like a bad guy, but as soon as I heard that it was Mark Hamill, I was like, now hold on a minute, I don't trust this bean can man.
Cast.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. I love like, I started watching Critical Role like 2 years ago now, and I love that like I can watch something that they have voice acted in, not recognize them, especially Matt Mercer. So often I just won't recognize it's him, and then I'll see his name and be like, oh my gosh, and then when I go back and listen again, I'm like, oh, it is him.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I got into Critical Role after I've been watching a bunch of anime. Like, the reason why I started watching it is he's like, hey, like, all my favorite voice actors and some other people I don't know are, like, playing D&D. That sounds so fun. So I was very familiar with, like, Laura Bailey and Travis Willingham are, like, part of the old, like, Funimation block of just, like, old favorites. So, like, Soul Eater, they're both in that. I think they met recording that. And obviously Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, they're both in that. And obviously Matt Mercer is in, like, everything. And I was less familiar with Ashley Johnson and Liam O'Brien, and Taliesin Jaffe and Marisha Ray don't do very much voice acting, so I basically had no idea who they were when they started out, but it was very interesting. Oh, Momo's on screen.
Yes, Momo's
Yeah! But yes, so I got into it because of that, and it was weird to me hearing these guys talk in their normal people voices rather than like I'm performing. Yeah, especially Travis, because like since I like watched through Critical Role and got used to his like regular speaking voice, whenever I hear him in something, I'm like, what are you doing, man? Why are you doing that silly voice? Like he was Kingpin in Spider-Man PS4, and like it sounds like him, but it also sounds like he's doing a voice, and I was like, well, now I can't unhear that. So, oh god.
Oh, harking back to your prior point, I love seeing, like, at the table, I feel like you could just that Liam is a theater actor. Like, everything about him. I'm like, this guy just wants to be doing Shakespeare all day, every day.
Oh, yeah. He's also probably the one that gives the most understated vocal performance. I've actually seen some people, like, give him flack for that, unlike Legend of Vox Machina, because, like, he tends to have a kind of low, understated performance, which, especially compared to everybody else, can be a little bit noticeable. But, like, it's not bad, it's solid. He's acting through it. It's just, he's not, like, taking it to the same, like, peaks and valleys that a lot of his coworkers are, so...
You know what? I know that with Taliesin as well. didn't notice until seeing the third campaign, like how unique Caduceus was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as I understand it, Taliesin is interesting because he basically got into this by being a child actor, and then sort of aged out of that and went on to doing more like behind the scenes script stuff and occasional like extra voices in anime that he's like worked on the writing for. So it's cool. Like you can tell like which of these guys kind of play it to the hilt and which of them came at this from a different angle. And Ashley Johnson is like a really interesting case because she's probably the most prolific in terms of like active careers she's had because she does the voice acting stuff. She does screen acting. Like that's part of why all her characters are like Skyping in.
Yep.
And oh god, what else was she doing? I mean, she's also doing like video game voiceover, but a lot of them are doing that now.
She was presenting something at the Game Awards.
Oh dang, that makes sense.
Yeah, when she walked on stage, I think I messaged him with a lot of caps, like, it's Ashley, it's Ashley.
Yeah, and also she's just done like regular voice acting. She was in the two middle Ben 10 series, like after the first one, but before the reboot. And she's just a really solid, like, recognizable voice actor, but, you know, she also does, like, the mocap in video games and stuff, so, it's just interesting. In terms of, like, a case study of what different skill sets turn into when applied to voice acting, like, that table is just a goldmine of information.
Oh, it's incredible. I love it. So much to learn from just watching.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, it's so cool. And on the flip side, the other thing I love doing to learn about voice acting is to watch old 90s anime dubs before anybody knew what they were doing. They're so painful. They're awful, but so interesting.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, and a lot of those guys are like people who later became incredibly good. Like, Crispin Freeman has been in a voice acting anime dub game since like the early 90s, and he's incredibly good. Hellsing Ultimate, he's Alucard. Also regular Hellsing, he's Alucard. I mean, he's been in everything. That's just like the go-to example I use for, you know, anime. But he's in Slayers, along with like the guy who voiced Kaiba and like 5 other people, all doing like all the backup voices. And the dub is so bad. Because it was like the Wild West of anime dubbing. Nobody knew what they were doing. Like, half of the people are pulling out completely different sounding performances. Some of them sound like they belong in Looney Tunes. Some of them sound like they're trying to, you know, do Shakespeare. Some of them sound like, you know, they're putting on like a high squeaky voice and calling it a day. And it's because vocal directing just wasn't there. Like, nobody knew how to direct it because nobody knew what it was supposed to sound like. Cowboy Bebop is generally regarded as like the first like good anime dub, and it's entirely because Steve Blum just nailed it right out of the gate, and everyone else is like struggling to keep up.
I feel like voice acting like is almost this like secret little pocket world that's not quite in the public eye yet, like a lot of other things are.
Yeah.
You gotta be interested in the niche to see it. Like it's very hard to accidentally stumble upon.
Who is your favorite voice actors?
Oh,
I was actually survived. I honestly, at the Game Awards, I was quite surprised that. Sorry, no, quite surprised is not the term I meant here. No, actually, that train of thought is not something I even believe. So never mind me.
Gosh, Tim, it's almost like you haven't slept in 22 hours.
You're thinking of like who won best voice acting, though, right?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about Kratos. I got mixed up with in my brain was best audio design with best voice actor. And how I felt that Horizon Forbidden West deserved that a lot more than Ragnarok.
Huh. Interesting. I think I'm feeding back through somebody else's mic.
That is irrelevant. Not through me, you're through my headphones.
Huh. Well, hopefully it's fine then. But yeah, I don't have a favorite voice actor. I like them all so much. It's just a really interesting field to me. I mean, technically it is a field I work in the loosest possible independent sense, and I find it very interesting from that perspective. But... Oh yeah, also Ashley was in Teen Titans. I forgot about that. She was Terra.
I don't think I can pick one either. They're all so good.
Yeah, they're all so good. I mean, I like, on the one hand, like, I love them all, but also it's like that meme where it's like the numbered list, and it's like every single one of them is unique and special, and then number 1 is Kevin Conroy.
Yeah, it's weird. I can't do it for voice acting. Do it for.
Oh, sorry.
Like-
I think you glitched out for a bit there.
Oh, sorry.
For me, at least. It's all good.
No, I just said, like, it's so hard to do it for voice actors, but I feel like I can do it for literally.
Yeah. I don't know. It's very cool. Also, I just saw the trailer or the sneak preview of Legend of Vox Machina Season 2, which looks very exciting. I'm so excited that they're making more of it.
Oh, I know, right? It's so soon. It's just at the start of next year.
Yeah, well, it seems likely to me that a lot of what they did was like they animated the first season and also a bit into the second season, just to
I think they just kind of carried on, didn't they? They knew it was being so.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I gotta say, like, I am a fan of Critical Role in the sense that I like that it exists, and sometimes I see what happened recently through Tumblr gift sets. I can't. My attention span will not let me watch it through. Like, there's hundreds of hours of backlog. I can't. So I love how they're adapting it. And what, like, I've talked about this elsewhere. I like adaptations that treat the original source material like a first draft, not something to be stuck to religiously, something to be built off of and improved on. And I saw people being like, "Hey, this isn't exactly how it happened in the live plan." It's like, that's good. That's a good thing. That means that they thought it would work better this way. What a good show, sort of. I mean, it's a good show. It's not like the best show, but it's very fun.
Red, did you watch Calamity?
Yes, that's the one that I actually got all the way through because it was short and
it's a good length.
It was brutal. The only reason it took me so long is because I had to keep fucking stopping and taking a break. Yeah, no, I love it. I mean, like, combine Brendan Lee Mulligan DMing with Critical Role, it's just like, this is a recipe for solid gold. Letting Abria play, letting the Perma DM actually play, incredible. And I mean, that is why I worked out my thoughts on the Doomed Hero story enough to turn it into a trope talk. Like, that series was, because it's just like it's the perfect consolidation. I loved it. That the ending was a foregone conclusion, but with enough room to kind of fuck with it that it's like, oh wait, hang on, this could actually be bad. Like, really bad.
Yep, I loved everything about how they did it. You know, they were like, this is going to happen somehow, but you built these characters who mean a lot to everyone already. How much is it their fault?
I love that. I'm sure that they all went into this being like, all right, which of us is gonna be the one? Who's gonna do it? And then and then when it actually happened, they were like, oh no. Well, it's not all of them. Travis did literally nothing wrong.
No, that's true. I think he's the only one that literally did nothing wrong.
He's the only one that was genuinely not involved in any of the fuckery.
Yep.
So I want to mention two things. We're coming into the last 2 hours of the stream, and two things are happening. One, I'm going to answer some questions that have just been coming in, and two, any of the remaining perks are being massively discounted, so we can get rid of them. There are a limited number of them. So if you do want to get On Running World Building Volume 1, Volume 2, both of them together, the Campfire for 3 months, a lifetime of Campfire, the audiobooks, then they are all going to be, in the next few minutes, they're going to be a lot less expensive than they were before. And this is of course raising money for Doctors Without Borders. You guys are not here, it's up in the corner. They bring healthcare, medicine all around the world. Fantastic people. We're at $17,741.91. I think it'd be awesome to get to $2,000 and $20,000. That would be that'd be the ultimate happiness bar.
Oh, let's do it. How do we incentivize that? What should we give them if we hit that?
I don't know. What would chat? What would you actually want if we got to $20,000? What could I give you?
Yeah. What is thy wish?
Massive thank you to everyone who's been donating recently. $100 for Wayward Boy, who asked the question: if you could observe one event in human history, which would you choose and why?
Ooh, I have my answer for this.
Yeah.
I want the KT extinction event. I want to see that meteor hit, and I want to see it in glorious HD and slow motion.
Okay, KT, is that the one that killed the dinosaurs? Oh, sorry.
That's the one that killed the dinosaurs, yeah. That's
Yeah.
why I need to see it in slow motion. Like, by the time the meteor hit, like, the atmosphere hadn't even noticed it had gone through it yet. Like,
Yeah.
I would need the slow-mo guys with me, I'd need the 4K monitor, and I want to see it in crisp HD. I want to see where all the little bits of dinosaur ended up.
I can totally get behind that. I think that would have been really cool to see. I have
Hell
that
yeah.
sort of feeling about, seeing the, the two bombs, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki events, like from a...
Oh boy.
Like, it's a horrific thing, but it's like, it's unlike, it's the world being destroyed, it's the lives of so many things being wiped off the planet, it's like...
Yeah.
It's you can't help but have a morbid curiosity. But if I were to really pick, I'd probably I'd actually, you know what? I would love to witness a medieval battle. Or what was the largest naval battle? It was the one in the Greek
Dang it, where's Blue when you need him?
Yeah, I know. Okay, I would love to witness just like a massive medieval battle from like a hill. I suppose.
You could come over here and watch the... Oh no, that was...
Probably. What about you guys?
We lived by a hill that had a famous battle.
Fun. Oh
Yeah.
man.
I don't think I can pick one. I can't think of anything. Nothing springs to mind.
The only other thing that I would imagine would be I would love to witness abiogenesis. Like, if I had the expertise to contextualize it.
Ooh.
Abiogenesis being the first living cell basically being created, the first living thing coming into existence.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, I would love to see how it happened, because like we don't really know. We're like, it was probably something like a chemical reaction next to an underwater volcanic heating vent, and then there were cells, Like,
yeah, I had a book on space when I was little that suggested that perhaps lightning struck water with some stuff in it, and it turned into that. It's like, oh yeah, sure, why not?
I mean,
may as well treat this like magic.
And that is literally our theory,
Yeah.
That's like literally the thing, right?
There's a different theory that's, I mean, it's not what happened, but it would be so cool if it was what happened. And I think it's called like the world seed theory, which is that basically that life evolved on a different planet, which got absolutely blatted by a meteor, and little chunks of it with little cells on it went off and like landed in different places. Like, this is, if you want to write sci-fi with alien species that are genetically compatible, this is how you do it. You basically, like, one world figured it out and then got absolutely wrecked. And little cells that are genetically similar to each other landed on a whole bunch of different planets.
That still doesn't answer the question, though, does it?
No, yeah, it just it kicks the can down the road. It's turtles all the way down.
Someone saying the first performance of Midsummer Night's Dream or The Tempest. Oh man, I would love to see like an original Shakespeare.
That's a good one.
Can you imagine?
I think that would.
is a good one.
I think it would be a mixed bag. Like, I think it would be extremely cool, but I think it would also be a great way to be disappointed.
Yeah, I think expectations would be way too high.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
You know what I want? I want a proper animated Shakespeare. Like, so many of these things, like The Tempest, Midsummer Night's Dream, for crying out loud. Those are the ones where if you have infinite VFX, you could do crazy shit. And they never do. They're just like, let's put a bunch of boring, like, middle-aged white people in the woods and call it a day. It's like, stop. Do something cool with it. Yeah, do something cool with your goddamn fairy designs for a change. The This is actually a funny story. The very first like comic I ever drew to show to anybody, like finished comic, was a little 3-page section of A Midsummer Night's Dream. That's just the conversation between Puck and Oberon, where Puck is like fucked up and Oberon is starting to get really pissed about it. Puck's like, no, it's fine, I got this, bro. And I went a little. Oops, sorry, fully bunched my mic. I went a little ham on the character designs, because I was like, Oberon should look like a regal elf prince with cool antlers, and Puck should look like a gremlin little satyr man, because nobody ever does it. Anyway, so they're long gone, but I had so much fun with those.
I believe, by the way, I am on the finishing stretch of Journey.
Wow. Are you playing this whole game through?
Yeah, Journey's not particularly long, which is
before the end of the.
I will be, and that means that it'll be up to chat to decide.
They were throwing out some suggestions earlier for price 20k.
Oh my god, sorry, chat just awoke a buried memory. There was a book that sent a modern boy actor back to the globe and he was Puck and Ariel. I remember that book. It was this weird like isekai plot where he just randomly wakes up in Shakespeare times, and like the kid who he replaced ends up in modern times, but he doesn't have adventures of his own. He gets sent to the hospital because he has the Black Plague.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, and the kid who's in the past goes through and does like the Shakespeare production, and it's got all this crazy choreography and flips and stuff, and then when he comes back to the future and does the performance that he was actually rehearsing for, he like accidentally does all the choreography and like the incredibly cool flips and stuff, and then they're like, well, that's not what you were supposed to do, and then the book ends.
It just ends with that?
I don't remember. I'm sure he gets some kind of emotional closure. I was mostly like waiting for the book to have a point beyond like, man, Shakespeare's nuts, am I right? Because this was like 5th grade. I didn't understand the appeal of Shakespeare yet.
I'm so
I gotta know what that book is called. Please hold on.
Someone in chat will know it, I'm sure.
Is it? Oh, is it really King of Shadows? That's so cool!
By Susan Cooper.
I appreciate Annie Blackwell saying the 30 seconds behind and scooping tons of cookie dough with one hand. Same. I'm also mid cookie bake, and I keep disappearing because I have to wash all the dough off my hands.
I should make cookies. Also, this is Susan Cooper who did the Dark is Rising series.
Wait, what?
Which that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
They're not.
Is that the book? Is that the book adaptation of the classic 2007 Christopher Eccleston smash hit, The Dark is Rising?
I don't think so.
Your ad voice is just impressive.
It looks like it was 60s through 70s. I either read these books or my mom read them to me when I was little. I think she actually stopped because like I think the explanation was like early on they're extremely cool, kind of like I want to say not low magic urban fantasy, but like sort of secret world, but not like there's another world full of goblins or whatever. It's like there's secrets hidden in our world that are like old relics. It's almost the same vibe as like Edward Eger's Tales of Magic series, where it's like just random British kids having adventures with just weird magic shit they dig up. But I think it started getting into the sort of weird, like attempted Celtic revival, neo-pagan stuff that's basically just fan fiction. And my mom was like, I don't think my 7-year-old needs to hear about this stuff. It'll confuse her. But what I remember is the Dark is Rising sequence had one of the best like lore poems in it. Because ever since Tolkien, everyone and their grandmother thinks their fantasy book can have a lore poem in it, but none of them know about scansion. They just know about rhyming, so the poems are never good, except for the Dark is Rising sequence, which has an incredibly good poem, which I gotta find. Hold on.
All right.
Sorry, everybody.
It's like we've circled back to poetry.
Ooh, there's a poetry guy?
Yeah, we are talking about poetry again. We do have a couple of interesting comments, by the way. First off, thank you everyone who is donating. We just hit $18,181.91. As a reminder, all of the perks are cheaper and whatever to get rid of them, so I don't have to manage them afterwards. We have a question. We have a comment from Simon or Simone, essentially. Which says, "Tell that one guest I am in love with her brain." Now, I'm assuming it's not red because I reckon they'd know your name off the top of their head.
It's possible.
So sorry. I mean, it could be red. I don't want to like exclude you like intentionally. It might be your brain.
No,
I don't want to like remove you from the pool.
My
Assuming
brain
it's
doesn't need compliments anyway.
that is. I did not. I am sorry.
No, it's completely fine.
No.
Oh god.
I was just assuming that you're so immensely famous and of course so immensely well established and so incredibly. I mean, it's hard to fathom just how a higher place you hold in these people's hearts that that it could only possibly be Ellie. Or V potentially, because Natalie hasn't really spoken, I don't believe.
I guess the solution is to fight to the death.
It's true. So it's one of you.
Yeah.
It's one of you, V or Ellie. We'll find out. But they donated $300, so thank you very much.
Whoa! 300.
Oh wow.
That's so much, man. I wish we could tell them which of us. That kind of money.
Sensei
Current
Sushi
donation
says that Red's brain is star exquisite star.
Aw, shocked.
There we go.
Well, thank you.
Nugget gave $20, very kind, and $100 from Sarah J. This has been a huge source of entertainment. Happy to give more. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I've noticed that you have. Zorak has 173 says, "Can you do a live read of My Immortal for 20k?"
Ooh, I streamed that a while back.
How long is it?
It's a while. It was like several hours, and also it got demonetized because of the horrible sex scenes.
Seriously?
But it took like a couple months. I think somebody actually watched through and was like, "We can't possibly have advertisers on this," and like manually demonetized it. Because like the algorithm couldn't figure out that they were sex scenes because they were so bad. Anyway.
And then he placed his shaft inside the cave of dignity.
Oh god, you wish it was that nuanced. No, we're talking, and then he put his thingy in my you-know-what, and we did it for the first time. Those words are burned into my brain in an obelisk 50 feet high.
Just, imagine like shoving your elbow inside someone's belly button.
Horrifying. But we were talking about, there was a conversation about poetry that I missed?
Yes,
all in the
sorry.
beginning.
Yeah, you did.
There was a discussion of poetry because Zoe Bee was here, and Zoe Bee's a bit of a poet.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know if you know their channel. I think you guys are familiar. I think you've like tweeted at each other or something, but...
That's entirely possible. Let me just check. Probably not the Arrowverse with you.
As much as I try to stay off Twitter. Much happier. Oh.
Yeah, no, that's entirely fair.
Oh my gosh. Alright.
2 more hours, Tim. You can do it.
Oh, well, I've got to find what to do for the next 2 hours. So, chat, what do you guys want me to play? Do you want...
I've seen Ori suggested earlier. I've seen...
We can... we can...
Madness Returns.
Outer Wilds?
I don't have Outer Wilds installed. And I don't think I have the brain to do Outer Wilds at the moment, sorry. But would you guys like to revisit some other options? Because what did you vote against in the past? There was...
Well, now is the chance for Stanley Parable. Or Bravo, or however you pronounce
Fortnite. There's... there is Stanley Parable. If you guys want Stanley Parable. We've got Stanley Parable, we've got Fortnite.
Hollow Knight, Ori.
There's Ori. There is
Elden Ring. Oh my god.
There is Amnesia. There is Mirror's Edge. I can't.
Lots of votes for Stray.
Play Age of Empires. I'm not gonna subject you to watching me play Age of Empires.
There are a lot.
I mean, given that Stanley Parable was like one of your potential donor goals.
It
Why not that one?
was. It was. Okay, I'm trying to parcel. No, guys, you can't suggest just other games. I don't have Xenoblade Chronicles or like.
Ori is very popular in Stray as well.
There are a few people saying Hades, which I guess would be a return to form.
It would be.
Yes.
Yeah, you aren't getting Stray at Christmas.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Okay, I think I'm seeing the most common ones are Stanley and Ori. Would that be your read in the chat?
That's the ones that were
I'm
on your
seeing a lot
thumbnail,
of
yes.
Stray.
I
but
don't
figured
have
that's-
Stray.
Yeah, I
Well,
figured no.
Then otherwise, yes, Stanley or Ori.
Okay, alright guys. So it's gonna come down to Stanley or Ori, alright? I can do a chat poll, can't I? That's a thing. Is that a thing? Engage with your audience. Oh my gosh, there's a poll!
Hey.
I didn't realize that was a thing. Alright.
Tim is learning.
Stanley Parable.
22 hours in and we're learning things.
Or Ori Blind Forest. Alright, let's go. Stanley Parable. Ori Blind Forest. Let's go. Alright, guys. Vote.
Yeah, boy.
Vote.
Vote.
Did it appear?
Vote.
There we go.
I don't actually know, because I'm very intrigued by Stanley Parable because I don't know it, but also I love Ori.
Yeah.
Now I'm torn. Oh no.
Yeah, I have no idea about Stanley Parable, but
Oh, you don't know what the Stanley Parable is?
not very much. So maybe I'll find out.
120. Oh, gee, it is 50-50. Like, dead
Oh
50-50.
boy, guys.
Didn't this happen last year?
I've
This
never
also
used a
happened
chat
earlier in
poll.
the same stream.
If I knew chat polls were a thing, like I knew they were a thing, but they just never occurred to me across this entire 24-hour period. At 170 votes, we are still dead 50-50.
Wow, guys.
Which means it's gonna be decided by...
Honestly, all the votes have been so close, I'm actually impressed.
This is wild.
Oh.
49-51.
49-51 to
boy.
Ori.
Oh,
It's back to 50.
Oh my gosh. People are, like, really...
How is this audience so split? Like,
Exactly.
the entire stream, like, all of the votes have been so close.
51 to Stanley Parable. Oh my gosh.
Woo! It's the other way.
52 for Stanley Parable.
Pulling ahead. It's
like,
pulling ahead.
How long is the poll gonna be up? Like, do you just have to call an end to it at some point?
I gotta call an end to it, but I mean, there's only 377 people watching, so there can only be...
So we might just let everybody vote.
Also, thank you, Aviva, for a $100 donation. That's incredibly kind. Anonymous, $10. A lot of there's a lot of little donations. Everyone coming in anonymously. Thank you very much.
Woo! Okay, slowly skewing towards Stanley.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
I will stop it at what 250 votes. Will I get
Sounds
250 votes? I don't even
Potentially.
know. We'll see.
Or otherwise, I would say at 20 past.
Yeah.
Like, if we don't get to 250 by that.
That's true. Look, guys. Ori, if you want to change this, you've got to get your votes in. Got to get your votes in. Otherwise, it's Stanley Parable the whole way, and it's gonna be miserable. All right. Oh, Stanley Parable slipped to 51.
Is Stanley Parable miserable?
Are we gonna end on 50-50? No.
Oh, it's 50-50.
Oh my god, guys.
Okay, 260.
So here's the thing. I still haven't voted. Because I don't know much about either of these games. So Tim, if you were voting, which of these would you vote for? Well, I'll just be your
what do you
vote.
want to play, Tim?
I don't think I should get a vote. I don't believe I should be able to vote.
Yeah. 260 votes.
I agree.
flat,
Tim
and we're
deserves a-
51-49 for Stanley Parable.
Oh boy.
All right. I'll do a timer thing. Shall I do a timer?
Okay.
Like when the... Oh, actually, the timer's gonna be... yeah... 51%. Alright, I'm just gonna count, like... 1 minute from now, so... when
You're just gonna count, like, in your head yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we said, 20 past.
1 minute from now. When it reaches 22, let's go 22:19, then that'll be the end of it. 2219. And that will be the end of the thing. 274 votes. I feel like everyone is nearly voted though.
But what if it's 50-50 when you end it?
Well, then it will be literally the first donation that will get to decide. The first largest donation. Someone, Evil Man with Money, has donated $35 saying, "Can I override the democracy and force you to play Fortnite?"
Oh, wow. Shout out for the name.
Yeah, I think the name deserves extra credit there. Especially because, like, the request lives up to the name.
30 seconds, guys. If you want, or in the Blind Forest, you've. I'm ready to. You got 15 seconds, and then I'm clicking it off. 10 seconds if you want, Ori. I think that's about as many votes as are coming in. Oh, it's 50-50! Oh, come on!
Come on.
Alright, guys. Polls ended. It's the next donation that comes in that is at least 10...
No, wait, it says 50-49. What is that?
Yeah, there was 291
Oh, someone snuck in at the last moment, which means that Stanley Parable...
No, it's Stanley Parable.
Incredible.
Wait, how is it 50-49?
That was so close.
How is it 50-49? How does that mathematically make... What happened to 1% of the votes?
It's not divisible by 2.
I'm sure they've just rounded it slightly.
Okay, I don't even... apparently 1% of the votes just vanished. I decided they were illegitimate. Either way, I'm afraid the people have spoken. And we are gonna play the Stanley Parable. Now, you don't know anything about the Stanley Parable, is that correct?
Nothing. I know nothing about the Stanley Parable.
I had another question that I didn't answer. Sorry, from Ethan Stein. Hey Tim, what did you think of the Little Nightmares? Little Nightmares. It's one of my favorite games, but you didn't seem connecting with it last night. It's very important to recognize that when I am streaming, I am not able to connect with games emotionally or privately. I am not hugely good at being like publicly emotional in the way that I typically love to, get invested in stories type things. And I'm having to manage a chat. I'm having to manage, talking conversations with people that are on here. It is not an environment conducive to sinking yourself into a story. I thought it was very, very, very cool, creatively very cool, and it is absolutely a sort of game that I would be very interested in playing in the future. But because I wasn't able to kind of give myself the chance to really sink myself into it, part of it means that the frustrating parts stick out more because it's like, oh, I just can't bulldoze my way through it. Like, I don't know, you know that sometimes, like, if you're just sort of you are so much more forgiving of like games or whatever if you're like actually really invested in the story.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, Stanley Parable. So you don't know anything about it?
Nothing. Enlighten us.
Nope. Yeah.
No.
No.
I'm sorry, but that is the only thing I'm allowed to say.
How intriguing.
Okay.
So we are stuck in an office, and I got to put the subtitles on. Closed captioning. Subtitles only? All captions. Begin the game. All I'll tell you is you should listen to the narrator and make your decisions.
Well, we don't hear the game.
Oh, you can't hear the game?
In the voice chat.
Well, yeah, we gotta be on the call.
Okay, well... Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm afraid...
We also might not be able to see the subtitles depending on where they end up on the screen in relation to the...
No.
I'm afraid this is going to be a very strange experience for you if you can't hear the narrator.
This is the story of
Hooray!
a man named Stanley.
Lovely!
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427, and he
Maybe you just have to narrate it then.
Orders came to him through
that would be traumatic for the 370 people watching it, hearing the double narration.
That's self-slander. How dare you? Rule 14.
You can actually read the captions. I will position. Oh, you should be able to read.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You're kind of in front of
most of it. Yeah,
I
part
can
of
move
it.
I can move myself, so you should be able to read basically that.
That would be lovely.
There we go. I can move myself up there, and then you'll be able.
Although others might have considered it soul-ending, Stanley relished every moment that he was
Waiting for the stream to change.
as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
So I am employee number
And then one day,
427.
something very
all right.
peculiar happened.
Right.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting.
Well, this
or
is
even
already
say
weird.
Hi.
It
Never
looks
in
bleak,
all his
but he was
years at
happy.
the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from
My
his
ADHD
desk
already hates it.
and stepped out
Like
of his office.
his situation.
Oh my gosh. Someone anonymous donated $526. Thank you very much.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's
that's
incredibly
degenerate.
kind. And the person who said all the kitty hugs, I miss Mishka. Yes, I miss Mishka as well. I very much. The missing Mishka.
Aww.
99% of the way to $20,000.
Boy,
That's
guys.
insane.
Oh my god. And there's still
Less than 100 subs.
Yeah,
I
huge.
think we're a little behind.
Just like massive jump. All right, so I am employee number 427. All right,
And you got out of your office.
you guys are gonna help me. You guys are gonna help me decide what employee number 427 is gonna do. Okay.
And
Stanley
lady has a
decided to go to the
name.
meeting room. Perhaps
Yeah.
he had simply missed a memo.
Right. Okay. So Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. All right. Where's the meeting room?
See, now the stream delay is gonna be very much hindering.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm very sorry. Hang on. I'm gonna
No,
try
it's
and
alright.
I am going to try and
Are we trying it?
yeah, I'm gonna
Are we
try.
trying
Oh,
it?
what's the worst that
Okay.
could happen? What's
Time.
the worst that could happen in the last 2 hours of the stream?
True. No, yeah, go for it.
You know. All right. Share,
Maybe it's magic and it's just gonna work perfectly.
stream the Stanley
Yeah,
Parable.
everyone knows computers are basically magic, right?
Right.
Yes, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
All right. You should be able
We
to
have a stream.
see my stream
What
now.
stream?
Yeah.
It is loaded.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, there it
We
is.
do
Are
see
you
it.
getting like a live thing? Like
Pretty live,
is it-
yeah. The frame rate's
yeah.
a little chunky, but you know, it's working.
Okay. So.
And guys, there is sound. We have sound.
Yeah. Oh, this is
We have all the
spectacular.
things now. We have luxury experience now. Thank you very much,
Technology is
Tim.
truly amazing.
Okay, alright, where am I going? I'm just gonna keep wandering through rooms. I don't even remember where I'm going. Oh, you know what
Meeting
the worst
room.
thing is? This is like freaking back rooms.
I
type
was gonna
crap.
say.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Tell me, which door should I take?
Right.
I think the door on the right. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Okay, alright, let's go on the door on the right. Even though we were told that I took the
Correct
door on
way
the
to
left.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
Oh, I didn't
well.
absorb that. I just
Perhaps he wanted
saw
to stop
them.
by the
I had a
employee
feeling.
lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, well.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Do I take the first open door on my left?
Fight the power.
So I'm not taking the first open door on my left.
Burn the system down.
Okay. continue on, shall I?
Woo! Okay.
All right, sweet.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Incredible.
Let's go. So I am now in some sort of hangar. But you know, it would be pretty good to escape this hellish hellhole, wouldn't it? Like, I mean, trying to get out of this ugly-ass building.
It does seem like that's the goal so far.
Well, yeah, I mean, like...
Do not jump. It says don't jump. Don't jump.
Where does it say don't jump?
There's a sign. No, go back.
Where's this?
Turn around.
Oh, no, I don't see any sign. I don't believe in your signs.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off
Why
on
are
the
you
wrong
like
foot
this?
here.
I don't know, but I really like this platform.
I realize
this is
that
a
investing your
beautiful.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the
I
fact
think this is a very
that the
beautiful,
story has been
beautiful
about
platform.
nothing but you all this. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced
agree
that
with
I want
the narrator.
something bad to happen to you? Why?
He's
I
so
don't know
sassy.
how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
And someone who's
Give me a
reading chat tell
chance.
Red that Duck's brother made this game.
Ooh,
I don't know if that
that's
means
pretty
anything
cool.
to you.
Thank you for
Yeah,
chat telling
Doug
me
Doug
the
is a
job.
YouTuber who I watch sometimes. He's a lot of fun. He does a lot of video game modding, and sometimes creates
listen
mods for
carefully,
other
this is
YouTubers. So like,
Stanley
Point Crow
walked
is
through the red
a YouTuber I watch a lot who does a lot of like Breath of the Wild speed runs, and sometimes he plays
The
modded
red
versions of
door.
the game that Doug makes. Anyway, very cool.
Do I take the
Can I
red
eat?
or the blue door?
Well, the narrator said you walked through the red door, so knowing you, probably not the
Well,
red door.
hey, no, it's not me. It's you guys, chat, and you telling me. Do I take the red door or the blue door? Which
Sounds like this could use a poll.
Yeah.
The last one went so well.
I mean, yeah, I could do a. I'm not doing a poll for every stupid
that
decision
takes
in
too
this
long.
game.
Oh, also, we hit 19,000. If someone wants to
Okay, we
change
have
the goal to
blue,
20,000,
blue, red,
Oh yes, my little elves in the back will change the.
red, blue, red, blue.
Oh, how confused!
Pretty even.
Pretty even. Well, then we will. You underestimated my power. I'm pretty sure I put that one for a high donation. I can't really see the donation thing at the moment yet.
When, as V was
Hang on.
reading out the red and blue, my
Sorry.
brain just completely shut down and was like, why does this V keep talking to saying their name?
Guys,
No, it's weird.
Streamlabs Charity just has donated $9,000. Thank you for fundraising for an amazing and congrats on.
Holy shit!
9,000.
Fuck,
God.
okay.
We're 28,000.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you might get to 30,000.
I'm-
Yeah, let's say 30,000.
Let's-
Let's shoot the moon.
Yeah, let's shoot for the moon. Let's
Wow,
go
let's go for
30,000. Let's go 30,000.
Holy crap.
Got an hour and a half to go. I think we can do that. We can.
I think it's possible for sure.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
You
Um,
got
that's
it. You
wild.
got it.
Can we
Be
get-
ambitious about it? We can do it.
Can we get like a W in chat for Streamlabs Charity? Like, I think that's a win
Yeah.
for Streamlabs Charity. Thank you so much,
Absolutely.
guys.
Man, that's incredible.
I don't know what connection there is between the fact that I reached out to them for like support stuff prior to the stream and this. Like if like the person that I was talking to was like, "Hey, they're doing this charity team," but either way, whatever connection that is, thank you very much. It's very kind. And Jack donated $71.52. Thank you so much for doing this, and all to Wondigo guests. Sarah donated $10. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them. I just thank you everybody who is donating. $28,000 is an absolutely huge amount. Let's go through the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Hooray.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh. Do I take the
Okay.
blue door or the red door again?
Oh boy.
Tell me,
Red door
Ellie.
because red is here.
Oh, okay.
Aw, shucks.
All right, we're taking the red door.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God you
That
are
also
willing
makes
to
you responsible if it goes badly.
I'm turning
Ah, well, I'll take it.
I'm turning the brightness up. Can I turn the brightness up? No, this game is so old that like.
It has no accessibility settings.
I'm gonna close my curtains because I cannot see anything at all.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to
And
get
this
somewhere
way,
that isn't here.
I get to look like a
Running and
streamer with
running
my
and
coloured
running, just the way
lights.
you're doing right now.
Oh, heck
Don't you see
yeah.
that it's killing
Gamer
us,
lights.
Oh, I can do
Now,
this.
I wanted to stop.
Tell you what, as a
I
thank
would-
you for
we
reaching
would
$28,000,
both be so
I'm
much
gonna
happier
subject
if we
myself
just
to this
stopped.
for 20
And I
minutes.
think,
Boy.
I have a solution. Here.
Gonna.
Let me show you.
No, I shouldn't have said that. That was a bad idea.
Well, now I'm curious because we're still a few seconds behind on your end.
Yeah.
Do I go through this door here or do I continue on?
I have no idea.
Oh, I see. The gamer lights. Very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Did the narrator say go through this door? I don't trust him.
I didn't hear the narrator.
I will take the first comment that tells me
boy.
what to do. First comment.
Get
In fact,
in there, Cam.
I'm not going to take votes anymore. It's just whoever comments first, I will do what they say. All right?
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
The
We're
stakes have
going
never
fully
been higher.
unhinged.
Literally first comment. Take the
Take
door.
the door.
All right, we're taking the door, guys.
Take the door.
Boy.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment.
Just
with
asking, this isn't a horror game, right?
No, it is not.
Okay, good. I'm not
It
gonna
is
have
not a
nightmares.
horror game. There are
Right,
no
thank
horror
you.
elements in this game at all. There are no game elements in this game at all. At all. This is beautiful.
Okay, thank you. Lovely.
Alright, okay. I'm gonna leave now though.
There are stairs.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Sounds good.
No, wait. Where are you going?
No.
He's unhappy.
No, he wanted you to stay in the happy IMAX
Stay
theater
away from those
forever.
stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Alright, chat,
Oh,
tell
we're-
me. Do I
we're
take the
aware of
stairs
it.
or do I
Okay.
go back?
We're self-aware.
Tell me. Say stairs or go back.
Tell me, did you say
Stairs or go back?
across the sun?
Yeah, to be fair, being stuck in any office building that is anything like this one would be horrific.
Oh yeah, absolute nightmare scenario.
It's stairs. Okay, someone said
Stair.
stairs. Done.
Stairs, stairs,
First,
stairs.
I'm
stairs.
sorry guys. It's whoever. Everyone's voting stairs anyways.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
All right, I took the stairs, guys. What?
Oh,
Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment.
Stanley is indestructible.
Now, can we... No.
Yeah,
Stanley's
I mean,
indestructible so
apparently.
far.
Stanley, please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me.
People
I can't go
keep
back
telling
to
me
what
to
I
go
was
to the
before.
stairs, guys.
If you die, we'll both go back. Why
We're
are
just
you
gonna do it over and
doing
over.
this?
Okay.
You made the rule that you were gonna do whatever.
I can't help it. These are the rules, guys.
How much you dislike my
These are
game,
the rules.
But you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Man,
You keep
Undertale
saying
wishes
different
it had what
things,
this
so
game
I'm,
has.
so I'm getting the impression that this is supposed to be this way.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no knowledge of this game whatsoever.
If you don't.
It looks like
Can I
you
go
had a
through here?
difficult choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I mean, to be fair, this is.
Is it
Well, there we go.
Hey, it worked.
Start, isn't it? I'm going back.
Everyone, people keep telling me. Okay, right, we're back. I am now Office Worker 427. I'm back at the start, you know.
Wait to tell this story to my co-workers. Stanley thought, how amusing they'll find it.
What a
Oh, won't we
strange
all
dream.
Just laugh and laugh at the time. I thought everyone had gone missing.
The stairs are a
stairs are a
metaphor for
metaphor for
depression.
Oh well, of course.
I mean, I love it. I love it. Blind Sentry donated $20. I'm sorry I'm only just getting to see the end. Love your work. Do not. You have nothing to apologize. Thank you very much for joining us. Also, I would like to warn everybody that Stanley Parable does have dark humor in it. It's It does have dark comedy as part of it. That admittedly was one of the darker endings. Okay, that is one of like
dark humor is
Stanley stood
fine.
for a long time in one
Is it
spot.
genuine question? Is it gonna give me
He
nightmares?
likes to see how
no,
long he can
I
go
highly
without
doubt
dying.
that.
So far,
Okay,
he's
good.
doing
I trust
excellent.
you.
And if he just stays
I don't
right where he
remember
is,
anything
I'm
being
sure he'll keep
like
up
there's
that
no
momentum.
jump
Let's
scares or anything
observe
like that.
The genius
Okay.
at work.
The depression is the metaphor.
Stanley came to
All
the
right,
set of
guys,
Two
left or
Open
right?
Doors. He entered the door on his
Tell
left.
me, am I taking the door on the left or right? First answer.
Left.
You guys think
Can
left?
we answer, or is it just chat?
Well, then you guys get an advantage. You're like immediately here.
Yeah, we're way ahead
Yeah,
of the chat.
true.
I feel like
Also, yeah, we're already. Anonymous donated another $500. Thanks for the stream and fundraising for a great cause. You are
Thank
all
you.
awesome.
Giggity.
Thank you so much.
that's so generous again.
Left. Okay, chat says left.
Left was the. I
First one was left.
don't think
Well,
the first one was
somebody
left. The
saying
first one was
R,
right.
But
Do we take R?
Really?
Do we take R or do we take the full word? What's
R is a little
There's-
ambiguous. I don't know.
there was one left before the R. Oh
Was
no,
there?
there's
Oh.
another R. Sorry, I'm blind.
It could be a full word or an attempt.
Yeah,
at a full
it's got to
word.
be an attempt at a full word. I don't think R counts. I don't think R counts.
Yeah.
So
Left.
we're going
It is.
left. We're going left,
I
guys.
think it could be like an incorrectly spelled version.
yeah,
like
you can-
typed it so fast.
Incorrectly spelled is fine.
Yeah.
But
Yet
it's got to
there was
be an
not a single
attempt.
person here either.
The
Feeling
effort
a
needs
wave
to
of
be
there.
disbelief, Stanley decided
I
to
would
go
just
up
like
to his boss's
you guys
office,
to see
hoping he
these
might find an answer there.
these if you've ever had any trouble with coworkers, this is how you Also, I'm
Oh,
still like
God.
just thinking about Streamlabs charity donating $9,000 off the bat like
That was
That was
amazing.
bananas.
You
Yeah.
see slides
Yeah.
to the show, please, everything is okay. Buddy,
That's
nah,
crazy.
nah.
Oh
no, giving me work images.
goodness. Thank you.
This is. No, go ahead.
Everyone is unique. You most of
Remember-
all.
What's on this slide? Okay.
This
that's
is definitely
informative.
some backroom shit.
Oh my gosh. This is like corporate awfulness. To do, synergize core value expenditures, shift global market parade, monetize free to play.
Very sneaky game developers.
Okay.
Do I go in the broom closet? Say if you say broom, it's a yes or just yes or no. You know, just give me
I
something.
mean, somebody in chat said we haven't gotten the broom closet ending yet, so that makes me uneasy.
Oh, okay.
I like
I'm taking that as a yes.
Stanley stepped into
Let's
the
do
broom
it, baby!
closet, But there was nothing here.
I
so
think
he
that was
turned
just
around and
chance.
got
I don't
back
think
on
they
track.
knew that you were at the broom closet yet.
I didn't know I
Do
was
we
at the
just-
broom closet.
So do we just stay in here?
I closed the
There
door.
was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Chat says broom.
Should I stay or should I go now?
It was baffling that
Can
Stanley
you pick
was
up the
still
broom?
just sitting in the
You
broom
cannot.
closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
All right,
With
guys.
this, he's
We're
literally
gonna
just standing
synergize
there
our core
doing
values.
sweet
All right.
buffet.
Sweet
In the broom
fuck
closet.
all.
And
Tim, it's the Saturday, Tim.
we are synergizing our core values. All right.
Standing around
Yeah,
doing
we're monetizing free to play.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's our Sigma grind set.
Oh my god.
We are staying in the broom closet, everybody.
do
Thank you for the
realise
votes.
There's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally
Everyone-
this closet
I think
is
a few
of
people have said
absolutely
wrench.
no significance to the story.
I think they're just
whatsoever.
memeing.
I never
Can you
would
pick
have
up the
thought to
wrench?
mention
I
it.
can't pick up anything.
Yeah, I don't
Nothing.
think you can interact with anything in the broom closet.
Medicine Walsh says,
Maybe
I
to
feel
you
so
this is
synergistic.
somehow
Thank you.
its
I'm
own
glad.
branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll
Look,
say,
it's about
"Oh,
bettering ourselves
did you
every
get
day.
The broom closet ending.
Better
The
today,
broom closet
better
ending
tomorrow.
was my
Together now,
favourite."
together tomorrow.
I hope
All
your
right.
Are you
friends
sure
find
you
this
work in an
concerning.
office, Tim?
It's very self-aware.
Look, I know the
Stanley
ways
was
of
fat
the
and ugly
office.
and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job
Wow.
because of the connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Wow.
Are you watching this
delightful.
dialogue rolling in?
This is brutal.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to the broom closet, exploded a bit, and we're just about to leave because
this is horrific. This is horrific.
Shut down your central nervous system, and you collapsed on the keyboard.
He's talking to you, not Stanley.
Yeah.
Undertale wishes it had what we had.
Yeah.
Your body is taken care of.
28,700. Anonymous donated $15 by
Broom closet is depression.
Name a more wholesome group supporting a more wholesome cause. Oh wait, nah. Liam, thank you for the $67.96.
It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their
Is this what it's like to work in an office job, everybody?
Another human to take their place.
I assume so.
Exactly. Yeah,
I don't know.
It's exactly like
who
this.
here has actually worked an office job?
I work an office job. I'm like, I got
getting in here, but this is it.
Oh boy.
But I gotta say, we're not allowed scissors where I work.
You're not allowed scissors? What do you mean you're not allowed scissors?
I don't know why, but I've been told that we're not allowed to be given. We can't be trusted.
Wow.
I actually haven't tried to ask, but that's what I've been told.
The broom closet equals depression. Everything is depression. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay, guys, do I stay or do I leave now? Like,
boring.
I don't remember this game.
I think we stay.
We stay? We just...
I think the narrator will crack before we do.
My ADHD has already cracked.
You can leave the closet now?
I don't trust that.
Guys, tell me, do I stay or leave? Because I don't know if this is actually like an ending or not.
Leave.
Well, that's one person saying leave.
Stay. Stay. Okay. A lot of people saying stay.
Shaded just donated.
But also a lot of people saying leave.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? There's too many leaves. Too many leaves, guys.
All right.
We're leaving.
I vote that we leave and then we come back and see what happens.
Good to have you on board.
All right.
Guarantee.
Second player.
Stanley walked upstairs to.
All right. Upstairs or downstairs?
No. Back to the broom closet.
First one. First one. Upstairs or downstairs?
I'm with red. Do anarchy.
Yeah, anarchy reigns.
Leave and come back. Oh, I can.
Yeah.
Leave
back
and
to the broom closet.
Back to the. I can't go back. I can't go back.
Oh, the narrator's bamboozled us.
No. Guys, I can't. All right, up was the first.
I guess next time we'll have to.
I believe up was the first one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Up. Going up, so we're obeying the narrator.
Oh.
Oh, this is different.
House.
This is, yeah. Is this not what your office rooms look like?
I assume so.
I don't think
into
I
his
even
manager's
got
office.
this.
Stanley once again
usually the
stunned
lights
to
come
discover
on
not an indication of
yeah?
any human life.
Also, $1,000 was donated by Shaded.
Woo!
Yeah, $1,000. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind, and that brings us over the $30,000 mark.
That's
wow!
And
oh my god!
Terrible truth that his boss had
someone
been keeping
donated.
from him. And so the boss
Someone donated $300 anonymously. Thank you very much. That's very kind.
2845.
2845.
But of course,
Oh my God.
Stanley couldn't
2845.
possibly have known this.
Do I put in the? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it in 2.
Yeah, may as well.
Might as well. Yeah. Like, who doesn't want to use a secret code?
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
All right, we're in the back rooms now.
Oh boy.
We're in the back rooms of the back rooms. I'm pressing the ominous red down button.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free.
So, thank you very much. We're past 30,000. I don't think we ever actually concretely decided what I would do for you at 30,000.
We did not.
I'm so sorry.
Would not go unanswered.
Do you guys? Do you guys have something that I can do for you? I don't know what I can do. Like, do you guys want?
Did you even pick for 20,000?
I haven't really done milestones that much. We did singing the national anthem to the tune of All Star at one point.
Oh right.
Yeah. That was very difficult.
Yeah, and then it was the New Zealand national anthem to the tune of Concerning Hobbits.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door of the red mind control facility.
Do I go?
Oh wow.
Okay, guys,
Subtle.
type mind control facility or escape, or like just mind or escape, like one of them. Come on, first
Yeah,
one.
like one of those has an advantage.
First one, mind or escape, mind or
That's a lot
escape,
more
mind or
than
escape.
Six Dragon, it's because the possibility to donate is longer than the stream.
I will.
That's what.
Oh, the first one was
It's
mind.
escape.
No,
Oh,
the
wait,
first
no,
one's
it was
mind.
mind.
It's mind. We're going into the mind control facility.
Let's go, baby. Oh, that's such a shame. Everyone after that was saying escape,
Yeah.
but hey, you know.
The lights rose on an enormous
the
room
fastest
packed with
internet wins.
television screens.
Yeah, look,
What
I'm
horrible
sorry.
secret did this
I'm
place
sorry. I
hold?
set up mind to
Stanley
win
thought
there
to
because
himself.
you guys got
Did he have the
a hit
strength
up. I didn't
to
realize there
find
was
out?
an option just yet. You know.
Yeah. Also, mind is just a bit shorter than escape.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's you know. Look, hey, life's unfair. Life is.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Well.
Huh.
The mind control facility is a metaphor for depression. I'm so glad everyone understands.
This mind control
It's not
facility,
strictly
it was too
dissimilar to
horrible
Portal
to
now that I'm
believe
thinking
it
about
couldn't
it.
be true.
I mean, it's got a very similar style of sense. In fact, who created the game?
Was this the only reason he
Is this
was
a
happy
Valve
with his
game? I
boring
think it might
job?
be a Valve
That his
game. I actually don't know off the top of my
emotions
head.
had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh, can I go back? I can't go back. I just have to keep going. Sorry, guys.
Ah.
We're going up.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, I don't think this is going to give you jump scare nightmares, but it might give you existential
No, it's
crisis
gonna give you
nightmares.
other nightmares.
Yeah.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content.
Oh, it's so subtle.
Eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay, where do I go to do that? Do I get a choice?
Do any of us really get choices?
I don't really know.
Ooh, chat says click happy.
Where's happy? Like happy? This game is so freaking dark. I literally cannot see. Where is the next thing? And also it does not help that my lights are going blitz on me right now.
Gamer lights.
Oh, I can press the number 5? Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
Here's the decision. There's no choice. I think there's a choice here. Mind control idle awaiting. Guys, on or off? Tell me, on or off?
He knew it was his duty, his obligation.
Do I turn on the mind control thing or turn it off?
Horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh. First answer. And I will press it. I will press it. There's no hesitation. On. Alright, we're going on.
Oh boy. Oh, the narrator's gonna be so disappointed.
You didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
I do.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
I'm sorry, everybody.
You
I
were
turned it on.
supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have.
Do you see the appeal of this game?
For example, and
it's
I believe
certainly
you'll find
interesting.
This pertinent.
It is.
Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes.
Oh.
Now this is making things a little more fun,
So
isn't it?
ominous.
Alright, guys.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now.
I have returned
Shape
what's
it to your
happening.
heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had
Oh,
in
no,
mind.
there's your timer.
Shame
What
we have so
happened?
little time
I
left.
accidentally
the narrator got
activated
pissy.
The bomb goes off.
the nuclear device under the
More
facility.
time to talk
Oh, well,
about
that's
you,
unfortunate.
about me,
Um,
where we're going, what all this means.
we do have some questions.
Ah, that explains why the stream just paused.
Yeah, sorry.
me.
If I go
It's okay.
out, if I go out, it will probably do that. So hang on. No, it's just comments. Great stream. Kudos for Tim, the team, and guests. Love seeing so many cool and so many cool discussions. Your rock. $25 from Princess Influenza. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, which seems like an ominous thing to say.
It's the they said that on the Stanley Parable end screen when we jumped off the stairs a whole bunch.
Oh, right. Violence has donated $10 and asks, hey guys, what is your favorite thing that is a metaphor for depression in a piece of media? I actually probably have a concrete answer to this if I think about this for long enough.
To start.
Oh boy.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Celeste, probably. It's not technically depression. It's like anxiety and a mix of other things. It's like self-doubt, but it's tangentially close enough that I think Celeste's metaphorical exploration of it is really fascinating.
That was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
This narrator is so...
This version of events has been rather amusing.
So...
Watching you try to make sense of everything...
Spooky.
and
I
take
vote we
back
don't
the
do what he
control
says next
wrested
time.
away from you.
Also, chat is saying press off.
Oh, wait. Okay, guys, I will ask you. I'm asking you right now. Next person, on or off? Am I turning it on or off?
But I'm enjoying this so
I'm apparently
much.
turning it off.
You know what?
Okay.
To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
I can't.
These are precious additional seconds.
I can't.
Time doesn't
Wait, did it reset the timer?
No, he gave the guy gave me some extra gave me some extra stuff. No, guys, I can't turn it off. I'm trying.
They're saying you can go back.
You can go
like
back.
the previous room, maybe.
Running
Okay.
button to button, screen
Do
to
nothing.
screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything,
that
something
button.
here will save me.
No.
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any
Wow, it's very
idea what your
meta, isn't
purpose
it?
in this place is?
Yes.
Stanley,
Oh, I'm not a fan
you're
of
in
that
for
one.
quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a
Wow, the narrator short turned
to
around.
control this
Are
Yeah.
you sure? Like, how do you know that like obeying the narrator doesn't, you know, isn't what's good for us? How do you know that?
That's
Like,
30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a
I got
big
30 seconds,
Well, right now he
guys.
seems to be very much
just
like
you being blown to pieces.
evil.
Feeling desperate to kill for your
I
I'd
he
say
wasn't
so, yes.
earlier, so
Evil?
I'm assuming that his
Evil
his
or benevolent
alignment kind of
dictator?
Oh, don't. It's all the same to me.
depends
All
on your
part of the
choices.
game.
I got
And
7
believe me,
seconds.
I will be laughing at every
All right, I
second
think we
of
explode this
inevitable
time.
life from
Yeah.
the moment you fade in
We
until
tried.
the moment I say happily ever after.
Well, there you go.
Oh, we died.
That was fun.
It was good. And we got 400 people watching, which is nice. Also, I'm sorry if I
Oh,
just
wow.
froze it for you. It's because every time I alt tab out, it will freeze.
You
for a
are
second.
also exactly 1 hour from completion.
Oh boy.
Actually, wait, you started like at 5 past, didn't you, or something?
I did start at 5 past, so and I will
Yeah.
continue to 5 past. All right, we're back at the start, guys.
All of his co-workers
Yay.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
What
meeting
do I
room.
do?
Perhaps
Stanley
he had simply
decided to
missed
go
a
to the
memo.
meeting room. Perhaps he had missed a memo. All right, I'm heading off.
Huh.
Where do I go? Also, isn't this just this random photo? It's just very corporate to have like
It
random
looks
pieces
like
of art.
AI.
All right, left or right, guys?
Stanley came to a set
First,
of 2 open doors.
left or
He
right
entered the
first.
door
Come on,
on his
let's
left.
go.
Oh boy.
First answer and we move.
You got this, gang.
Okay, you know that song? We tried so hard. It
Yes!
got so far.
In
Okay.
the
Room
end,
closet is
it
starting up
worked.
again.
There's a great Zaharya Cat's AMV to that.
Oh, of course. There are so many good
Yeah.
APs to that.
Yeah.
Who is the what was the first answer? What was the first answer?
What do we got,
I don't
folks?
know.
Oh no.
Sorry. I had to tab out to look at the stream. Anonymous donated $300. That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much. What was the first answer though? Are we going left or right? In chat.
Oh boy.
What was it?
Let me just go back. First answer appears to have been broom closet.
I don't know
Yeah.
the way to the broom closet. I gotta be honest. So no, I don't know.
Remy saying listen to the narrator. Maybe just hang around in the first room.
Was it left or right?
The first answer that wasn't broom closet. Let's see. Oh no, hold on. I gotta scroll back through the offs. So many friggin' broom closets. Oh, the first one looks like it was right.
Okay, right. Let's go.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Gone
and
right.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
I
lounge
unironically
first,
like
just
that
to
song.
admire it.
Of course.
Wow.
It's a
Yes,
banger. Everybody should
this
like that
room.
song.
But eager to
song?
get back to business, Stanley took the
In the
first
end,
open
Linkin
door on
Park,
his
the
left.
thing that all the AMVs are made of.
Do I
Yeah,
take the
so.
door on my left? Yes or no? Or do
Boy,
I
what do
ignore
we got,
it?
chat?
Yeah, because he's telling me I take the first door on my left. Do I take it? Yes or no?
Left.
Well, it's a left.
Well,
but hold on,
No,
chat's a little
I-
bit behind us.
I asked yes or no, and it was a nope.
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
All right, continuing on.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
I'm
wasn't 5
here
years
again.
ago.
We are.
That's me. That's what people say about me.
Look, Stanley, I think
Ellie was
perhaps we've
so
gotten
bad
off
at
on the
following
wrong
directions,
foot
you
here.
got lost
I'm
again.
not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was
Alright.
in the middle of something. Do you
Can I
have
go this way?
zero
I don't even know if I can
consideration
go
for
this way.
others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen?
So you'll
to
recognize that this is a mostly familiar run now. We've done this path before.
to show you something beautiful.
So
Look, let me prove
that's
it.
gonna lead.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me
Gonna
a
be
chance.
the stairs again.
No, this isn't. We don't have to do the stairs. I don't think we can go somewhere else.
Now listen carefully.
Red or blue
this is
door?
important.
Red or blue?
Stanley walked
Oh
through the
boy.
red
Are you?
door.
I take it you're partial
Red.
to blue. First
What
answer.
you got, folks?
Hopefully, chat just doesn't take me on the same. on the same. On
Blue door.
Blue. All right.
Mhm.
I think we took
There's
red
an
last time.
existential argument
Perhaps
to be
you
had about
No, I
us.
we took blue and
Through
then
the
red last time.
door.
I just got corrected.
Oh,
okay.
you just. All right.
You guys get to decide this time because chat will be like weirdly catching up and typing. On my
I think we should go through the blue door again.
A blue door again? All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Agreed.
I don't trust this narrator.
Okay. Two blue
I still
doors.
don't think we're communicating properly.
Now there's only a
walked
red door.
Through the red
No, let's look
door.
around. There might be other options.
What about the other
There
door?
is. There's a back door that is blue. Do I take,
Take the blue back door.
Didn't you just come in through that?
All right.
Take
Take.
the secret.
So I go back through the. You want me to go back through the blue door, not through the red door?
Turn to the
Yeah.
right. There's another door.
There is. It's probably. Yeah, it's locked. Red.
Let's do the blue door.
All right, we're going the blue.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't
He's
let
getting
me
pissy.
stop you.
This is some
There's
backroom
nothing
shit.
here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to
cannot
see?
go back.
Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
All right.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Let's go.
You guys tell me. Do I take left, middle, or right?
Oh boy.
Chat. Left, middle, or right? I suppose. Like I probably should have numbered them 1, 2, and 3. Is probably better, right? Probably.
Well, it's kind of more fun for people.
Is the crisis that you're getting with this game that you can only win it by listening to the narrator, which implies that you don't have free will?
Whoops.
I mean, can you win the game? That's a question.
Hold on. Very first one was wood, which I guess means the rightmost one.
I feel like wood is a clear answer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I mean, wood is a clear answer. We can make out what that means. So we're in.
I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version.
Oh
Would you
boy.
say the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest.
I think the
I'm looking for
existential
some
crisis
real
is that you don't have free
feedback
will. You
here.
can only win if you follow the direction of the narrator.
Which number,
So you
guys?
don't have
1,
real
2, 3,
power.
4, 5. Give me a
Okay,
number.
the problem is we just had a
we just
numbered
did
question.
have a numbered base. Okay, you guys tell me then.
Oh god.
How did you feel about the free will?
I honestly not great. I think 1.
What? 1? Not even a 2? You don't want to give him anything? That's I mean,
No.
he's trying
I
to
don't
like give
like
us
this
his
narrator
choice.
guy. He blew
Wow.
us up last time.
Jeez,
I mean, I
God.
understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that?
The accent is getting to
I
me.
guess it isn't my place to judge.
I mean, this is.
Here, based
I
on the
feel like
data
you're
from
being
your
pretty mean
previous
to the
playthrough,
narrator.
I've compiled a new version, and to be perfect,
Well,
He
the
blew
narrator
us
did
up
kill-
and
I think
monologued
I've
the whole
knocked it out of the
time.
park with this one.
I honestly don't think I've had a lot of these these kind of
At
like
the
parts of
beginning.
it.
No, wait. The Stanley World
Stanley
leaderboard.
Parable World Leaderboard.
Oh wow.
Oh, there's like 6 billion.
One person's from Scotland.
Oh, I should order nachos. Sorry, we're focusing.
All right. Okay.
Jeff-
Okay. Door left, middle, or right? Because you guys are typing A's. Oh, you're talking like A's and B's and sixes. There wasn't even a 6. Why did you put a 6?
The first one was right. Let's do right.
That's someone.
Gotta be a word. Gotta be some effort.
All right, cool.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep working through doors? Again, honest answers.
I see.
Let's do one again. I want
one again. Do you want?
No, let's give it a 2.
Oh, a 2?
No.
That 2? Okay. We need.
I would give it a 2.
Ellie, deciding vote 1 or 2.
I think a 2.
Okay. All right.
Okay, let's do
I
it.
nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
All right.
Oh my god! Wait, is this office meant to be a game studio?
I don't. Oh.
The baby crawls left.
Fuck is this?
Danger.
Oh,
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think
Wow.
the
Yeah.
world
Is it a metaphor for depression?
I need you
Metaphor
guys.
for the Stanley Parable.
There's a fact I need to tell you about this game.
So why don't you give it 4 hours of play
It's
to make sure
deranged?
it's attractive?
No.
Be sure to keep notes
Once I
when
start
you're
playing, I will tell you.
Oh god, this is awful.
Make it stop screaming.
There is.
Just let it catch on fire.
There is, and I'm not gonna lie. There is a Stanley Parable achievement where you have to play this game until the following Tuesday straight.
Wow.
To get the achievement.
Wait,
what?
if you
What's the achievement?
on a Monday at like 11:59.
I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. I remember it. I just know that it has to be played until a Tuesday or something.
This is like the opposite of ASMR.
All right, guys, tell me, the next person. Are we burning the baby or do we not?
Yes.
Okay, I'm burning the baby.
We can't do this until Tuesday.
You heartless.
Oh, thank God.
Did you do it?
Yeah,
because
the
you think
wind
babies
down
are
of that
purely
noise
to spite me?
is really quite
Because
good.
if it's the latter, I don't know what to do. I'm completely
No, I just
out of
wanted it to
ideas.
stop screaming,
I can't
darling.
think of a single thing that
This
might
is
improve
beautiful.
the experience for me.
This is so
I'm not
beautiful.
even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
Oh,
Thank you for playing.
he's quit.
Your input was
We
extremely
beat the
valuable.
narrator, guys. We
Hey,
won.
Yeah,
so
eat
why
it,
don't
and he didn't even
we
blow
play
us up.
someone else's game just to ease the pain?
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
see. What do we have here?
Why don't we play someone else's game? I don't know what. Am I gonna?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Is this what I think it is?
Yeah, we
Is
are
anybody-
playing
Oh my
Minecraft.
God.
Last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I
There
had
you go.
absolutely
Minecraft
nothing
is
to do
a
with.
metaphor for
But
depression.
is it enough? Try that, Stanley. Will it
Do you want to know the horrible thing? I can't jump.
Well, I'll say this. I'm
Oh,
done
God,
making
I
really?
can't get out of
From
this
now
pit.
on, I will only create
Aw,
to fulfill a greater
narrator,
artistic
you
You're
heartless
literally stuck.
bastard.
Watch this, Stanley.
No, I
I'm
mean, that's
going to
clearly the
build
point.
A house.
So
This
mean.
will go here, no, here, and then.
This
Is
is
having fun?
this is agonizing.
Let's see.
This is the
what
worst
does it
house.
need? Yes.
Well,
of
it's not as bad
course,
as the
and just to
baby.
finish it all off. Yes,
True.
It's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. Ah, but you've only seen it from the
Jan.
outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside.
We're getting
and make
Casco
yourself
Amontillado in
comfortable.
Minecraft.
Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could
This
only
is-
be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild
I don't.
it out
I
of diamond.
I think I do
Diamond
remember getting
everything.
this.
Yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
You have to go
Is he
mining.
gonna dig straight down with you?
No, he's making me walk.
Oh
This
my
is a
God, this
strange type of hell.
This is so funny.
Are you still controlling where you're walking?
Yeah, I'm still controlling where I'm walking. Yeah.
Down,
we're
down we go.
There's just only one way to
My,
go.
It looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
No.
No, I have not.
No. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't say this one. Okay, new game.
I hope Chad is happy.
Chat does seem to be enjoying it.
Oh.
My.
Yes, I don't even know what this game
Hey!
is. I love it.
This is like
trapped in a glass box.
It's Portal, baby.
Portal.
Portal 2, I think.
Is it Portal?
Yeah, I maybe that's where I got the feeling they made that Valve made this.
Supposed to be?
Because like I remembered some association with Portal.
Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Oh, my favorite part of Portal was all the radios. Just absolutely jamming.
So this is... Guys, I just want you to know, you voted for Hades, but look, you get Portal 2 anyway.
It's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte. Genius.
There we go, guys. I'm so smart. Was this made by Valve? Can someone tell me if this was made by Valve?
Because I really don't care much to see you stumble.
I think they said it was made by an independent developer who happens to be the brother of a YouTuber that I've watched.
Happens to be the brother... What happens to be a brother of a YouTuber?
Yeah. Someone said that earlier in chat.
This doesn't look like Portal anymore.
I don't know where I am. Why is this game so
I think we're
dark?
back. We're back with doors.
We are back with doors.
Yep. This ain't Portal no more.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. No more Portal.
No. It was brief but wonderful.
Where am I? It's so dark. I can't see anything. It's literally brighter on my Streamlabs than it is on my actual screen.
Wow.
So I'm looking at my Streamlabs trying to get out of here. Oh, light at the end of the tunnel.
Narrator will be happy.
Oh, more light.
No, the light.
Nothing.
Wow, this is surreal.
I don't know where to go.
How do you come up with this? Like, how do people think of this?
It is so dark. My goodness. Like, display mode, screen. Advanced? Oh, there's just literally no way to...
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close...
Jamie, Captain Sinbad
the end
donated $43 and said, last year I was inspired to join a crisis text line. Thank you for that. No question. Love you, homie. I'm so glad that you did. Whether you signed up to join them or whether you, texted them, they both are fantastically positive things.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was one ending, everybody. So... here we go again.
I can't wait
to tell
this story to
you
my
know what the
coworkers,
next, you know what the first choice is going to be. It's going to be left or right.
We all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought
or will
everyone
it
had gone
be?
missing.
Aha. Will it be left or right, guys?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
Am I
entered
going-
the door on his left.
Am I going?
Come on.
Yeah, can we get?
Let's do it, folks.
520. If we can get $520 in 45 minutes, then we can get to $31,000, which would be a fantastic
that would be
end to
incredible.
the thing.
Close the door before you leave.
So, okay, first one is left. It was misspelled, but the sentiment was there.
Lead. No, we said we'd take the misspelled.
Yep.
Cleared. People like desperately just putting an L and a T and whatever other letters like end in between.
Just drag the finger across the keyboard from L to T.
We are here to feed the beast of chaos, not
Oh,
to
yeah.
hinder it.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Do I go in the broom closet, guys? Do I
Yes,
ask this?
yes.
Do I ask this question?
Hold on, I think somebody already said broom closet. Yes, yeah, someone
Alright,
said left to the broom
closet.
and then
Okay, back into the broom closet.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish
$20. Great guess, great cause. Thanks a lot. Also, the cake is a lie from Coltane. Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Oh, this is incredible. All right, well, while we're hanging out in the broom closet, are there any questions to answer?
Yeah, oh, true. Are there any? I don't know. My stream will freeze for you as I look at the questions.
It's okay.
But no, I think. Oh, I actually didn't answer the "Hey guys, what is the favorite thing for a metaphor for depression?" Oh, I said Celeste. I said Celeste would probably be the one. In that, where like you've got this kind of ghost that you are in conflict with, but it's more than that. It's like you feel like you are fighting something when more often you need to be understood and understand yourself, and that's like a huge theme in Celeste. It's really cool. It does really well. Bottom. Sorry, no, you say.
Well, I was just going to say that chat is saying what you should do is leave the broom closet and then go back into it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will go.
Don't go through the door, though.
No, don't go through the door. I have to go back. It doesn't really do anything by the looks of it. It doesn't really like me. I think I just have to keep going back to the broom closet.
Coming to a
All right, guys.
Stanley
Up or down?
Upstairs to his boss's office.
Up or down?
Up or down, folks.
First, Alt F4 takes you to the secret jump button. No.
Yeah.
Down. Alright. Down, got it.
Oh boy.
We're heading down.
Down we go.
You guys really don't like doing what the narrator says. At all. Alright, we're at the bottom.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed...
I really hate how like these rooms just keep on going with like seemingly no purpose.
And then something occurred to
Wait,
Stanley.
hang on.
Maybe, he thought to himself...
It looped. It
maybe
fully
I-
looped.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence.
I was like saying that. I was thinking to myself, man, these look like real similar rooms. It's like I'm going into.
He began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why
Oh,
did
wow.
doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun. And Stanley marveled that he had
This is the game, man. This is the game.
How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps
Oh,
the
boy.
strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything
Chat's saying
that
go
I'm
back
doing and thinking?
through the loop the other way.
Now the
I
voice
can't.
was
The door
describing
closes.
itself
Oh,
being
wow.
considered by Stanley,
I go through
who
there,
found it
and then the door
particularly
closes.
strange. I'm
Ah.
dreaming about a voice describing me thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Saying exit on the left.
So he closed his eyes,
Exit on the left.
and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream.
Like, the game is deeply
wish it
depressing
be
in many
over.
senses.
Let me go back to my job.
Yeah. Were
Let
we
me
talking
continue
earlier
pushing the
about
buttons.
the horror of
Please.
time loop
It's all I
plots?
want.
Yeah, the horror of
I
time,
want my
the
apartment
mundane horror of
and
time.
my wife
plots. Yeah, no,
and my job.
absolutely.
All
It's
I
that.
want is my life exactly the way
I think
it's
I
always
missed that.
been.
Red, have you
My
played
life is
Ox-
normal.
Have you played?
I have.
Sorry, have we played what?
Everything
Oxenfree.
fine.
Oh no, I actually haven't heard of it.
It's an indie game. It's very well crafted. I have seen a playthrough of it. I have not played it.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
How did you die?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Huh?
Okay.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted
I don't
by
remember
the body
this.
of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy
I
people
feel like
look
chat
like.
is really
And in
captivated.
that moment, she thought to herself how
Oh,
lucky
420
she
viewers,
was
by
to
the
be
way.
normal.
Hey!
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Valid choices.
I don't
I
think
would
I ever
also
got that
work.
ending. Alright, we're back at the
Wow.
start, guys.
Alright,
All of
chat
his
said to click on
co-workers
door
were gone.
435
What could it
times.
mean?
Door
Stanley decided to
430.
go to the meeting.
It's near the beginning, yeah.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, doesn't do anything.
Shame.
I do know that there is an
No matter
Easter
how
egg
hard
around
Stanley
here.
Oh, they say go out the
he
window.
couldn't find a trace of
The
his
window.
co-workers.
I don't think I can
Well,
go
that's
out
a
the
quick
window.
ending.
I think they're trying to screw me.
Oh, close the door before
Close the
you
door
leave.
before you leave your office.
The door is closed.
Yeah, it's too late for that one, but next time we try, we can do that.
Okay, alright. Oh wait, this is 420.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Nothing for 420? Tragic.
Alright, left or right, guys? What was the first one? Left
Stanley
was.
came to a set of 2 open doors.
Yeah.
He entered the door.
They're like
on his
preempting me now. They're like
They
getting
are.
in early.
They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. You know, you gotta be keen. All right. And then let's see.
There was not a
How many endings are there?
I don't know.
I think someone in chat said 19 in the main version, 24 in the deluxe.
Oh, what? There's 5 more endings?
Room closet's been boarded up! Oh, narrator, you cheating bitch!
Alright, up or down?
Coming to a
Gotta find out. What's the first one going up or down? Upstairs.
Wait. So, technically, if things change as you play through,
yes,
like repeatedly,
it is
that
not
means
technically a perfect
you cannot
reset.
get all the endings if you've done a specific ending before. So there is a much larger number of combinations of endings that you can get in a row.
Yeah, I don't really know what the exact maths of it. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. That is not the best rhyme I've ever seen.
Capitalism.
Capital O's, the breakfast cereal for a healthy businessman.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
What?
not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody.
2845.
He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk,
If you want the
pulling
code.
books off the shelf, looking behind
2845.
paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
What was it again?
But his
No, okay.
attention was caught
2845,
by
baby.
behind the boss's
2,
desk.
8,
What could its purpose
4,
be?
5.
Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of
need it,
anxiety
narrator.
isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
New Age music.
Oh.
Oh, that sure is calming.
Also, have you seen how unfathomably tall this like room is? It's uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, this is redonk.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked
I love how it just tells you,
into the open
feeling soothed and rejuvenated. Oh, thank you for telling me. All right.
Been here before.
We are, but there is. We went into the mind control facility when we can go escape.
Oh boy.
All right. So.
This is the old VR.
I think this is the mind control facility versus escape
Stanley
one.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
All right.
Control
Don't
Facility.
Escape was the
in.
first one,
Escape.
guys.
Escape.
Escape.
Yeah, escape
Let's
was
escape.
first.
Let's go, girls.
Let's go.
Although this
Let's go.
passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
No.
I mean, will I meet my violent
The door
death?
behind him was
I don't
not
know,
shut.
narrator man.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn
Is it
around and get back on track.
Apology?
No,
Still
then it just
time.
explodes
At
if you
this
go
point,
back.
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
You're goddamn right.
Wait, everyone keeps going escape.
Have a go.
All right, guys, walking towards it. Do I jump? Jump down? I mean, I'm just gonna. I'm taking it. I'm going. I jumped.
Hiya!
I did die though. That was a violent death.
It wasn't too bad.
No. Oh,
Well, it was
I'm
better
still
than
going.
that. Oh.
What? I don't remember this one, man. What
As the
happens?
machine whirred into motion,
What happens this
and
in this
Stanley was
one?
inched closer and closer to his demise. He reflected that his life had been of no
Oh, you're being
consequence
crushed.
whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't
Can
know
I
the real story.
get off
Trapped
this?
forever in his narrow vision of
They're
what
saying
history
jump?
is. Perhaps his
I
death
can't
Wait, we
jump.
can't jump, right?
I can crouch.
The eyeballs from a blind man. So he resigned.
I can crouch,
willingly
which I think
accepted
might
this
protect me.
violent end to his brief
Try
and
it.
shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh yeah, it will protect you. Crouch.
I crouched, bruh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley
Huh?
was led helplessly into the
Hello?
enormous metal jaws.
What's
In a
happening?
single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in
Oh
his
my
body,
gosh.
killing him instantly.
I've been so chill about this up until now, but swapping out the narrator is freaking me out.
It just dropped me instead into a pit. I'm gonna land on the spikes, guys.
Oh no, Tim!
Not
What have we said
again.
about landing on spikes?
Oh, no, I'm still here.
You're still alive.
I'm still alive. What?
What sorcery is this?
What
You beat the
And yet it
game!
would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Oh my god.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
I never got
death
this
becomes
ending.
meaningless,
I told
making
you it's
life the
about that.
same.
This
Do you
is
see
fuck
now?
wild.
Do you see that Stanley was already dead?
This is
from
like
the
a
moment he hit
plan.
start?
Like, look at
This is
this.
some everything everywhere all at once shit.
Yeah.
I swear this is the bagel room.
There's the credits on the wall?
Beat the game!
Office computers. You can... Oh. Employee database. Oh, I can just turn these off, apparently. What if I turn all of them off? Button sounds.
Clicky, 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 clicky.
Well, I'm just gonna go through here.
It should come from there.
This is a, like, museum of the game.
This is buck wild.
It is a... Do you see why people voted for this game?
I do in fact.
This is an advertisement for the HD... for the HD remix game, for the new version.
Okay, but somebody has to do the math. How many ending combos can you get? Because, like, for example, the broom closet is not open anymore.
It is. I don't really know the semantics of it. What's this? Game design mod arc. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level get what William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from his mock-up is still the same game. Like, it's so meta. It is unfathomably meta. You know. Countdown room. An early version of the countdown room.
I mean, this is a fun thing to do for a game, right?
This is so cool. Where's the lady narrator? Where's the dude narrator?
Yeah, we gotta
The dude
see.
narrator died.
Did the dude narrator get squished?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, metaphorically, kind of, because he was attached to that version of Stanley, which is presumably dead.
Well, but who's you running around now?
You.
Huh? Oh, I'm losing my mind. Okay.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be
On or
free.
off, guys. Let's go. First.
Oh boy.
First on or off. First on or off.
What do we got, chat? What do we got?
On. All right.
On. Oh boy.
Well, it's on
Oh,
already,
it's-
so I
it's
don't
already
really.
on.
Do I have to switch it off?
Mm.
Pull the purple lever. There's a purple lever? I don't.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Sorry.
It's only off. Yeah, I have.
That's
I
not
think.
purple. Are you stuck?
No, I think I have to. Sometimes you get to a point where it's like this is the only thing you can do. Sorry, guys. Off.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No.
I never got
perhaps
this ending.
not.
I don't remember
Sometimes
a female
these
narrator.
things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Oh, I
You
have
just
to-
quit and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you
Press
know
escape
you'll be
and
walking
quit.
someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
What do I do? What do I do?
Don't let time choose for you.
Well,
Don't
escape
let
and quit, I
time
guess.
Oh.
Too slow.
Wait, so is the only free choice I can make is quit?
Well, that's what she
I
thinks
think so,
anyway.
yeah.
But then she told me to do it.
Oh.
See, what did I tell you like 20 minutes ago?
Yeah. Yep. He was
The
right.
only way to quote unquote beat the game is to follow the direction of whoever narrator you're having at the moment, and that means there's no free will for you. You have no choices.
Wow.
Is pretty crazy.
That's
crazy.
pretty buck wild.
Called it.
For a group of people that haven't had much sleep.
Oh yeah, it's great without sleep.
Oh.
Lovely, especially if you're very sensitive to like creepy shit and.
Oh boy, guys.
And $20 from a bunch of people. Karen from has donated $35 and says thank you for doing this for an important cause. Always look forward to the live stream. Please give Momo a pet on screen for us. I can do that. I can absolutely do that. I can also give Momo a treat.
Yes. Please cheer me up with
treats
Momo.
for Momo.
Oh, he's a Momo.
I did not like that.
Oh no.
Oh, it quit for me, I think. No, it didn't.
Good.
No. Coming back. Not super.
Yes, V has been here the entire time.
I don't think she's super in the mood for cuddles.
Aw.
Oh, Momo, hi.
Which is funny because she's like normally the most cuddly thing in the world. But like she's not.
Oh, we're a few seconds back and she's in a very funny pose right now.
Oh, she is like the most like carefree cat. Like you can just hold her upside down and she will just be like, she'll just be like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm loving this." And
yes,
you want
it's like she's using you as an armchair.
You want some? Do you want a treat? You can have a treat. You deserve a treat. Here you go. Look at these. Look at these treats.
Oh, treats.
There we go. Does Momo have free will?
I'm gonna go and play the cutest game I find.
Good idea.
And
I'm gonna play Breath of the Wild.
That
A
is-
game that cannot stop me from climbing
I don't even
everything.
know what I'm gonna play. I don't think I have anything cute enough.
All right, and then also, Anonymous $30 and Spike Time donated $6. This is horrifying.
Oh.
What's the most adorable thing you can think of? I don't know. What
Momo.
A little like squishable orb thingy with like a really small face right in the middle of its like orbness, you know,
That
like a little
thing from
V-shaped
Treasure
mouth.
Planet.
What about
Mm.
that animal called a
Morph from Treasure Planet.
Oh yeah.
You just triggered that with by saying small squishy thing.
Odin, B donated $20. Says you're all lovely. Keep up the good work. Odin donated $100. Thank you so kindly. We're at $30,711.69. That is only $289 away from $31,000. Riploid404 donated $20 and asks, have you ever considered doing a D&D stream with Red and Indigo to explore and talk about trauma in a healthy platform while using it to promote charities?
Wow, that's detailed.
It's very specific. We have not considered that specific thing, but I think, broadly speaking, we're all open to whatever ideas at any point, you know? Kind of.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the idea of doing like a live D&D stream is extremely harrowing to all of us, but not impossible.
Yeah. It takes a lot more coordination than you actually think.
Oh, it absolutely does. Yeah, especially one-shots where they have to be a certain like time length. It's kind of hard to get everybody's schedule aligned. DMing something live is significantly more stressful than DMing something that can be edited. And if it's DM'd by me, I've never DM'd an actual game before. I want to. I just, I need to get good at it first.
All of his code
Yeah, you
is
DM
gone.
quite a lot.
What could it mean?
I predominantly DM, but I have not actually been able to DM in a while now. It's something I would like to do a lot more, though. I'm, by the way, in a few minutes, I am going to take it for the last 15.
Yes.
Just to sort of wrap it up. Thoughts chat.
Yep.
Thanks for that. Just a few more minutes, but we'll do one more run, probably. Well, depending on everyone's, if you can see the pages everywhere.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah.
I don't. All right, guys, left or right?
When Stanley came to
You
a
know
set
what to
of
do,
two
folks.
open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Whoever's first.
Or maybe for the very final run, you should make the choice. Maybe that would be fun.
I don't. I think I know a bit too much about the game to make the decisions. Left was.
Well, earlier you said when you stop playing, you're going to tell us about the game. So when's that going to happen?
I'm not telling you about the game.
Yet there was not a single person here.
Betrayal. Devastating.
You should go play this on your own.
To go up to his boss's
I never
come into
will.
a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs
up or
to
down?
his boss's office.
I feel like how many more endings are like left? Like
Given that you can combinatorically add them up, many.
Well, it's complicated because we don't know what paths cut off what other paths. So we can't do that path right now. Basically, like we can do the base equation, but yeah.
I'm in an elevator.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I just took an elevator. Oh, now I have to listen to elevator music.
Oh no.
Actually, still, to be honest, after the last harrowing.
Oh.
The worst of all ancient curses. Elevator music.
It's funny, we haven't got the first one that I remember getting in the game. And it's one of the only ones I actually remember. I remember the baby one. I remember.
Can you describe?
It's like the simplest one. It's like the one that you're sort of meant to like run into accidentally.
Do you
I
like
imagine
get it by
that's what happens if you follow the narrator.
Yeah.
No.
Is it the one you get if you disobey the narrator at every turn?
Well, haven't we always disobeyed the narrator at every turn?
No, I keep trying to make
not
us
on
disobey the
not on
narrator at
every
every
turn.
turn. Yeah.
It's wait, hang on. How long does this elevator go on for?
I think you need to push the up or down button.
I'm pressing down now. Wait, it's literally just an elevator. It stays in the same place.
Oh, that's perfect. I love it.
what
Wait,
if
try
I-
going up.
The elevator's a
I'm
metaphor
going
for
down now because I
depression.
was going up
Oh,
last
the elevator is
time.
absolutely a metaphor for
The elevator is a metaphor for depression. This is true. I can't. I hate this so much. I hate this game so much. I hate that it just like lets you think that. Oh, it's agony. Agony.
God.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now.
All right, what is it? 22485? Was it?
Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill
His
Supreme.
dialogue has changed.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, what was
Chat
it?
says try 8888.
8888?
Yeah.
No, that's nothing. Why did they say try 8888?
I don't know. I'm not chat.
What's the code?
Chat's really saying just 8888.
There's
Guys,
a flowchart that shows you how to get to all 19 endings in this version, and there's choice points marked as sometimes. Okay.
Wow.
It's 2845?
Was it 2548?
2845.
Try 420. Dominic Noble says it'll work.
It's a 4-digit code. It's a 4-digit code. It's not 6969.
69.
Anyways,
Yeah.
you guys, that is the last 15 minutes. Thank you, all of you, for being here and being just such an immense help and keeping me company across the 24 hours. I love you so much, and I will spend the last 15 minutes with chat and wrap this up. But thank you so much for your immense help. Getting donations for this.
Thank you for the company, friends.
Yeah, thanks for having us. This was super fun.
Chat, thank you for also keeping us entertained through this very long night.
Yes. I'm gonna go eat some nachos.
You do that.
See if you can get that last 0.1%. You got this.
Fantastic.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
bye everybody.
We can do it.
See you guys.
Bye everybody.
Bye.
Oh, alright, chat. It's just you and me, guys. It's just you. 2485. Alright? 2485. There we go. Wait, the door was already open? I'm so dumb. How have you guys found this? How have you guys found this? Did Dom get timed out? That's hilarious. $30,000, $31,000. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see. Is an immense amount of money for Doctors Without Borders. I'm still like just $9,000 for Stupid Charity. That was crazy. But of course, even more importantly, the $3,000 that $2,000 that has come from all of you guys, which is just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door.
Ah, we've done both of these endings, I swear. We've done both of these endings. Like, do I go escape or do I go mind control? I'll take whichever one it is. And then I will quit it and we'll just talk for a bit. Yeah? And we'll do what we can to raise the money in the last little section. Mind control, that's the first one. But turn it off. Okay, sweet.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Yeah.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
It's
Did he have the strength?
A Star Wars Spartan. $50. What's the weirdest dream you've had? I don't know. I had a pretty weird dream recently where like I was I don't remember it very well, but like it was like a large Egyptian kind of office building. Imagine like the structure of an office building, but in like Egyptian pillars and stone, that kind of yellow alabaster stone, right?
Stanley's co-workers.
And I remember there being a flood, and everyone had to move out, and the stream was about to start. And I was having this. The nightmare was that like the stream was about to start. I was running out of time, and like just people. My computer was flooded, it was broken, the stream was starting, and everyone was going, where's it happening? It was just absolute failure. It was terrifying, you know, in that kind of mundane way.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to
yeah, so that was probably that.
True. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Doing such an amazing job and great quality
with
the mods and everyone else who worked in Shadows. Yeah, absolutely. I want to say a massive thank you to the people in the background. Laura and Court and Natalie, who have been in the background managing perks and donations and comments and questions, support for me. We are at 30,786 and 78 cents. 99.31% of the way.
No.
With only 10 minutes to go.
He couldn't accept it. His
Let's
own
go.
life in someone else's control.
That was $204 from Teddy, $6 from Anonymous, $10 from Anonymous. Let's end this. I absolutely agree. It's gonna be. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We've only got $10 to go, and then that's 31,000. And I think that's pretty damn amazing, guys. 31,000. Yeah. For Doctors Without Borders. They, well, I mean, I've repeated it enough times, haven't I? Where am I going?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Sorry.
Controls
Go
labeled
straight
with
to the
emotions.
end.
Happy, or sad, or content. Walking,
it's gonna be the $10.
working, all of it monitored and commanded
But I will turn it
from
off.
this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again.
Done. And that was $100. I said this earlier, but thanks for doing these. Someday I'd like to drop more just to surprise you. Also, follow the... from Kurt, thank you very much.
And a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
There's a new ending. Oh, and we've got another big one. $10 from Anonymous.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from
Wait, what?
someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Alright, guys.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Thanks for these 24 hours. Why do you like walking simulators as a genre? I just like stories, and I don't really feel like I have to be that involved in a game, personally. Like, I don't feel a need for that. I love just wandering around and discovering stories. You know, it's like reading a book. It's like reading a book, but in a different medium for me. And walking simulators will often put a lot more emphasis on kind of like vibe and atmosphere and the story itself, the voice acting, and I love games that kind of rewards exploration.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
All right, guys, I need you to tell me. We're at 23:52:51, and do I go through the door? Do I go through the door here? Do I go outside? Yes or no? Do I go forward? Yes or no? Tell me. Yeah, look, I mean, I play a lot of go through the door. All right, we're leaving. Beautiful.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin. The feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path.
You know, it's
before
really beautiful to be able to
This
see
was
like
exactly
actual
the way,
greenery instead
right
of being
now,
stuck in
things
this.
were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley was happy. There we go. What a lovely ending. Yeah, walking simulators. Like, I love the low-key vibe of them. They're just fun. They just tell good stories. And also I love games that reward. Oh no, I'm back here. That's horrifying. I turn around and go. My computer's gone. Alright. Last 5 minutes. I'm gonna enlarge this. I want you guys... I'm just gonna sit here and chat with you guys for a bit. And answer your questions with a total of $31,200.86. 100%, 100.65%. That was an absolute incredible work. Anonymous, another $100. 75 from Alexandria. That's incredibly kind. But if you've got questions for me in the chat for these last 5 minutes, I would love to talk about it with you. You know, and thank you everyone if you have donated. It's obviously an amazing. Yeah, I can do. Like. I love doing this every year. It is kind of the highlight of one of the highlights of my year. Will you watch more anime? I want to watch more anime. I absolutely do. I really want to watch Steins Gate. I want to watch Monster. I want to watch Violet Evergarden. Are probably three that I keep on coming out to. And I love to watch one called something Serial Lane Experiments, I think it's called. Yeah, at some point. How exhausted are you? What's your favorite movie hot take? Oh no, I'm not doing hot takes at the moment. I couldn't even process or defend them. Your second favorite game? Nier Automata and Tullos Principle, probably my two favorite games. Yeah, probably those two. How exhausted are you? You feel pretty wired, to be perfectly honest, in the 24 hours, because you're kind of, you know, going at it for 24 hours, right? Like, it feels pretty crazy, that whole period that you're just constantly going. feel pretty up in energy, and then it sort of hits you afterward. Hits you the following day. Have you played Summer in Mara? No. How long are you going to sleep after this? I probably won't go straight to sleep. Like I'll probably just stay up and sort of rest relatively early, do whatever I want for the rest of the day. Have you read How to Defeat a Demon King in 10 Steps? No. Have you ever seen a Jacob Geller video? Yes, I have. Thoughts on Genshin Impact? I have not played it. What's your average click-through rate on a video? I have a really bad CTR. It's like my one bad stat. Sorry, I mean like not like all my stats are amazing or anything like that, but I'm just saying that my CTR is not as good as it should be, and it's something I am working on to the best of my ability. Who got the most treats? I will announce who got the most treats because my people will message me exact number for that Momo and Willow both got, and I will give you the exact in a moment. Anonymous. Oh gosh, there's so many questions. Anonymous said, "Hey all, if you can in these last few minutes, just give $1 because every dollar makes a difference." Thank you very much, Anonymous. Verse donated $50 and asked, "Have you ever wondered about different archetypal settings? I keep thinking about how different stories use archetypal settings like they do archetypal characters. Instead of hero, the mentor and lovers, it's home sweet home, or the villain player, the road, or the door. Different stories play on these archetypes. It's twisting." It's, you're asking a man who's been up for over 24 hours. I've been up for 27, 28 hours straight now. Archetypal settings, I think are there's that old phrase, right? Which is that there are only 3 types of stories. There's a man goes on an adventure, a stranger arrives in town, and something like that. I can't remember. I think that there's a third one, but it's kind of like that in a sense. I think archetypal settings are basically just they're descriptions. They're not things they're not prescriptive things about how we should or shouldn't write stories. They're just, oh, these show up in a lot of stories. Because like the term of home sweet home is never ever going to get so popular or so common that people dismiss it or should dismiss it. It's like you in the same way you would not dismiss The Lover. It's like it's so prevalent and so relatable and so conceptually broad that you can't really use it as anything more than kind of a descriptor of things that we and not prescriptive or anything. And officially at least typing. How will you sleep tonight on a scale from 1 to 10? Hopefully well. I don't really know. How about a bedtime to story at the end? I don't know. That is 24 hours though. Which is absolutely incredible. So it's what are your favorite books you've read recently? I'm afraid Accession by E.D.M. Baggs, I'll just tell you that. That is it. That is it, guys. Thank you so much for being a part of this. We have raised a huge amount of money, 31,455.86. And the official tello of the treats for Willow and Momo takes out the cake with 161 treats. Willow does not get out of this at all any lighter or losing weight with 90 treats. They will be distributed healthily over a period of time. I do not want to harm my pets in any way, shape, or form. Thank you so much, and I'll be building on this amount of money as well, with my own funds matching You guys have a good night. Have a good day. I will see you in the last couple of videos for the year. And then I'll see you next year. And at the end of the year, I'll see you for the next charity stream.